Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Senator Shionga, Chair, Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunities. She's not there. She's there coming in. Okay. A petition to Senate by Calvin Luther Munai. Senator Mary, Senator.
We, the undersigned citizens of the Republic of Kenya and residents of Jamii Bora Estate, Kisaju, in Kajiado County, draw to the attention of the Senate to the following. 1, we, leaders in Jamii Bora Estate, representing owners of properties as follows: over 900 homes, over 500 commercial units, several churches and a mosque, a public primary school, public secondary school, public borehole, and a public playground. That we bought houses in Jamii Bora Estate located in Kisaju, Kajiado County. That the developer has failed to give us titles to our houses since they started selling the houses from the year 2008 to date. that after they had sold the houses to us, we learned that the developer took a bank loan that they are not servicing, and that they charge the title Kajiado stroke 58 stroke Kajiado 2995 to secure the loan with the bank without our knowledge. That after the project failed, they are continuing with selling the remaining plots within the estate to unsuspecting buyers, even as we ask for our titles, which are not forthcoming. That we paid for our properties through our sweat and for our children's inheritance. That the company has been mutating from Jamii Bora Trust to Jamii Bora Macau, then to Urbanize Africa, then back to Kisaju Fuel Park Limited. 8, that some homeowners have died while possessing nothing to prove ownership of their houses to be given to their next of kin. That we do not know where our titles are, since the company has maintained studious silence on the issue to date. 10, that the company seems happy to maintain this status quo. 11, that there are many such developers like Banda Homes, Suraya Property Groups, among others, who have defrauded Kenyans and rendered them homeless and bankrupt. That we have made the best efforts to have this matter addressed by the relevant authority, all of which have failed to give us satisfactory response. That none of these issues raised in this petition is pending in any court of law, constitutional, or any other legal body. Where therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the Senate, 1, investigate Jamii Bora Trust, now Kisaju Fuel Park Limited, and any other such developers to ensure Kenyans are not defrauded. Arbitrate between us and Kisaju Fuel Park Limited to ensure that individuals are issued with the requisite titles. Review the existing legal framework to regulate the real estate sector and to protect Kenyans from such investors, developers, and enhance more strict penalties for developers, investors who ensure the delivery on their project, to ensure that the requisite standards for buildings are adhered to. The letter. The date of this petition is 17th day of November 2020, signed by 7 people, and myself, presented by myself. Thank you.
Okay, honorable senators, we have a very tight program. You know, we also have a motion of adjournment, so we'll try to limit the contributions, especially on petitions and statements. But pursuant to Standing Order number 231, I shall now allow comments, observations, or clarifications in relation to the petition for not more than 30 minutes. I don't see any interest. For pursuant to Standing Order number 2, you wanted to contribute to the petition? I want to support that. Okay, I've not seen it. Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like to support the statement by Senator.
The petition, eh?
It's a petition by Senator, because what she's pointing about are actually, there are many incidents and there are many examples of Kenyans being defrauded and swindled. And I would like the Senate committee, which will be handling this, to come up with a very thorough and serious recommendations. Because, Mr. Speaker, the ghost in the room in this country, it is corruption. These kind of things that Senator has brought, they are all over. We have seen people losing, ordinary people, innocently defrauded, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I call upon this House to come up with very serious recommendations regarding the action that should be taken, Mr. Speaker. Because I want to say, Mr. Speaker, this particular incident she is referring in Masai land, I know Masais are very endowed, well endowed with land. And there are a lot of people who come and pose and they end up defrauding them. Mr. Speaker, but it is not an isolated case. It's all over in this country. And I would like that we as a Senate come in the forefront. Because as I said, the ghost in the room in this country, it is the corruption. And I don't want to call it corruption. Let's call it blatant stealing, blatant defrauding of country in all manner of ways. And unless we do something, this may be a minor incident. Unless we do something, Mr. Speaker, whatever we may be thinking, whatever good laws we may be putting, whatever good proposals we may be putting, you know, Mr. Speaker, it will always be a futile attempt, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I support Senator, and her petition should be taken with a seriousness due. Thank you.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I actually sympathize with Meru Senator and the 6 of them, but I want to say that the situation is even better for them. There's a group of people who approached me last week. They bought property similar to what Meru Senator and 6 of our colleagues did in Machakos County, got a loan from NHIF Bank. Now, because of a problem with the paying of the loan, the bank has gone and sold the property together with the houses where those people have purchased. One person has actually committed suicide. It's a very sad situation because you find people knocking on your door. They say this property doesn't belong to you, which is true. And Mr. Speaker, I was going to wonder whether the Section of Properties Act, because the solution is the Section of Properties Act to forbid developers from selling property before they can give titles to the buyers, because it's fraud for somebody to obtain money from you in the purporting to sell you a house and then go and obtain another loan or sell that property to another person. It's criminal action. Although Meru Senator has come to the Senate, I'm just wondering out loudly whether these people have been arrested. But since I know how this country operates, these developers have long hands. These developers know the police. These developers will not be arrested. These developers are like a cartel. So I would advise, as you wait for the committee, whichever committee that is assigned to this matter, get an injunction. But even then, look for a good lawyer. Because I know those people in Machakos were unable to get an injunction, yet their property was being sold for a mistake of the developer. You will wait and your properties will be sold. Or the title will be nullified or something. It's a very, very sad situation. But as legislators, we should provide an avenue. And I've said, Mr. Speaker, the Section of Properties Act is the way to go. This is happening not only for people who are developing land, But people who are going to buy properties in Kileleshwa, Kilimani, etc., some of them have waited for more than 15 years. They don't have titles for their flats, which is something that is a problem and is continuing. Thank you, Speaker.
Senator Langat.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity to support this petition from the Senator. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that issues to do with title deeds in our country has become a great challenge to development. I want to say, apart from this particular Kibera, which actually some people have denied them their rightful title deeds, there are other places also with more challenges. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that in the area surrounding Meru Forest, for instance, there are some people who have got title deeds which were declared by some provisional administrators as just mere papers. And these are people who bought land from other people. They were issued with title deeds, and now the title deeds have been declared fake. Another challenge that is facing also some parts of this country, like some regions in Nakuru and Bomet, surrounding also Meru Forest, there was a caveat that was put here some 10 years ago, and none has ever taken an interest in government to redefine this caveat because it has rendered most of the title deeds in that particular area invalid and no one can use them, yet people are still doing developments. So whenever you see issues to do with title deeds, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the committee that will actually deal with this should expand their boundaries and also make sure that such issues that we are bringing forth are also addressed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this petition.
Okay, honorable senators. Pursuant to Standing Order number 2321, the petition is committed to the Standing Committee. Order, Senators. Senator Mohamud, order. The Senate Committee on Roads and Transportation, which is the relevant standing committee for its consideration. In terms of Standing Order 232, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer to respond to the petitioners by way of a report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. I thank you. The next is from Senator Shionga. Eh? She's there. She's there, yeah. Then, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would wish to request to lay the following paper on the. Okay.
You can't do that. Okay, it's a report, actually. It's a report of a petition. Yes, yeah.
You know, if they don't know, Mr. Speaker, then they need to ask you the truth. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, 1st December 2020. Thank you.
Which one?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the report is on the report of the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity, National Integration on the petition to the Senate by Reverend David Mukambi concerning non-settlement and compensation of Kibera internally displaced persons. Thank you.
That's the one you're talking about.
What's your point of order, Senator Sakaja?
No, Mr. Speaker, I thought she was taking back a seat. I wanted her to give us highlights. Mr. Speaker, I raised this today in House Business Committee that some committees, and I'm sure this happened before she was chair, but some committees have developed a habit of dealing with a matter concerning with specific counties without informing the senator of that county. Mr. Speaker, courtesy demands, and I've tried it even in my committee, if I'm dealing with a matter on Isiolo, I'll make sure Senator Dulo knows. Or if it's a matter to deal with Vihiga, Senator Kaniri must know, must be involved and invited. This is a petition whose report is being given about one of my constituencies in Nairobi. I've never heard of the petition. I don't know when petitioners came. I have a lot of information about it, and I could have contributed. So I'd just like to hear the highlights, but I urge fellow chairs and the clerk and his team, please to be informing the substantive senators of that county when a matter affecting your county comes. I think it is common courtesy, and it is why we're elected here to represent our counties. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator Wetangula.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The issue raised by the distinguished Senator for Nairobi is so important. I'm a constant victim of what my distinguished nephew, the Senator for Nairobi, is raising. Could you, Mr. Speaker, direct our clerk that he writes to all committee clerks and instruct them that whenever a matter comes to a committee and touches on a certain geographical area where a senator represents in this house, that particular senator, as a matter of procedure, is invited to that meeting so that it becomes a matter of common practice and procedure.
Yeah, I think this is the third or fourth time that the matter is being raised, where sometimes a senator just realizes that there's a committee in their county. They have no clue what is going on, and that creates a unnecessary problem. So I want to direct, just like has been requested, that the right to all those concerned to make sure that at least when you are going to a county, the areas, the county senator is informed of what you are doing there, and it becomes part and parcel of whatever is going on there. Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Speaker, since you're the chair of liaison, the Secretariat might forget, because they are not politicians. No, I'm just saying, but chairs, the chairpersons are all politicians. It should be instinct that members are not invited as courtesy. It has actually happened even for me in the case of Makueni on public accounts. Even on public accounts, sometimes they make it an afterthought. Oh, by the way, the governor of Makueni is coming. Why don't you attend? It becomes almost like they're extending a courtesy. But yet, ideally, the senator should participate fully in the deliberation, not just come to sit and watch, but even in the material that they are circulating. So in your liaison, maybe that is something that you should reiterate. Thank you.
Okay, noted. Senator Shionga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay to the table of this, sorry. Mr. Speaker, sir, the petition by Reverend David Mukambi over the non-settlement of awards to Kibera internally displaced person.
Is it Mugambi or Muganda?
Mr. Speaker, sir, it is Mukanambi. Mukanada. Mukanada. It's Mukanada.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it's just a typo error. Actually, it is David Mukanda, not Mukanada. It's a typo error.
Yeah, that's why I was telling you that what I have is David Muganda.
You seem to have known the person. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll continue. The petition by Reverend David Mukanda over the non-settlement of awards to Kibera internally displaced person by the government was received by the Senate on 19th September 2018 and subsequently submitted to the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration. Speaker, sir, the committee met with the petitioner on the 19th of August 2020 via the Zoom online platform. the Cabinet Secretary of Interior and Coordination of the National Government sent in a written memorandum. Honorable Speaker, the committee made the following observation. 1. The Ministry of Interior and Coordination on National Government on its submission stated that the government recognized the existence of integrated IDPs, among them the Kibera IDPs, and they were therefore profiled. Consequently, the names of those integrated IDPs beneficiaries were prepared with the assistance of IDPs network through a wide consultation with their leadership, which culminated into 2 forums which were held at Nuru Palace Hotel in Nakuru in March 2017. 2. The integrated IDPs were taken through various stages of eligibility vetting through this exercise. A total of 83,891 IDPs were eligible for consideration on payment of 50,000 shillings to each household as per the available budget, whereby the following IDPs from Kibera benefited. Those paid Kenya shillings 10,000 were 471 beneficiaries. Those paid 50,000 were 692 beneficiaries. The committee noted concern that the amount given out as compensation were inadequate, given that the affected not only lost livelihood, but some also lost their lives. 3. The Prevention, Protection and Assistance to Internally Displaced Persons and Affected Communities Act number 56 of 2012 established a committee to be known as National Consultative Coordination Committee, that is NCCC, on internally displaced persons under Section 12. The committee established the term of the National Consultative Coordination Committee on internally displaced persons expired in 2017. The committee established the committee established that the Ministry of Interior had not gazetted a new National Consultative Coordination Committee on IDPs, and therefore there was no budget set aside for the said committee. This, according to the Ministry of Interior, was informed by the fact that all the profiled IDPs were resettled and others assisted through allocation of alternative land or by way of cash by the year 2017. 5, the committee established that the Ministry of Interior is still consulting the various agencies which will inform the finalization of the drafting of the national policy on internally displaced persons. Honorable Speaker, the committee makes the following recommendation. 1, the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government gazettes a new Consultative Coordination Committee on the IDPs. This committee was established under Section 12 of the Prevention, Protection and Assistance to Internally Displaced Persons and Affected Communities Act number 56 of 2012 is amended to handle all matters relating to IDPs in the country. The term of the National Consultative Coordination Committee on Internally Displaced Persons expired in 2017. 2, the National Consultative Coordination Committee, NCC, on internally displaced persons be fully funded and operationalized to achieve its mandate as per the Act
to deal with frequent cases of IDPs around the country, as well as other previous cases that were not fully settled, like the Kibera one, or like the Kibera ITP. The Auditor General, this is the fourth observation, that the Auditor General to carry out a special audit on on the operations of National Consultative Coordination Committee, NCC, whose term ended in 2017, in us to utilize the funds to ascertain that all funds allocated to resettlement of IDPs were used for the intended purposes. 4, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Authority, EICC, and other relevant state agencies investigates and prosecute in the event that the Auditor General ascertains that there was misappropriation of funds. 5, the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government spearheads and concludes the drafting of the national policy and internally displaced person. It is now my pleasant duty, pursuant to Standing Order number 232, to table the report of the Standing Committee on the National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional in relation to petition by Reverend David Mukanda concerning non-settlement and compensation of Kibera IDP displaced person. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Signed by Senator Naomi Masisa Shionga, Chairperson.
Senator Wetangula, and like I said, I'm limiting the contributions then because we have so much work.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Muganda, in petitioning to this House about the integrated IDPs, was in fact speaking not only for those in Kibera, but millions of Kenyans. It's bad enough, Mr. Speaker, to have IDPs in our country, but it's worse to know that the treatment by the state of IDPs is grossly discriminatory. In the last parliament, Mr. Speaker, and those who are here, like the distinguished senator for Isiolo, can remember, we were told of a very sad story. In fact, two sad stories. Senator Mutula may also remember, and Senator Khaniri. That out of 24 billion that was set aside for settling IDPs, only about 9 billion reached IDPs. The rest were described as administration costs. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the IDPs across the country were pigeonholed, so to speak, depending on where they came from, and certain areas IDPs were paid 400,000 per family, and in other areas, like Bungoma, where you and I come from, they were paid 10,000. These are all IDPs born out of a same unfortunate situation through reckless behavior by politicians and mishandling of the reckless situation by the state. Mr. Speaker, in certain areas, like where we come from, people cannot go to live on markets and in other areas. They have relatives who will accommodate them. So when they run away from areas of danger, their elder brother, their cousin, their uncle, whoever, will tell them, come and live here as long as the danger looms and prepare to go back. These are IDPs. They have not been paid any money. And you can see the case of Kibera, even the amount of money being paid within Kibera is discriminatory. Some are getting less, some are getting more, but even the little they're getting is far less than the 400,000 that was being paid to IDPs, then under the management and navigation of one Anno Igor, who was in charge. And Mr. Speaker, you know controversy has been trailing this lady everywhere. And this is the same controversy that she left stalking the country to date.
Senator Halake.
I want to urge, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, Senator Halake?
Mr. Speaker, I don't see the relevance of bringing the governor to this, Mr. Speaker, because she's not the only person. Is it in order to bring this, to say that because she's trailed by controversy, therefore, how relevant is this, Mr. Speaker?
The distinguished lady who I have a great respect for, she's the chair of CMD, was obviously not listening to me. Because, Mr. Speaker, Governor Anne Waiguru was in charge of resettlement and payment of IDPs, when out of 24 billion, only 9 billion reached IDPs. Isn't that a controversy? The rest was squandered, Mr. Speaker, and we don't need to say much more than that. I want to finish, Mr. Speaker, by urging this House that the Committee of Equal Opportunities and any other committee that you may in the future pick on should carry out a full-scale inquiry into the management of the IDP situation and how much money has been expended on IDPs and how many IDPs have been paid and who has misconducted the rest of the money. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the committee for dealing with this matter. I again note that this came to the committee in 2018, and at that point, Senator Shionga was not the chair. It's taken long. It should take 60 days. Besides what I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, these are people known to us all. They're known to me in Nairobi. And beyond just Kibera, we have many more in Mathare and in different parts of this city, including Kasarani. Mr. Speaker, the reason this committee is called National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity is because, as the name suggests, you cannot have cohesion without equalization of opportunities. And Senator Shionga, one of the glaring issues in this petition is the different treatment of internally displaced persons at that time. Mr. Speaker, when you see the petition and the report saying that at some point 10,000 shillings was being given to 471 beneficiaries, I don't know why they're called beneficiaries actually, they're victims. They're not beneficiaries. This wasn't a lottery. It's not a gift. There were victims who are being compensated. So there were 10,000 victims, 10,000 shillings were given to 471 victims, not beneficiaries. And then 692 were given 50,000, Mr. Speaker. It shows you discrimination. And I want to agree with my distinguished uncle, Senator Bungoma, that a proper inquiry needs to be made. Even as we look at BBI, some of these wounds of the past, not in a retributive manner, but in a restorative approach, Mr. Speaker, we must give these people justice. When you walk around, Mr. Speaker, in some of the parts of this country, and someone still can see that what happened to them was not taken seriously, yet other people were compensated, they still hold and harbor hate in their hearts. And quiet is not the presence of peace, or the absence of war is not the presence of peace, Mr. Speaker. Many people deep down in their hearts are still hurting because of the different kind of treatment that they received when it came to compensation. Mr. Speaker, I remember even at this time, and I remember back then I was chairing a party, and one of the county commissioners told us that he gathered people from an IDP camp who said they'd been displaced, put them in a lorry around Eldoret, and asked them to point out where they used to live because they wanted 400,000 for compensation. And 90% of them said that they can't remember. They are traumatized, so they don't remember where they used to stay or where their farms were. Many of these people, Mr. Speaker, were not even staying, they were not even displaced. They were renting, etc., but now they were able to get compensation. Yet, Mr. Speaker, in Nairobi, many people, Mr. Speaker, have never gotten a single ounce of compensation because culturally, as Senator Wetangula said, in certain parts of this country, we cannot allow people to stay in camps or in tents, Mr. Speaker. They are accommodated with their families or friends or neighbors. And that's why you did not see tents in parts of Nairobi. You didn't see tents in Western Province. You didn't see tents in Nyanza Province. Those IDPs who are integrated have as much right as those who went to the camps and to tents. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope the committee does not stop this matter with this report. Senator Shionga, you know what I'm talking about. You're from Kakamega County, and you know some of these integrated IDPs. Let us put a closure to this matter. Even as we are looking ahead as a country, let us not forget some of these issues, Mr. Speaker, because they are still very, very painful, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Imana, and then I will move to the next petition because, like I said, we have a lot of business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to pick up where other senators have left it. And I want to iterate the fact that there is a lot of discrimination in the way people in IDPs are treated. These are all over the country, and I'm surprised that even the ones in Kakamega, are given the same treatment as the ones in Turkana. IDPs are all over Turkana. These are people that were displaced from other parts of Kenya. And so in Turkana, they built some of the ugliest structures and told them to stay there, such that whenever the builder left, the walls would collapse. And those are the same structures that they expected people to live with their families and their children. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, a human being is supposed to have amenities that will keep their lives comfortable, one of which is water. In some of these IDPs, not some, all of them, these IDPs do not have an ounce of water. So how are people expected in the middle of the desert to live without water? And then you would expect that the next thing they should put up is a toilet, because when you consume, you want to remove waste, but there's no place to go. Therefore, forcing people to go into the bushes where there are snakes and things like that. So I don't know who built these IDPs and why they would not think of normal human needs. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that somewhere somebody is listening, such that they should put amenities there and they should give people an equivalent amount of money that others are given. If somebody elsewhere is receiving 400,000, why should somebody else be given 10,000? That is completely discrimination. And this treatment of Kenyans by other Kenyans must stop. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Haneri, the next petition.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to lay on the table of the Senate reports on the Senate Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, these are reports of 13 petitions, 13 in number, Mr. Speaker. And I will, before just doing that, apologize because I know the provisions of our standing order, and in particular standing order number 232, paragraph 2, state that these reports must be laid within 60 days. Mr. Speaker, we have overshot that period. We had a number of petitions, and some of them as old as even 6 months. So you'll allow me, Mr. Speaker, to lay, and I ask the indulgence of the House to pardon the committee for that delay. Mr. Speaker, these are, number one, reports of the committee on the petition regarding resettlement of East Mau Forest evictees. Number two, report of the committee on the petition regarding forceful eviction from Dundori Forest and compensation of land for the excise area from the forest for resettlement. Number 3, report of the committee on the petition regarding the alleged grabbing of public utility and private land at Leleshwa, Gilgil Township. Number 4, report of the committee on the petition regarding the resettlement of the minority Ngerek community following their proposed eviction from South Nandi Forest in Nandi County. Number 5, Mr. Speaker, report of the committee on the petition regarding the alleged grabbing of the part of the land allocated for settlement of the petitioners at Kiangombe Squatter Settlement Scheme in Thika Sub-County of Kiambu County. Number 6, Mr. Speaker, report of the committee on the petition regarding the compensation and resettlement of evictees from Mamanet Forest in Laikipia County. Number 7, report of the committee on the petition regarding the Wajir waste disposal site and the disgraceful abuse of the right to enjoy environmental rights under Article 42 of the Constitution. Number 8, report of the committee on the petition regarding the alleged unlawful acquisition and disposition of the Poker Group ranch land. Number 9, report of the committee on the petition regarding the compensation to landowners affected by construction of the Kibwezi, Kitui, Kabati, Migwani, B7 Road. Number 10, report of the committee on the petition regarding the loading and unloading of iron ore in Ganjoni, Mombasa County. Mr. Speaker, this was brought by my good colleague, the Senator from Mombasa. Number 11, report of the committee on the petition regarding the national housing policy. And number 12, the report on of the committee on the petition regarding siltation of Lake Magadi. Mr. Speaker, as you will observe from the reports tabled, the petitions cover a broad range of issues of land, environment, housing, and natural resources. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I will give a brief recommendations of the committee in the reports. Mr. Speaker, sir, on petitions that entail forest evictions and resettlement concerns are as follows. Petition regarding the resettlement of East Mau forest evictees, petition regarding the compensation and resettlement of evictees from Mamanet Forest in Laikipia County, and the petition regarding forceful eviction from Dundori Forest and the compensation of land for the excised area from the forest for resettlement. The committee recommended that in this petition, the National Land Commission needs to coordinate multi-agency team comprising of the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning, Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and the various county governments in expediting the investigations into the claims by the respective petitioners. Since these matters fall under the category of historical injustices, the committee recommends that a status report on the matters are submitted to the committee within 3 months of tabling of this report in the Senate. On the petition regarding the resettlement of the minority Ngerek community following their proposed eviction from the South Nandi Forest in Nandi County, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommended that the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Forestry revokes any previous orders directing the Ngerek community to leave their land in the Ngerek Hills
What's
area.
your point of intervention, Senator Kinyua?
I have listened to Senator Haniri giving us the report or the recommendation, and he didn't mention when he started they have taken like 6 months for them to bring those reports. Well, there were many reports, but from what he has just said is that what they are recommending to these multi-agents, that they are supposed to give their reports within 3 months. Is it viable, or they're just giving us reports, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, as to why it has taken us long to produce the reports, Mr. Speaker, it is obvious we had so many of these petitions directed to this particular committee. And Mr. Speaker, most of these petitions involved going to various areas to ascertain facts and inviting petitioners and all that, Mr. Speaker. It was not viable to do it within the 60 days, and that's why I apologized. Mr. Speaker, the recommendations we are making, we've made a recommendations as a committee. It is up to this House, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that these recommendations are implemented. Mr. Speaker, we've done our part as a committee. Mr. Speaker, I was just saying on the eviction of from South Nandi Forest in Nandi County of the Ngerek community, we recommended that the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Forest revokes any previous orders directing the Ngerek community to leave their land in the Ngerek Hills area and asserts the current position in writing that the Ngerek community rightfully occupy the land they are currently settled on. Mr. Speaker, on the petitions regarding settlement of persons, the committee is tabling 3 reports of this nature. That is, report on the committee on the petition regarding the alleged grabbing of public utility and private land at Leleshua, Gilgil Township, report on the committee on the petition regarding the alleged unlawful accusation and the disposition of the Poker Group ranch land, and lastly, the report on the committee on the petition regarding the alleged grabbing of the part of the land allocated for settlement of the petitioners at Kiang'ombe's quarters settlement scheme in Thika sub-county, Kiambu County. Mr. Speaker, on these 3, the committee recommended that lists of beneficiaries from previous and current allocations in the petitions should be vetted and harmonized to ensure transparency and accountability in the process before the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning issues any title deeds. Further, the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning should fast track the vetting and verification exercise of the land under the Part Development Plan, PDP, for Kiang'ombe village and for the other petition. The county government of Nakuru expedites the implementation of the Gilgil Development Plan, number 91 of 2008, and ensures that the proposed Part Development Plan is approved after adequate public participation by all stakeholders to pave the way for its implementation. Further, Mr. Speaker, on the petition regarding the alleged unlawful accusation and disposition of the Poker Group ranch land, the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, DCI, and the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, investigates with speed how a Mali holding grounds set aside for livestock production purpose was alienated, subdivided, transferred and leased out without the consultation of local communities, with a view to prosecuting those who may have fraudulently transferred the land, among other far-reaching recommendations. Mr. Speaker, on petitions regarding environmental rights, waste management and natural resources, the committee is tabling the following petitions reports. Number 1, report on the committee on the petition regarding the Wajir waste disposal site and the disgraceful abuse of the right to enjoy environmental rights under Article 42 of the Constitution. And secondly, report of the committee on the petition regarding the loading and unloading of iron ore in Ganjoni, Mombasa County. Report on the committee on the petition regarding the environment degradation and irregular dumping at landfill in Kajulu, Kisumu East, and report on of the committee on the petition regarding siltation of Lake Magadi. The committee recommended that on matters waste management, the committee has heard similar concerns from a number of counties, and the committee is intending to coordinate a high-level workshop together with NEMA, bringing together all stakeholders in the waste management sector and all the 47 counties to come up with solutions that uniformly handle waste management in the counties. On the petition regarding the loading and unloading of iron ore in Ganjoni, Mombasa, the committee noted that South Africa Ports Terminals Limited Company, Comaco, near the port of Mombasa remains closed and should the company reopen, they should do an environmental impact assessment before opening, and the same must be submitted to NEMA and the committee. On the petition regarding the siltation of Lake Magadi, the committee recommends that the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and the Planning forthwith allocates the Ministry of Environment and Forestry funds for the prevention of siltation to Lake Magadi and submit to the committee a status update on the allocation of the funds within 6 months of tabling of this report. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the report of the committee on the petition regarding the compensation of landowners affected by construction of Kibwezi, Kitui, Kabati, Migwani Road, that's B7, the committee recommends that the Kenya National Highways Authority and the National Land Commission forthwith compensates all the project affected persons in full, and both submit the committee status update on the compensation within 3 months of the tabling of this report, and in any case, not later than 28 February 2021. Mr. Speaker, finally, on the report of the committee on the petition regarding the national housing policy, the committee noted valid concerns by the petitioner and recommends that the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works finalizes the development of the housing bill and submits to the committee the bill or a status update on the development of the bill within 3 months of the tabling of this report, and in any case, not later than 28 February 2021. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the aforementioned petitions, our committee considered the petition in depth, met the petitioners, various stakeholders, and also conducted various site visits. The reports make various recommendations for implementation, and we pledge as a committee to ensure full implementation of these resolutions. It is now my pleasant duty, pursuant to Standing Order number 232, to table the following 13 reports on the Standing Committee of Land, Environment and Natural Resources in relation to the petitions. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Maybe I'll only allow Senator Kinyua so that we make progress, like I said, and Bishiro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the committee for having completed their duty on those petitions, and particularly for Marmanet evictees, Mr. Speaker, because they did come to Laikipia, and it's true they listened to many of the evictees from Marmanet forests. Mr. Speaker, what the evictees wanted was at least a piece of land, by virtue that right now they're living in slums. Some are living in Maina village, others are living in Manguo in some deplorable condition, Mr. Speaker. They don't have school, they don't have any amenities, Mr. Speaker. So all what I would urge this House, Mr. Speaker, because now the documents are in this House, at least we push the ministry concerned, especially Ministry of Land, so that at least people in Laikipia, there are more than 10,000 Marmanet evictees, Mr. Speaker, they can get justice because they were evicted from the forest, so to speak. But right now, some of them don't go to school because there are no schools there. They live in very bad condition, Mr. Speaker. So all what they are looking for is if the government can provide land for them. And the recommendation of the committee is that the government should move swiftly, as I have heard the recommendation of the committee, so that these people can be settled, because they are not lesser Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. They should live like any other Kenyans, and it was not their mistake to have been born in those places, but the government took the initiative of evicting them, Mr. Speaker. So that is their player, and as their senator, Mr. Speaker, I put it to this House, Mr. Speaker, we move with speed so that we can help those poor Kenyans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Abshiro, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I served on that committee and I'd like to congratulate them. I know the workload was heavy. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, IDPs are coming from very many sources, including historical injustices that have been meted upon our people. Mr. Speaker, the 13 reports all point to historical and injustices of now, Mr. Speaker. But I'm wondering, at what point are we going to look at work that has been done before by TJRC and the like, and other reports in the past, instead of us then going back, using resources and starting to investigate afresh? Was there any relevance in making sure that what was found out before by the committee could also be used, and perhaps the committee to give recommendations to go back to some of these reports and ensure that the TJRC recommendations are implemented at some point, so that we're not going to have a cycle of investigations and counter-investigations at each time with the same recommendations that are never going to be implemented, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my own county, eviction notices have been given to the residents of Burat and the entire belt that is being occupied by KDF. That, of course, is now before the committee, but I foresee the same cycle where the recommendations are going to be further investigations to be done, and then we go on and it becomes a vicious cycle. I hope the committee at some point will start to look at what already exists, so that then resources are not wasted. Mr. Speaker, with regards to waste management, especially for Wajir and other counties where even basic sanitation doesn't exist, I think the policy for this country with regards to sustainability, the policy for this country with regards to environmental impact, and people have now moved from environmental impact, Mr. Speaker, to social impact as relates to the environment. Now, are we also just going to look at environmental impact and then put it very small, very straight and very narrow definition of what an environmental impact stands for, when in fact the biggest culprit is the impact on the social and economic well-being of the people? So I hope that the committee will apprise itself on the need for not just the environmental impact assessment, but of social impact assessment as regards to our environment and sustainability, Mr. Speaker. As we can see, KPLC now is stopping people from putting solar. We're seeing nothing is sustainable, and therefore I think it's about time the committee looked at things like that, so that the social impact is also looked at, Mr. Speaker. The TJRC report is also looked at, so that we're not recreating everything, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Isiolo County is also under notice. Residents have been given notice by KDF, by the Interior Ministry, to vacate their land. Again, I know that is still being finalized by the committee, but I hope that we're not going to see a situation where we're going to look at, do further investigations and the like, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the trend in these reports, all community land is what is causing all these problems. Where people have their titles, where public land is concerned, where private land is concerned, there are no problems. All these are pointing to marginalized communities, be it the Marnimet, be it the Dundori, be it the East Mau. This is community land that is being grabbed, and for whom justice is not being given, Mr. Speaker. All the government needs, both at county and national level, is to gazette. Again, there's so much injustices by group ranches. The people that were given the trusteeship of the group ranches are grabbing the land from the communities. Again, this is something that needs to be looked at. But the answers do exist, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that we will look at these answers, and as opposed to just creating a cycle of a treadmill of investigations and further investigations. I rest my case. I support and congratulate the team, but please, let's not just recreate the wheel. Let's look at historical reports that could give us answers to this, and let's get in the habit of implementation as opposed to then starting everything all over again. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sakaja, can you lay your... Senator Faki, what is your intervention? Okay.
On the Ganjoni.
Okay, briefly so that
Yeah.
so that then we proceed. Okay.
Yeah. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii. Kwanza ningependa kuipongeza kamati ya ardhi kwa kushughulikia swala hili la petition ya watu wa Ganjoni kuhusiana na upakiaji wa iron ore katika maeneo yao. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kuthibitisha kwamba kamati ilinihusisha wakati walipozuru Mombasa kuja kujadili swala hili, na washukuru kwamba waliweza kuwasikiza watu wetu. Jambo la pili Mheshimiwa Spika ni kwamba ripoti ya kamati pia naona iko sawa, lakini inatilia ushaka utendakazi wa taasisi kadhaa za serikali. Kwa mfano, ofisi ya NEMA waliruhusu vipi jambo kama hili kutendeka wakati ile eneo ambayo ilikuwa inafanyika ni eneo la makazi ambapo wananchi wanatakana wapumzike usiku, lakini usiku mzima ni makelele ya upakiaji ya hiyo iron ore. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo mengi ambayo tunayafanya sisi yangepaswa kufanywa na taasisi huru za serikali, lakini kwa sababu ya utepetevu na uzembe wao wameweza kuachilia na haki nyingi za Wakenya zinaendelea kudhulumiwa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependekeza kwamba ile kamati ya bunge ya utekelezaji implementation committee iregeshwe katika muhula unaofuata ili tuone kwamba yale maazimio ambayo bunge linapitisha yanatekelezwa kikamilifu. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
What's your point of order, Senator Wetangula?
Although Senator from Mombasa has raised in passing, I want to bring to your attention something that we have said here over and over. Senator Haniri has tabled 13 reports. We have one from Senator Shionga. Senator Haniri tells me his committee has another 10 petitions pending. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge you that you, as the leader of this House, bring back the implementation committee that can follow up all these issues. The committees have no time, Mr. Speaker, with the heavy load of work they have, to follow up departments and ministries and other organs of government to see whether these issues are implemented or not. This House should never act in vain. Everything we decide, Mr. Speaker, must be implemented and followed to the letter. We urge that implementation committee be brought back. The majority side, I see the majority leader here, bring it. Even if you yourselves chair it, we have no problem, as long as you are implementing our decisions of the House to the letter.
Yeah, I think I want to report that the matter is in the Powers and Privileges Committee, and it's actually work in progress. Once it's ready, it will be brought here for a decision to be made, but it's an active matter that is going on. Senator Sakaja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this House two reports. One, the report on the petition concerning the alleged non-payment of salaries for support staff by the county government of Nandi. And Mr. Speaker, the report on the petition by Mr. Lawrence Mutembei on alleged irregular redeployment by the county government of Tharaka Nithi. I'll start with the one on Tharaka Nithi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this petition was submitted on the 8th of September 2020 and committed to the Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Mr. Speaker, at our 41st sitting on the 29th of September, the petition was considered and a session was held with the petitioner. Mr. Speaker, you'll remember when this petition was first brought to the House, members felt that it should be speedily dealt with because it looked like somebody who did not want to be in a certain department. But Mr. Speaker, there was more than meets the eye. We deliberated and we made the following recommendations. That indeed the petitioner was serving as Director of Procurement following a request by the county. He was thereafter prosecuted in 2018 and terminated, or rather the subsequent termination of charges by the court in 2019. the Public Service Board effected a redeployment from the Department of Finance and Economic Planning to the Department of Education, Youth Vocational Training, Culture, Sports, but in the same capacity. Mr. Speaker, in as much as we found there are serious issues that the petitioner has, and he was possibly non-compliant with certain regular requests, Section 85 and Section 86 of the Public Service Commission Act provides modalities of hearing appeals in respect to any decision relating to engagement of a person in a county government, including decisions on recruitment, selection, appointment, and qualifications attached to any office, including provisions for enforcement by the Employment and Labor Relations Court. And under Section 65(2) of the County Government Act, Mr. Speaker, there's a provision that in determining whether that appointment, promotion, or designation has been undertaken in a fair and transparent manner, overriding factors shall be merit, fair compensation, competition, and representation of the diversity of the county, and that the petitioner's case is yet to be determined. Mr. Speaker, we determined that the petitioner's case is yet to be determined by the Tharaka Nithi County Service Board, having communicated on the 9th of March with no replies. The Public Service Commission and Commissions for Administrative Justice are yet to finalize on this matter. So, Mr. Speaker, we recommend as follows, that the Public Service Commission submits a comprehensive report on the status of the appeal of the petitioner's case within 14 days of tabling this report, and that the County Public Service Board of Tharaka Nithi submits a comprehensive report on this status within 14 days, and thereafter then, after having exhausted all those avenues, we can deal with this matter, Mr. Speaker, in relation to the alleged irregular redeployment of Mr. Lawrence Nicholas Mutembe. Mr. Speaker, I submit. Mr. Speaker, secondly, there was a petition on Nandi, and Senator Cherargei has been following up on this. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of merit in the petition which was tabled and laid in this House on the 4th of August, 2020. And Mr. Speaker, you directed in your wisdom that it be directed to, or rather dealt with by my committee, the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Mr. Speaker, we met the petitioners twice, on the 17th of September, 2020, and on the 24th of September. We met with the county government of Nandi, led by the governor, and the County Public Service Board, and the petitioners were also present in that meeting. Mr. Speaker, the following observations were made. Number one, the petitioners, Judith Chepchumba, Makirwa, Nelly Chepngetich, were indeed recruited and appointed on 1st November for positions of support staff, job group B, and cleaner, job group B, and they alleged they had all been compensated. Mr. Speaker, after the petitioners brought the matter to the Senate, Mr. Speaker, they went to court and sought redress in court, having filed their claim on the 3rd of August, resulting in a notice of summons to the county on 5th of August, and a further statement of claim filed in Kapsabet at the Employment and Relations Court, number 51 of 2020. Mr. Speaker, this case is active in court, with a defense having been filed stating the position of the county with the county government of Nandi awaiting direction of the court. And the same petition bearing similar subject matter was presented before the Senate, Mr. Speaker, by the same petitioners, the same matter that's in court. Mr. Speaker, taking into consideration the observations of the committee, we note that understanding Order 98 on the sub judice rules and various rulings by yourself, Mr. Speaker, on the same, and the precedents set on 2nd August 2018 by the Speaker of the Senate on the Solai Dam, that even if elements of acting proceedings prejudice have been met, the Speaker still has discretion to decide whether a matter should proceed or not, to the following reasons. If a matter is of great public interest, and if it's a matter about human rights. The committee notes that the present matter is a matter of great public interest and human rights. Mr. Speaker, from the above observations, and we have been ready to deal with this matter, especially paragraphs 5 and 6 that I've mentioned, the committee notes that the petitioners brought the matter in the Senate and then filed the matter in the court. We've advised the parties just to seek, Mr. Speaker, adjournment of the matter, to seek temporary stay of court proceedings, to resolve this matter amicably before the committee. The governor has expressed interest in that route. The senator has also agreed, and the petitioners. So if they just stay the proceedings temporarily, Mr. Speaker, will be able to deal, even during Christmas, we are ready to deal with this matter. So, Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasant duty, pursuant to Standing Order 232, to table this report. It's not a preliminary report, but it's a report as of now of this issue on Nandi County. And I would urge that, Mr. Speaker, petitioners should not forum shop. If you brought a matter to the Senate, let the Senate deal with it. Don't bring a matter to Senate and then the next day go to court. If you have confidence in the Senate, let us deal with the matter. And we are able to do it, Mr. Speaker, expeditiously and meticulously with alacrity and pomp, as the Senate is known to do. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. I have another petition. Senator Cherargei, what is your intervention? I thought Senator Sakaja has concluded very well.
No, I think, Mr. Speaker, since the chair, my able chair, Senator Sakaja, has shown an interest even working during festive season or even during Christmas, it has to be noted that the same employees has never been paid since November last year, 2019. So I was requesting that if you direct even after when we go to recess, some essential services by committees such as labor should be active and allow us to proceed this matter to conclusion, so that I would like to see the way Wajir issue was being handled and everybody was happy. I would want also the same to be handled in Nandi, so that they can also, I think, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the best Christmas gift that the Labour Committee and the Senate can give to the employees of Nandi is by ensuring that they are paid their dues that they owe the county government of Nandi. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. I have a petition. I hereby report to the Senate that a petition has been submitted through the clerk by Patrick Kidinji and 5 other members of the National IDPs Network Kenya concerning attempted repeal of the Prevention, Protection and Assistance to Internally Displaced Persons and Affected Communities Act 2012. As you are aware, under Article 119(1) of the Constitution, and I quote, "Every person has a right to petition Parliament and consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, and repealing any legislation." So, Honorable Senators, the salient issues raised in the said petition are: one, that in November 2010, Kenya established a Parliamentary Select Committee on the Resettlement of Internally Displaced Persons, IDPs, whose mandate included preparing a draft bill on forced displacement of persons. The committee prepared the bill and presented it to Parliament, where it was passed and assented to by the then President on 31st December 2012. This act provided on how issues of IDPs would be addressed. That the said act established the National Consultative Coordination Committee on IDPs, a multi-sectoral committee whose mandate was to deal with all matters pertaining to internal displacement of persons. The government, through legal notice, Gazette Notice number 8404-8405 of November 2014, constituted the committee and its secretariat, and thereafter the committee began its work in April 2015. That the committee's operations were frustrated before it could finish its term of office and was finally dismantled and the secretariat withdrawn, which led to its operations stopping indefinitely. That the date the Prevention, Protection and Assistance to Internally Displaced Persons and Affected Communities Act 2012 is as good as repealed, since all operations of National Consultative Coordination Committee halted 3 years ago and their offices were closed indefinitely. That the internally displaced persons continue to suffer due to lack of operationalization of the aforementioned act, which was enacted to protect and assist IDPs within Kenya's borders. That the IDP's budget has been factored into the national budget over time since the financial year 2008 to 2016, where lands were bought for IDPs, but majority of these lands have never been allocated to IDPs, and the IDPs have also never been compensated due to lack of compliance with the existing laws on IDPs. That the petitioners have made the best efforts to have this matter addressed by the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government, the Attorney General, and the Ministry of Devolution and Assaults with no success. That the petitioners, therefore, pray that the Senate intervenes in this matter with a view to ensuring that the Prevention, Protection and Assistance to Internally Displaced Persons and Affected Communities Act 2012 is operationalized and implemented in order for issues pertaining to IDPs be resolved in accordance with the provisions of this Act. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order number 231, I shall now allow comments, observations, or clarifications in relation to the petition for not more than 30 minutes. Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Mr. Speaker, I rise first to bring to your attention that this Senate actually has a question that I raised more than 6 months ago on that committee. So a statement is pending before the Security Committee on the formation of that committee, which would have led to the settlement of IDPs. Mr. Speaker, would I be in order to propose that you seek clarification from the Security Committee on why they have not addressed this issue particularly? Is it because they are afraid of Dr. Matiang'i answering that question? Because this docket is placed directly under the minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cherargei? No, I've not seen it. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I want to thank the petitioners for having faith in Senate to be able to address. This comes at the backdrop where we were looking at the drama and machismo of the DCI, George Kinoti, of trying to address and record statement of the victims of post-election violence of 2007-2008. And it was sad that he was targeting only to take statements from one region, and that is North Rift. And yet post-election violence did happen across the country. Number two, and it's so sad, and even we saw the president saying he was not aware on the same. Mr. Speaker, we have to appreciate that there are many IDPs. Either they are created by post-election violence or they have been created by state government agencies. You remember there are so many squatters that have been evicted, even from Mau Forest, from other forests. Even in Nandi, some of the Nandi forests, there are so many forest evictees, even in a place called Serengonik in Nandi sub-county, others in Mosab sub-county. Mr. Speaker, I think this issue of IDPs must be treated. And when you look at the people who want to repeal the protection and the laws that protect these IDPs, it's so sad. And when we want to have a justice for these people, and I am aware there was allegations that faces the Ministry of Interior since this issue of compensation to IDPs in terms of monetary value, in terms of giving them land, in terms of rebuilding their houses and homes. Mr. Speaker, it's so sad that this concerned committee has failed to take the Minister in charge of Interior, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, to answer some of these questions. Because if it is this intention of repealing that law, then it is very unfortunate and very sad for the country. Mr. Speaker, even as we talk about historical injustice, and that is why some of us have been cautious about the BBI, because it has made nothing about addressing historical injustice. We were with Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., and he was horrified when we were in Kericho listening to learn historical injustices. So, Mr. Speaker, the real problem that we face as a country, that is why we have state-created squatters, forest evictees, and IDPs, is because of land historical injustice as we face as a country, Mr. Speaker. And I hope going forward, the concerned committee will be able to take to task the Ministry of Interior, the government, so that these people need to be protected. We don't want the IDPs to be used for political expediency, the way DCI George Kinoti was trying to dramatize in DCI headquarters. We want this matter to be addressed within the legal realm. We need them to be addressed within the proper structures. We need them to be addressed within the human face and to be given proper compensation in terms of monetary value. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you, and I hope this matter will be put to rest, not only internally displaced persons that were caused by post-election violence, but also the individuals that have been evicted by government agencies from their lands that were owned by the ancestors, so that, and even other multinational companies, Mr. Speaker, you go to Nandi County, you go to Kericho, many people are living as squalors, yet their forefathers were buried in some of those lands that the multinational occupy today. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope the concerned ministry will be able to address this issue once and for all. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, honorable senators, pursuant to standing order number 2321, the petition should be committed to the relevant standing committee for its consideration. In this case, I direct that the petition be committed to the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations. In terms of Standing Order 2322, The committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from time of reading the prayer to respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. I thank you. We now go to statements, and I will not allow riders unless it's extremely next order, clerk.
Order number 5, papers.
Leader of majority.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, 1st December 2020. Number 1, report of the Auditor General on County Assembly of Baringo for the year ended 30th June 2019. Number 2, report of the Auditor General on County Executive of Baringo for the year ended 30th June 2019. 3, report of Auditor General on the financial statement of Bungoma County Executive for the year ended 30th June 2019. Number 4, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Trans Nzoia County Executive for the year ended 30th June 2019. 5, report of Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Assembly of Trans Nzoia for the year ended 30th June 2019. 6, report of Auditor General on the financial statement of Lamu County Executive for the year ended 30th June 2019. 7, report of Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Assembly of Lamu for the year ended 30th June 2019. 8, report of Auditor General on the financial statement of County Assembly of Bungoma for the year ended 30th June 2019. And finally, report of the Parliament on all new loans contracted by government. I thank you.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Seat leader. Senator Musurve.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That aware that in Kenya, cancer is estimated to be the 3rd leading cause of death after infectious and cardiovascular diseases, with the annual incidence of cancer closing in on 37,000 new cases with an annual mortality of 28,000. Further aware that the economic impact of cancer is significant and is increasing, with staggering consequences occasioned by increased medical costs, lost income, and the financial, physical, and emotional burden placed on families and caregivers during treatment time. Acknowledging that while Kenya is among the state parties that signed and ratified the Abuja Declaration that affirmed the state parties shall set aside at least 15% of their annual budget to improve the health sector, and that Article 43(1)(a) of the Constitution of Kenya states that everyone has a right to the highest attainable standards of health. Noting that the mission of the Ministry of Health National Cancer Control Strategy 2016 to 2020 is to implement a coordinated and responsive cancer control framework that leads to the reduction in incidence, morbidity, and mortality through effective partnerships for collaborations for prevention, diagnostic, treatment, palliation, and financing of cancer control activities to improve well-being of Kenyans. Concerned that gaps in the existing legislative frameworks, such as discriminatory practices in the form of coverage limits and bureaucracies by the National Health Insurance Fund, that is NHIF, and private insurance firms that result in delayed diagnosis, incomplete cancer treatments, and inadequate follow-ups that contribute to poor outcomes for cancer patients.
Now, therefore, the Senate calls upon the Ministry of Health in partnership with the Council of Governors to 1. Incorporate county cancer support services in their annual development plan. 2. Partner with stakeholders to increase support, including counseling services. And 3. Provide cancer patients with free prescriptions, wigs for those who have lost their hair, improvised breasts where applicable, and a subsidy for prostheses. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I give notice.
Yes, Clerk.
Order number 7, statements.
Senator Ali. No riders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding an incidents of abduction. Mr. Speaker, this is the third or fourth time now I'm raising on the same issues. Disappearance of members of the public in Wajir County. In the statement, the committee should state whether the Minister of Interior and Coordination of National Government has put in place an effort to investigate the whereabouts of Mr. Ali Mohammed Yusuf Sheikh, ID number 2017-0961, who hails from serial location in Korondile Division of Wajir County, who was abducted on 14th November 2020 in Barwago, Wajir Town, by alleged government security agents. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like the committee to outline the measures the government is putting in place to deal with security personnel involved in abductions and extrajudicial killings of innocent citizens with the aim of ensuring justice is served to the victims. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is becoming a routine in Wajir, that people are just abducted from their houses with vehicles full of security agents, and they are not even asked questions, they are just thrown into the vehicles and they disappear. From 14th of November to date, nobody knows the whereabouts of this sheikh. This is an old man who's over 65 years old, who came from over 200 kilometers from Wajir town, which is a location bordering Ethiopia. And when he came to Wajir town to visit some relatives, he was just abducted like that. So I want the committee to look into this issue. The last time I came with an issue like this, Mr. Speaker, we waited for 3 weeks before even the committee, answered that question, after somebody was harassed, interrogated, locked in, and released without anything. So this is a very sad thing, Mr. Speaker, and I want to give the committee to look into this thing urgently. Thank you.
Senator Abshiro Halake. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are you allowing me to contribute to Senator Ali's, or I have to go on with mine?
Statement.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 47-1 to make a statement on a matter of national concern, namely the alleged refusal by insurance companies to widen the scope for hospital coverage for patients infected with COVID-19 beyond the designated government facilities. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 43(1)(a) of the Constitution provides that every person has the right to the highest attainable standard of health, which includes the right to health services. And the COVID pandemic is a defining global health crisis of our time, has continued to ravage the country. The pandemic is now in its second wave, which has proved to be more lethal than the first wave. Regrettably, Mr. Speaker, insurance companies have been reported to frustrate patients by failing to honor claims from private hospitals. Indeed, these companies, even including our own NHIF, are said to have withdrawn their covers for COVID treatment to patients. Mr. Speaker, as a rider though, I'd like to congratulate the CEO who has tried in cases where we members of parliament have intervened He has tried to do his best, but we need to know what the policy is really at that level. Most insurance companies have insisted on COVID patients only availing themselves to services at designated government facilities, leading to the said hospitals becoming overwhelmed and being forced to turn away patients. Further instances have been reported of patients being forced to meet the full cost of their treatment from their meager personal resources, being forced to meet this has really cost them a lot, and the treatment is really becoming out of reach for most of them, Mr. Speaker. This has resulted in patients not being able to access proper medical attention and might be contributing factor to the increased deaths that we are witnessing around the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, recently it was reported that in the news that insurance premiums in Kenya have increased by 3.2% in the second quarter of the year 2020 from to shillings 121 billion, up from 117.28 billion reported in the same period last year. This means, Mr. Speaker, that the insurance industry is raking in profits while really neglecting a pandemic. That even when we were in the COVID committee, we had appealed that the population is given support. Mr. Speaker, companies have continued to pay millions to the sector to have their workers covered, and insurance companies are refusing to cover COVID patients. So we're wondering why then are they accepting the premiums from companies when again they're turning away people, Mr. Speaker. Of what essence then is insurance cover if it cannot come through for the clients at their hour of need, especially during this pandemic? While it may be a tall order to require them to cover all costs, but the insurance companies may consider putting a threshold to reduce the patient's burden. They're not even doing that, Mr. Speaker. It is for the above reasons that I wish to draw the attention of the Senate to this matter and urge the Ministry of Health, the Insurance Regulatory Authority, and the Association of Kenya Insurers to put in place measures to ensure the insurance companies are prevailed upon to widen the scope of coverage, to allow their clients get access to proper medical treatment should they be diagnosed with the COVID-19 disease, Mr. Speaker. I rest my case, and I'd like, I know I've asked this under 47, but this is becoming an issue because we as members of parliament are now having to run from office to office, from Harambee to Harambee, to take care of COVID patients. And Mr. Speaker, I hope the Senate will take cognizance of this and do something about this. I thank you.
Senator Musurve.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I make a statement pursuant to Standing Order 47-1, statement on the illegal practice of child trafficking. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 47-1 to make a statement of general topical concern, namely the illegal practice of trafficking of children allegedly by unscrupulous hospital officials. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is painful and regrettable that there is an ongoing trend of child trafficking in parts of our country. A recent case of baby trafficking has been going viral, not only in the social media, but also in the mainstream media, as reported on page 8 of the Daily Nation of 20th November 2020, and on Royal Media Services, Citizen Television News on the same date. A news feature by the BBC News on 16th November 2020 unearthed a child trafficking syndicate that took place at Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital. Hospital officials were alleged to have sold babies for between 100,000 to 300,000 Kenyan shillings. The information was allegedly authenticated via a video depicting a hospital worker selling a child who had been abandoned at the hospital. The worker is said to have given out 3 babies in exchange for money. Mr. Speaker, sir, according to an inspector of police based at Embakasi Police Station, babies are mostly trafficked within Umoja and Embakasi areas. It was reported that 2 of the 3 trafficked babies were found at Imani Children's Home. There was also a case of a young street girl that went viral on social media and BBC News. The street girl expressed frustration and helplessness after her baby was stolen and probably given away. Allow me to quote the girl who said, "Hata kama niko kwa street, sijashindwa kulea." Meaning, even if I'm on the streets, I'm not unable to raise my baby. Mr. Speaker, sir, the instances where the media has depicted situations where mothers have claimed that they had been told that their babies had died shortly upon delivery. In some cases, they were shown a dead baby or none. In Kenya, at one time, a bishop claimed to have had powers of performing miracles, of affording barren women children. His church was full to the brim because of his manipulative actions. It was later discovered that he was involved in a child trafficking syndicate. He was accused of stealing 5 babies between 1999 and 2004. His matter was investigated both in Kenya and the UK. Upon the bishop's return to Kenya, he was freed on a 10 million shillings bond. Despite his heinous acts, he still got a lot of media coverage and won the admiration of his fellow bishops. Honorable Speaker, and they rely on adults for enforcement of their human rights. It is unfortunate and ironical that the same adults who ought to help in realizing children's rights as human beings are the same ones who are unjust and at the front line of flouting these rights. Honorable Speaker, there are various international legal instruments concerning the rights of children, dating as far back as 1921. For instance, the International Convention for the Suppression of Traffic in Women and Children. Further, Kenya is a signatory to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Children, which has the most comprehensive statement of children's rights, and the first to give these rights the force of international law. The salient tenets of the Convention on the Rights of Children are enshrined in Article 53, 1A to F, and 2 of the Constitution of Kenya. Child trafficking infringes on these rights. It denies the child the opportunity to obtain his or her rights in keeping with the wishes of legal or biological parents. Honorable Speaker, another international instrument worth mentioning regarding children is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 25(2), which states, I quote, "Motherhood and childhood are entitled to special care and assistance. All children, whether born in or out of wedlock, shall enjoy the same social protection." End of the quote. In this context, it is callous, uncouth, barbaric, and unpolished to deny a woman her right to motherhood and a child her or his right to be with a willing biological parent. Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to express my utmost compassion and empathy to all men and women who have gone through the painful ordeal of being denied their right to parenthood that may have been caused by child trafficking. I call upon the relevant ministry to make a thorough investigation and interrogation into the acts of child trafficking that have happened at Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital and elsewhere. I equally call upon the ministry concerned with adoption of children to investigate the legal status of children at Imani Children's Home, as well as other children's homes involved in similar activities. If found culpable, perpetrators of this heinous act should be brought to account in order to flatten the curve of child trafficking. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I want to call upon people interested in adopting children to follow the legal procedure in doing so, rather than using the shorter route that is not only illegal, but also undesirable. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator, for that very elaborate statement. The next statement is from the Senator for Trans Nzoia County, Senator Dr. Michael Mbito. Mbito is absent, so we'll move to the
Madam Speaker.
Standing. Yes.
I had indicated that he left instructions. I read the statement on his behalf.
Oh, yeah. Yes, go ahead and read the statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I make this statement on behalf of Senator Dr. Mbito, Senator for Trans Nzoia, who is not able to be here. The statement is on redoubling of global efforts to eradicate cervical cancer. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 47-1 to make a statement on an issue of general topical concern, namely redoubling of global efforts to eradicate cervical cancer. Madam Speaker, cervical cancer is a preventable and curable disease as long as it is detected early and managed effectively. Yet it is the fourth most common form of cancer among women worldwide and the most common cancer among women living with HIV, who are 6 times as likely to develop cervical cancer. Madam Speaker, during the 73rd Annual World Health Assembly, WHA, held remotely in August 2020, 194 countries adopted a new global strategy to accelerate the elimination of cervical cancer across the globe. The strategy of elimination rests on 3 main pillars, namely prevention through vaccination, screening and treatment of precancerous lesions, and treatment and palliative care for invasive cervical cancer. Further, a set of targets or milestones was recommended that each country should meet by the year 2030 to get on the path to eliminate cervical cancer within the century, including ensuring that 90% of girls are fully vaccinated with the human papilloma virus HPV vaccine by the age of 15, that 70% of women are screened using high performance tests by the age of 35, and again by the age of 45, to be screened by the age of 35 and again by the age of 45. And 90% of women identified with cervical disease receive treatment. Madam Speaker, 90% of women with precancer are treated, and in 90% of women diagnosed with invasive cancer, the cancer is managed. Madam Speaker, cervical cancer is currently the most common cancer among women in Kenya, aged 15 to 44 years, and the leading cause of cancer-related deaths among women in the country. Model comparisons from 2020 to 2040 estimate that scaling up of screening and treatment services in the country could avert 28,000 cases of cervical cancer and 7,700 deaths. Madam Speaker, for Kenya to be able to realize rapid elimination of cervical cancer, all stakeholders in the country must play their part. The government, through the Ministry of Health, should ensure that pre-cancer screening and treatment is available, accessible, and affordable. The establishment of 10 county chemotherapy centers and construction of radiotherapy bunkers in Mombasa, Nakuru, and Garissa regional cancer centers is laudable. However, capacity building efforts to ensure provision of safe chemotherapy services by the Ministry of Health will improve cancer services as well as get through to more women. As it stands, the services have only managed to reach 16.4% of the targeted women population. Madam Speaker, the benefits of these services will only be fully realized if and when they are embedded in the universal health care plan, and the cost is covered by health insurance schemes. While this may look like an onerous task, the time for action is now. Kenya should strive to be among the first countries to implement the World Health Assembly strategy and eliminate cervical cancer within its borders. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. The next set of statements, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order number 48-1, the ruling of the Speaker stands, except I will allow a little ventilation when we reach statement number 12, which addresses the Committee of Health because of a request that was put forward earlier. So as for the rest, no joy riding again. Now the first one is a statement by Senator Dr. Michael Mbito. He is absent. The second one is by Senator Petronila Were Locorio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been informed with your indulgence that there's another statement by Dr. Mbito under 47.1, which was expected to have been done by Senator Abdullahi, but he stepped out. If you could allow, I could read that statement before the other one for under 48.
Why don't you read yours first? Then Abdullahi, if he comes, he continues. We'll give him a chance.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Tourism and Trade on the protection of local investors in multinational companies in Kenya, with a case example of SportPesa Global Holdings Limited. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide accurate and updated details on the ownership of SportPesa, including a list of the local investors as required by law. Secondly, that the committee should provide a comprehensive list of sports betting companies registered by the Betting Control and Licensing Board and those that are currently operating. The committee should outline what government measures are in place to protect and cushion local investors in multinational companies from adverse global shocks. And finally, the committee should report on the effects of rampant betting among the youth in Kenya and what the government is doing to address its negative effects. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator. The next statement is by the Senator of Lamu County, Senator Anwar Olaitiptip. Olaitiptip, are you there? Yeah, I'm coming to you.
I'm reading the statement on behalf of Senator Lamu.
Okay. So your point of order, Senator Sakaja?
Madam Speaker, two things. First of all, when a member is not there, another member doesn't read their statement that casually. There has to be written communication from the member who had a statement stating that they've advised or requested someone else to read for them. But Madam Speaker, my point of order, substantively, was on the statement requested by Senator Petronila, which was discussed at House Business Committee about its being wrongly directed. Even in the standing order, in the order paper, it is directed to the Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. It was wrongfully directed to Trade and Tourism. So, Madam Speaker, even if you consult with your clerks, they will alert you on where it should go to for the record, Madam Speaker. Thank
you. Labor and Social Welfare.
Yes, Madam Speaker, what she read out was different. That's what I was drawing your attention to. I know Senator Omanga from my delegation had taken your attention a bit, but what she requested is different from what you're directing, Madam Speaker. So that clarity is important.
Okay. I note, because she's talking of SportPesa. I'll come back to that. Senator for Lamu, I just want the Senator to be comfortable that we have those communications. That's why we are allowing the statement. The one that we didn't have communication is the one, the number one from Dr. Mbito. So that's why we want the right person who was given the opportunity to actually read. So, Senator Faki.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to clarify that in this era of electronic gadgets, I think the the communication with the senator may also be on WhatsApp or by message, not necessarily. Look at the Constitution also, Senator Sakaja. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations concerning the frequent harassment of cyber and movie shop owners in Lamu County. In the statement, the Copyright Act. Number 2, explain why some persons purporting to be Kenya Copyright Board enforcers are arresting innocent civilians in Lamu County in the name of fighting copyright infringement, and in the process asking for bribes in order to release those alleged to be infringing the Copyright Act. And finally, state the measures put in place by the government to ensure that young entrepreneurs such as cyber and movie shop owners carry out their enterprise in a peaceful environment without fear of intimidation from rogue officers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. The next one is by the Senator Beatrice Kwamboka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation regarding the safety on our roads. In the statement, the committee should, number 1, state how safe roads across the country are for motorcyclists, pedestrians, and other road users in view of the United Nations resolutions on improving global road safety. Number 2, outline the plans the ministry and the relevant authorities have put in place to ensure that motorcyclists strictly follow traffic rules. Number 3, enumerate the actions being taken by the ministry to ensure there is peaceful coexistence among drivers, motorcyclists, and pedestrians on our roads. And number 4, elucidate the effectiveness of relevant authorities in ensuring that traffic offenders are strictly dealt with to mitigate normalization of traffic offenses. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. The next statement is again from Senator Beatrice Kwamboka. Please read your second statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the status of funds received by the government as donations from the international community to help in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. In the statement, the committee should, number 1, explain whether the National Emergency Response Committee on Coronavirus has been operating effectively and efficiently. Number 2, explain how the funds donated to the government to fight coronavirus have been utilized from March 2020 to date. Number 3, expound on the steps the ministry intends to take to ensure that enough masks are available in learning institutions and to other frontline workers as and when required. And number 4, elucidate the actions being taken by the ministry to ensure that guidelines on COVID-19 prevention protocols with regards to hand washing and social distancing are observed by all employees and pupils / students in our learning institutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Kwamboka. The next statement is by Senator Dr. Isaac Maura. He's not here. The next one is by Senator Maura again, he's not here. The next one is by Senator for Wajir, Senator Dr. Abdullahi Ali. He's not here yet. The next one is by the Senator for Vihiga County, Senator George Haniri.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity and state that I rise pursuant to the provisions of our standing orders, and in particular Standing Order number 48, paragraph 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the quality of the new generation currency notes currently in circulation. In the statement, Madam Speaker, the committee should, number one, report on the quality of the new generation currency notes as compared to the old generation currency notes. Number two, explain the cause for the poor durability of the new generation currency notes, especially the 50 shilling bill note. Number three, give a comparative assessment of the printing cost of the new generation currency notes in relation to the old generation currency notes. And lastly, state security measures put in place to curb proliferation of fake new currency notes following reports of the same being in circulation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Just for the record, the statement by Senator Dr. Ali was actually read earlier. I didn't realize that, and that's okay. So it is done. The next statement is by Senator, statement number 10 is back to further consultations. So the next one is by, again, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I raise pursuant to Standing Order 48.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee, National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations concerning underage children arrested while taking alcohol and narcotics at parties in different estates within Nairobi City County. In the statement, the committee should, number one, explain the physical and emotional status of the arrested children while in police custody. Number two, explain whether the owners of the houses where the children were found partying and partaking in consumption of alcohol and narcotics are in custody and whether charges will be pressed against them. Number three, enumerate the actions being taken by the ministry to ensure that such kind of parties involving children do not take place without the knowledge or presence of the parents. And number four, elucidate on the actions being taken by the relevant authorities to ensure that any adult caught either participating or promoting unauthorized parties bringing together underage children face the full force of the law expeditiously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. The next statement is by Senator Petronila Were, statement number 13.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm making a statement on the status of Pan-African Paper Mills, East African Limited. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industrialization on the status of Pan-African Paper Mills Limited, now renamed Rai Paper Mills. In the statement, the committee should, one, state what role the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise played in the privatization process and the sale to Rai Group. Secondly, the committee should provide information as to whether the former employees of the factory received the 3-month ex gratia salary from the government as directed by the President. And third, that the committee should explain why the factory is yet to be fully operational. And finally, the committee should recommend to the government further economic initiatives that can be undertaken in Webuye town to support the residents in the event the factory cannot be fully revived. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order, Senator or Bungoma?
I know you have already directed that no comments on statements, but this particular statement is from my county.
Senator, you'll be out of order.
And it's a situation, Madam Speaker.
You'll be out of order, Senator. We have two areas. I've said I'm going to allow room for comments on health because
I've not
the strike
finished
is
my
on
request,
Monday.
Madam Speaker.
And I also say that the next opening that you really, all of us have, is the adjournment motion. So please, let's allow the ruling that the Speaker gave to stand. You are a very senior senator.
Give me 2 minutes, Madam Speaker.
You are a very senior senator, and we don't want you to break the law.
It is out of my seniority that I'm begging you. Yes, Madam Speaker.
Now you are begging in front of members.
In front of the cameras. And the whole country wants to know the generosity or otherwise of the senator for Wasingishu.
We will give you 2 minutes because the members seem to be nodding at you.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
So it's not me, it's the members.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank Senator Petronila Wera. I wish he had also shared with me this statement because it's something very close to my heart. Pan paper or Pan-African paper mills in Webuye, Madam Speaker, with assets worth over 20 billion, was sold at a pittance to Rai at 900 million. These properties includes prestigious houses in Muthaiga in Nairobi, the entire real estate of Webuye town, thousands of forest land in the Rift Valley and parts of Western in Lugari. I would want, Madam Speaker, in the committee looking at this matter, to tell this House who valued the assets of Pan Paper before the sale, who negotiated the sale, who signed the sale agreement, and whether any money was paid under the table to any individuals in the process of this sale. And lastly, to give a clear account of all employees of Pan Paper, Madam Speaker, who now live in absolute squalor in Webuye town. Some are living by the roadside, their children can't go to school, they can't pay their medical bills, and nobody, because the new owners of Pan Paper, now called Rai Paper, disclaimed any responsibility whatsoever, howsoever, in relation to employees of Pan Paper. In fact, Madam Speaker, I wish Senator Were directed this question to the efficient committee chaired by my distinguished nephew, the Senator for Nairobi, because it deals with personal emoluments, personal benefits, and problems suffered by employees of Pan Paper because of an act and omission of an uncaring government.
Thank you, Senator. You are the senator of the area, that's why I actually agreed.
Thank you, Madam.
It was more because of that than anything else, and I think you had earlier ruled in the House, the Speaker had ruled that anything that touches on a county, please involve the senators from that county. So, but you are free to go to the committee and discuss more in the committee. The next statement is from the Senator of Turkana County, Senator Professor Charles Malaki Ekal.
Give me fire. Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, this statement is a joint statement between me and Senator Dulo, because this is on what is happening in Isiolo and Meru. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee, National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding attacks perpetrated against herders from the Turkana community in the counties of Isiolo and Meru. In the statement, the committee should
state who the perpetrators of armed attacks against herders from Turkana in the counties of Isiolo and Meru, and whether they have been brought to book. 2, find out and report on why herders from Turkana County are being forcibly pushed out of grazing lands they occupy in Isiolo and Meru County. Madam Speaker, these people have occupied these lands as far as the 1900s, before our current country came to be. So their forefathers have been buried on those lands, and so naturally they belong to those lands. 3, statewide over 4,000 head of cattle belonging to Turkana herders in Isiolo and Meru counties were confiscated by authorities and further caused the release of the confiscated animals to their owners. Madam Speaker, a cow is the heart of a Turkana person. When cows are taken away from them, they are left totally helpless. They do not grow crops, they do not do anything, they live on those cattle. So by taking 4,000 head of cattle from a Turkana community, they are actually being allowed to starve. This is like being put to death in a very slow and painful manner. Cows do not know where they are. They only go for grass and water, and there is no reason why they should be held when the owners are suffering. 4, state measures put by the government to guarantee security of herders from Turkana County legally grazing the animals in neighboring counties. And 5, explain why the ongoing disarmament exercise is targeting herders from the Turkana community, only thus leaving them vulnerable to attacks by the herders from other communities who are armed, and further call for the cessation of the disarmament exercise. Madam Speaker, there are 5 communities living in this particular area, and they're all armed in their own ways. But to go and take arms from a particular group is discrimination. This group is left helpless and vulnerable, and they should be armed enough to be able to protect themselves. As we speak, Madam Speaker, 14 Turkana people lost their lives this morning. They were attacked by their neighbors from the neighboring county, and the animals were driven away.
Senator, don't go into details, because you are going to go to the committee to give those details. What we need from you is what you expect the committee to deal with. And I think you have read the statement very well.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah. I expect this disarmament exercise to cease. It is illegal and very brutal and does not make any sense. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. The next statement is again from the nominated senator, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka.
Finally, Madam Speaker,
It's not here. I'll give you a chance.
I raise pursuant to Standing Order 48.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on the issue of security along Kenyan borders. In the statement, the committee should, number 1, explain the preparedness, alertness, and the distribution of border patrol units along the Kenyan borders. Number 2, explain the status of 9 Kenyan citizens who were arrested and taken to hostage by Ethiopian Federal Police while on Kenyan soil. Number 3, enumerate the actions being taken by the ministry to ensure that any Kenyan citizen arrested on Kenyan soil is returned home safe and sound. And number 4, elucidate the actions being taken by the relevant authorities to ensure that any intruder in the future will be met by full force of the law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senators, I want to go back to statement number 1 from the Senator of Trans Nzoia. There was a blanket permission for Senator Petronila, we have seen, for today to take care of that. Senator Petronila.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I rise to make this statement on behalf of Senator Dr. Mbito, who is not available today. The statement is regarding the non-settlement of claims by Trident Insurance Company Limited. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industrialization over the failure by Trident Insurance Company Limited to settle claims. In the statement, the committee should, 1, elucidate the reasons why Trident Insurance Company Limited issues post-dated checks that go as far as April 2021 for settlement of approved claims. Secondly, the committee should explain why the company is collecting premiums from clients and yet they are not settling claims. Thirdly, the committee should clarify whether the company is financially solvent to operate as an insurer and state what measures are in place to ensure that clients get the payment of their claims accordingly. And finally, Madam Speaker, the committee should state the measures that the Insurance Regulatory Authority, IRA, will put in place to address the problems facing such insurers and protect Kenyans from loss. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. The whip is insisting that you have tied on his professional line. Can we give you 2 minutes to say something?
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, the reason why I have sought permission to speak on that issue, and I know Senior Counsel Mogeni will also comment on it, is because most lawyers, they usually do what we call running down matters. And we are aware there are several companies, insurance companies, that underwrite third-party motor vehicle insurance companies, which are now collapsing. As a result of that, various clients who have taken out policies with them, they can't obtain redress, but also lawyers who represent those parties in court, they are also suffering. Madam Speaker, I think this is an issue that I would have
see a
proposed.
point of order, although yours seem to have been a point of information.
Yes, it is a point of information, so I have exclusive.
It was not really contribution, it was point of information on his profession. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, I would have.
Senator Sakaja, you want to intervene at that point? Oh, okay.
Yes, I would have proposed maybe that request is also taken to the Legal and Justice Committee. The reason being, it raises fundamental issues of law. And I would have really loved to hear what other lawyers and who sit on that committee, what is their view. Because that problem not only impacts on that company, I also know several other companies which are facing distress and the impact it is going to have on the legal profession. Thank you.
Thank you. I think she's well informed, and you can always invite the member to join you. You have more information? More information from Senator Omogeni? Point of order or point of information? Point of order, Senator Sakaja.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the whip for that intervention. Would it be in order, Madam Speaker, if I request the committee charged with this to inform the House when they're dealing with it? Because, Madam Speaker, this is a matter that is affecting very many different sectors, not just the legal profession. I have many of my operators of transport in Nairobi, matatus and buses, who have reached out to me on this issue of insurance, whether it is Forward Circle, MOA, Double M. I've been talking to them, and they're really, really hurting. So, Madam Speaker, I would request that when this committee is dealing with it, they can also invite me. I think I have the largest number of matatus of all the counties. But, Madam Speaker, that sector has actually reached out, and instead of me bringing another statement, that I will be able to ride on that deliberation, Madam Speaker. That is my request.
Thank you, thank you. In fact, committees have been very, very generous in inviting people, but since she was reading on behalf of Senator Mbito, can you please take note of the members who would be interested to help you, give you more information? Senator Omogeni, did you have more information?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to make a follow-up on the issue that has been raised by Senator for Muranga, Senator Kangata, that this is a matter that is touching on dispensing justice to Kenyans. Because, Madam Speaker, the insurance company is electing to settle claims arising from court orders through installments, and in some cases issuing checks post-dated to April next year. Madam Speaker, my view is that this is a matter that is squarely within the ambit of the Committee of Legal Affairs, Justice and Human Rights, because there is no way you can dispense justice to Kenyans if you are not able to honor court judgments, especially to people who have already paid premiums to the insurance company. And the law requires that once a claim has been found to be genuine, then the insurance company should promptly pay the claim. So I propose, Madam Chair, with your permission, that this is a matter that actually should either be dealt with the two committees, or it should actually be referred to the Committee of Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to rule that we allow for further consultation on this. I think there are two statements now that seem to border on two committees. Again, we will see the earlier one that was supposed to be going to Labor and has gone to a different committee, and this one. So allow further consultation between the clerks and the leadership so we can resolve that. Were you informing on the same?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Please, and 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as a follow-up to the same statement, we have the Insurance Regulatory Authority. And Madam Speaker, when an issue like this happens, and just like the Senator from Nairobi has said, I have also been visited by several operators of public transport who are being foreclosed, who are being arrested for non-payment of accident claims when they are insured. Madam Speaker, I would wish to request you that in the interim, as the committee prepares for any further hearings on the matter, to urgently summon the management of Trident and the IRA, Insurance Regulatory Authority, to appear before them as urgently as even Friday this week, to tell the country what urgent remedial measures are being done to protect innocent Kenyans who have painstakingly paid premiums to an insurance company that is not honoring its obligations. It started like this, Madam Speaker, if you remember, with an insurance called Access
Thank you,
Kenya.
Senator. Your information is valid and is well received.
Access Kenya. We are in the same boat now.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, I know that the statement from Falada is supposed to be coming in, but I've seen a number of approvals that came after. Senator Fatuma Dulo, where is your approval?
Been called, so you wait. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding alleged ongoing armed clashes at Kuri, Gafarsa involving communities from Isiolo and Garissa counties and the ongoing security operation in Garemara, Isiolo County. In the statement, the committee should investigate the cause of the recent spate of armed clashes at Kuri in Isiolo County and the use of excessive force in the ongoing operation in Garemara, which was launched following the death of one security officer and injury to 10 others. Number 2, ascertain the number of those killed or injured in the ongoing clashes in Kuri. Number 3, state efforts made to bring operations of the clashes in Kuri to book. Number 4, outline the measures the national government is taking to end the violations of human rights in Garemara, and as well as the conflict between communities along border between Isiolo and Garissa counties, which has continued for several years to an end. And finally, make recommendations to the national government on measures to prevent the occurrence of similar incident. Madam Speaker, I would request your ruling on this. I've brought several statements to this House regarding the border dispute between us and Garissa County. If I can request the committee to visit the area, I would really appreciate. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The next statement is from Senator Millicent Omanga. There are 3 statements that were not in the order paper. That's the second one. And the third one will be from Senator Gerard Gay of Nandi. I have.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Health on the availability of ICU facilities countrywide to handle patients with severe COVID-19 symptoms and other critical illnesses. In the statement, the committee should report on the national and county government's plan to set up adequate and equipped ICU facilities with oxygen and ventilator support for COVID-19 patients, outline all measures the national and county governments have undertaken to support health workers, including recruitment of more health workers and provision of professional protective equipment, the PPEs. And lastly, but not least, state the policy intervention by national and county governments to increase accessibility and affordability of ICU facilities at the national, county, and sub-county levels. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Omanga. The next one in that category is from Senator Gerard K. Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Request for statement on non-remittance of the statutory deductions from the staff of the county government of Nandi County to the National Hospital Insurance Funds, NHIF. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 48.1, I rise to seek statement from the Standing Committee on Health on non-remittance of statutory deductions from the staff of the county government of Nandi County to the National Hospital Insurance Fund, NHIF, by the county government of Nandi County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, report on the status of the NHIF deductions from the staff of the county government of Nandi and subsequent remittance to the NHIF. Number 2, state why the county government of Nandi County failed to remit the NHIF deductions despite deducting the same from the staff, and what action has been taken against the staff responsible for this failure. Number 3, provide information on the NHIF coverage for COVID-19 patients in line with the presidential directive to NHIF to cover COVID-19 patients. And finally, 4, explain what measures, if any, the Ministry of Health has undertaken to mitigate against such incidences where county governments do not remit the statutory deductions so as to avert health crises, especially during period of the COVID-19 pandemic. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. The next one is from Senator Falhada Iman.
Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48.1 to request for a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the rising cases of medical negligence and malpractice. In the statement, the committee should explain the circumstance that led medics at Kapkatet Sub-County Hospital to declare Mr. Peter Kigen, a resident of Bureti constituency, dead, and thereafter transferring his body to the hospital's mortuary for preservation, only for the patient to be found still alive during embalming. State actions, if any, taken against medical staff at the Kapkatet Sub-County Hospital who failed to
properly ascertain the patient's vital signs before and erroneously declare him dead. Spell out measures put in place by the Ministry of Health and medical profession bodies to stem out medical negligence and malpractice and ensure culprits are brought to book. State the functionality of mechanism, if any, set in place for reporting of cases of medical negligence to the Ministry of Health and medical profession bodies by hospitals and the public in order to ensure such cases are not underreported. Advise whether there is need to review penalties associated with the medical negligence and malpractice in the view of making them tougher as deterrence against the increase of such cases. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Valhada. Senator Sakaja Johnson. As I had said, I'll allow a few interventions, just a few.
On this one. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Person to Standing Order 48-1, I rise to seek a statement.
Sorry. It was interventions on Valhada's statement before we go for yours. I thought you were asking for that because you had wanted to discuss the strike. I thought you were the first one who wanted that.
Oh, no, on that one, then I can make that intervention. I had raised that earlier in House business, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I realize that we no longer have a COVID committee, and the cases are spiked as we speak. And the health committee now has a full mandate on the health issues. Of course, earlier on, their performance was not good, but now they have pulled up their socks. We have confidence. We can still see some remnants of the past. Like today, you spoke about cancer instead of World AIDS. It's World AIDS Day, 1st of December. As a committee, you should give us a statement on AIDS. But what we're asking, Madam Speaker, is that as we move ahead, Madam Speaker, during this time, especially since we're going on recess, we just like to urge that the Health Committee remain very vigilant and that they continue their work through Christmas, just as we've said the Labour Committee will. Madam Speaker, secondly, we are staring at a crisis. The Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union has said they're going on a nationwide strike on Monday. Madam Speaker, the Health Committee of the Senate, and I saw that they issued something with respect to Health Service Commission as recommendations, but they have not put it in paper. They should be front and center to avert this crisis. Madam Speaker, when health practitioners from all the 47 counties, and remember health is devolved, sometimes you see the National Assembly Committee trying to usurp the role of the Senate Committee. Health is devolved. Madam Speaker, if we do not do anything today, we're going to lose lives starting next week. I urge the committee to truly burn the midnight oil this week, to sit down with the KMPDU, who are, they're our friends. Instead of shedding tears in front of TV, Madam Speaker, the Health Committee should come and intervene before Monday. We cannot afford a strike of our medics. And this involves the nurses, it involves clinical officers. In Nairobi, I can see what the crisis would mean. As it is, all facilities in Nairobi are strained. Madam Speaker, today, if you have a sick person, there's no space to even admit, there's no space in ICU. Imagine how this will be exacerbated with a strike. So we would request, I know we will not be here from today, but that the chair of the Health Committee or the members, I can see Senator Ledama is here, Senator Kwamboka, Senator Omanga is here. Please, on behalf of my 4.3 million Nairobians, we are looking up to you to make sure that the people of Nairobi do not miss health services, and I'm sure the people of all other counties badly need you to intervene. We are looking up to you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senators, I want to plead for 2 minutes each. Reason being that we still have two very important statements, one from Nairobi County, and actually one on the World AIDS Day, which is going to be read by Senator. So, Senator Matsitsa, Naomi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to write on the statement of Senator Omanga on the ICU facilities. They are all health. They are not keen. They are just keen in talking, Madam Speaker, but they are not keen on what I'm talking about. So they need to listen even to me. We have statement. I am supporting the statement on Senator Omanga. And then later on, I will support statement on Falhada.
Senator Shionga, I don't want your 2 minutes to be wasted. If you want to use 1 minute on Omanga, another 1 minute on Falhada, I will allow it because they are related.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
They are related.
They are related, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to start by Omanga's statement that the ICU's facilities in our the ICU facilities in our facilities or our hospitals are very critical. And it is important that during this COVID, the counties, the money they were given, let them be actually handled with care and let them provide the necessary ICU facilities so that our patients cannot suffer when admitted. On Falhada's issue, Madam Speaker, I would like to say that our medical practitioners or our medical personnel, they have become very ignorant when it comes to deciding who is dead or who is a dead person and who is still alive. You can imagine waking up and getting yourself in a morgue that you are dead, and the next time you are breathing. It's very unfortunate that this man from Kaptekatet was taken to the morgue while he was still alive. It's important that this statement, whoever that is going, or whoever committee that is going to be committed to find even, to find how best the punishment can be given to this medical personnel who took this person to the morgue and yet the person was still alive. I can refer to the person because he's still alive and is not a dead body. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wako Namujilo, 2 minutes.
Very serious.
You are giving the wrong Naomi the mic.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I was struggling with my speaker. I want to thank you for this opportunity that you've given me, as I also congratulate Senator Falhada for coming up with this very important statement. Madam Speaker, it is very unfortunate that this can happen and happen at a time like this, when already as a country we are losing people through COVID. Now, even those who have lost before they lose their lives, they are being drawn. Madam Speaker, it is very unfortunate, and if our government can take action, then this can really comfort even the person who is affected by this and even the families. This exposes a very negative side of our health, Ministry of Health, and how the staff treat our people at the hospitals. Madam Speaker, in many hospitals in many counties, people have suffered, and especially now, when COVID is, taking away many of our people, nurses can even decide to just neglect people. The doctors do the same. So I think even as we cry as a country, we know that our frontline workers are already suffering in many ways, but it will be good if they treat other human beings like human beings and give them the attention that they deserve. Madam Speaker, maybe they are so stressed, and it is my prayer that even the ministry can give them what is due to them, their allowances, so that they can, they are overworking, they are so stressed because of COVID, and maybe what has happened is out of the stress that they are going through. So it is good for us to look at both.
2 minutes over. Senator Olekina Ledama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to assure the public that the Health Committee is quite active, and we are going to reach out to KPMD for the imminent strike and try to really reason out. But as we do, Madam Speaker, this morning we were in Kemsa, very early in the morning, and we were able to witness the amount of PPEs which are still being held at KEMSAS, and we made a statement, and we suggested, in fact, we gave a directive that the people who supplied those commodities to KEMSA should be paid. The president, actually the current Minister of Health, had given a directive to KEMSA. We asked the minister to put it in writing so that these items can be now distributed to the hospital. What is the point, Madam Speaker, of leaving billions of shillings worth of PPEs at KEMSA, yet people are dying? This is why you'll find people who will be in critical condition, and instead of being taken care of, they are taken to the morgue. So, Madam Speaker, we are quite active on this matter, and I want to assure my good friend, Senator Sakaja, that we will not rest until we see that we have been able to meet with these officials of the KMPDU so that we can be able to negotiate. You know, it is about, right now, things are not normal. So we cannot expect to be able to get money to resolve their problems. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to assure Kenyans that we are doing everything possible, and as early as this Friday, we'll be able to call a meeting with these officials so that we can be able to have some concession. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Fakir.
Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia taarifa iliyoletwa bungeni na Senator Falhada. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni jambo la kusikitisha kwamba kwa sasa wakati tuna vifaa vyote vya kuweza kutambua uhai na kifo, mhusika alipelekwa mochari kabla ya siku zake kufika. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia kutoka janga la corona liweze kuanza, kuna wengi ambao wamepata visa kama hivi, na hii imesababishwa na ugonjwa wenyewe wa corona ambao umeathiri hata madaktari, na vile vile madaktari wengi ambao wanatibu watu sasa katika hospitali na zahanati ni wale vijana ambao wako na umri baina ya miaka 30 na miaka 45. Kwa hivyo hawana tajiriba ya kutosha, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuweza kutibu na kuangalia wagonjwa kama hao. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikizungumzia Mombasa, niwahi kuzuru hospitali kuu ya Coast General mara 3 kwa muda wa wiki 2, Mheshimiwa Spika, ili kusaidiana na watu waliofiwa kuweza kuchukua miili yao, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ni jambo la kusikitisha, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwamba unapopelekwa katika wodi ya isolation, wodi ya corona, basi ndio mwisho wa mawasiliano yako wewe na jamii yako, na huenda ukapoteza maisha bila ya kuwa karibu na jamii yako kuweza kukuombea dua ama kukuombea Mungu ili safari yako unakokwenda iwe ya salama. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, tunaona kwamba madaktari mbali na kuwa wanafanya kazi katika hali ngumu, hawalipwi mishahara yao kwa wakati, hawalipwi marupurupu yao kwa wakati, na hivyo inawatoa morali ya kuweza kufanya kazi, Mheshimiwa Spika, hususan wakati ambapo tuna janga la corona. Mheshimiwa Spika, wale madaktari ambao wanatibu wagonjwa hususan wale wa corona wanahitajia pia mambo ya counseling, ushauri na saha, ili waelezwe kwamba haya matatizo yako na binadamu.
Thank you, Senator. Next 2 minutes go to Senator Mogeni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think first I join my colleagues in condemning any acts of negligence by our medical practitioners, especially the very painful act of taking a person who is still alive to the mortuary. However, Madam Speaker, we must also be sensitive that as a country we have not done enough to motivate our medical practitioners, Madam Speaker. Really, we cannot have any justifiable excuse why, to date, there are hospitals that don't have PPEs for doctors, for nurses, for clinical officers. Madam Speaker, just today we had a sad case where we lost, a physiotherapist called Ronald Nyarandi in Keroka Hospital, and he caught COVID in the course of trying to care for patients who are suffering with COVID-19. Really, as a country, we need to prioritize. If we have these PPEs at KEMSA, the way Senator Fonarok Olekena has told us, why can't we take them and pay KEMSA and we give them to our medical practitioners? Because we are scaring them. They don't want to be near people suffering with COVID because they are fearing that they may contract the disease. Madam Speaker, the government should move urgently and ensure that all these PPEs lying idle at KEMSA should be taken by the government and then supplied to all our health facilities across the country. Madam Speaker, I don't think there is any person we should value now in this war more than our doctors, more than our nurses, more than our clinical officers. I want to appeal to the national government and to the county government to take seriously the issues of concern that have been raised by our medical practitioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Matsayo Stewart Mwachiro. 2 minutes.
Asante Bispika. Bispika, kitu cha kwanza ni jambo la kusikitisha yaliyotendeka huko Kapkatet, ya kwamba mtu hajafariki lakini anapelekwa katika mahali pa kuwekwa maiti. Bispika, mimi ndio sababu ninasema ya kwamba huu mgomo ambao unakuja kesho au unakuja Jumatatu wa madaktari, hii yote ni kwa sababu madaktari wenyewe ni watu ambao wanafanya kazi katika hali ngumu na hali mishahara yao ni midogo. Ndio sababu tunasema kuepukana na mgomo kama huu, ambao mgomo kama huu nyakati kama hizi za COVID ni nyakati ngumu sana kwa wananchi. Na ikiwa sasa madaktari watakuwa hawezi kupatikana ama watajitenga kando, wale watu watakuwa lindwa wakiwa katika zile mashine watakuwa wapi? Kwa hiyo ni jambo la kutafakari sana Bispika, kuona ya kwamba madaktari wetu wasiende kwa mgomo na waweze kuitwa haraka iwezekanavyo kuanzia sasa mpaka kabla hiyo siku, ili waweze kuwafikiana kuweza kuepusha vifo vya Wakenya wengi wakati huu wa janga la corona. Ya pili bwana Bispika, tunaona ya kwamba pia wale madaktari ambao walifanya kitendo kama hichi ya kuweza kusema kwamba huyu mtu amefariki, nataka kujua kamati yetu itachukua hatua gani kuona ya kwamba wale watu ambao wamefanya kitendo kama hicho, wale madaktari walichelewa ama walizembea kazi, ni hatua gani itachukuliwa kuona ya kwamba wameweza kuadhibiwa vya kutosha, na ili mfano mzuri kwa mahospitali zingine zisiweze kurejelea kitendo kama hichi. Asante Bispika.
Finally, Senator Wetangula Moses Masika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also support Senator Falhada's statement. It is really distressful to hear or get to know that a person who is alive is freighted to a mortuary with an inscription that is dead. But perhaps because the hospital does not have equipment to tell between life and death, this is part of the problem of the medical profession in this country. Madam Speaker, KMPDU, as a body that registers, regulates, and disciplines medical personnel, have they done anything about the person who did this? The Committee of Health should tell us when they bring the report. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, is that health is devolved. Our governors are very loud when they're complaining about money, but very silent when issues such as this arise. Hospitals all over the country are in a pathetic state. They go out there telling the public how many ICU beds they have. When you go there, there is none, Madam Speaker. So the Committee of Health in this country is definitely urged to do much more than they are doing. We want to see the Committee of Health even touring some of those outpost hospitals to see exactly what's going on there, to see whether the personnel are there working, motivated or not. On the intended strike, Madam Speaker, I want to urge the national government that as they grapple with policy, in fact, they are doing much more than policy, they are even doing work that is devolved. They should come together urgently with the Committee of Health in this House, with the Council of Governors arm that deals with the health issues, and KMPDU, and strike some compromise. Doctors work so hard under very difficult conditions that the least appreciated public workers, and we need to appreciate them and motivate them so that they can protect.
Thank you, Senator. I think we have got your point. I'm going to rule on how we deal with this because I think members are pointing more than the Falahada statement has come up. We heard the last statement. I didn't realize that the senator from Muranga doesn't have a card. I have your statement. Be patient, Senator. We have not finished the statement of Alahada. Don't skip.
Yeah, thank you. No, I'm not. Thank you. Thank you.
I think Senator Naomi Shionga is right. Let's be patient with one another and listen. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam
2 minutes.
Speaker, yes, my attention has been drawn by the discussion concerning the expected strike on Monday by various medical officers, including doctors and nurses. Yes, I wish to inform this House and also the Republic that the government is doing everything to forestall that strike, but most importantly, also to urge our doctors, our nurses, to take into account the work they do involves matters of life and death. And therefore, even if it is true, they need better protection, they need better pay, they must also take into account the current fiscal situation that is in the Republic. And it is true, under the Constitution,
there is a point of order. Point of order from the Senator Bungoma.
Madam Speaker, is the Senator from Murang'a speaking on behalf of the government, on behalf of the committee, or on his own behalf of the Senator of Murang'a? Because it's not in order for a senator to stand up and purport to make a statement on behalf of government without telling us the source of his authority to so speak.
Thank
Because
you.
if the government is negotiating and they're about to avert this strike, why haven't they made it public?
Thank you, Senator. Senator of Murang'a, you have only
Yes, my
30
personal
seconds.
opinion, it is my personal opinion. I
Thank
strongly
you.
believe that that strike that is supposed to happen on Monday, it ought not to happen. Not because that they are not raising pertinent issues, but the very fact that there is every likelihood lives will be lost and we are in the middle of a pandemic. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you, Senator. The last statement on 48.1 is from the Senator of Nairobi. And we are back to no writing on a statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one deserved more writing, but we trust your judgment. Madam Speaker, I'd like to pass on to Standing Order 48.1. Seek a statement from the Chairperson, Standing Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and Human Rights on the arbitrary and purported arrest of Nairobi Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko and the unwarranted disruption of his meeting with members of the County Assembly of Nairobi County, City County on 30th November 2020. Madam Speaker, knowing that there had been an impending impeachment and without going into the merits or demerits of that would come to us later, the Constitution, which is the foundation of our democracy, clearly stipulates that every Kenyan, no matter what side of politics you look at, has the right to freedom of association and expression. Madam Speaker, the governor was within his right to meet members of County Assembly, and it is therefore utterly wrong and irresponsible for the police
Senator Sakaja,
to disrupt this meeting. Yes?
don't deviate from your statement.
I'm reading it word for word.
Are you reading it?
Yes. This is what was approved by the Speaker.
I have one page that was approved.
Would you like me to read your copy? Because this is what I have. This is what I've been given to read.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah?
Let's see. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, as a Senate, our key mandate is to ensure that gains made on devolution are not clawed back and that the county government's interests are protected. In this regard, Madam Speaker, I'm requesting that the Chair to respond to the following matters. Madam Speaker, number one, to clarify the circumstances under which the police disrupted the meeting between the governor and the MCAs and clarify the charges preferred on the governor that warranted his arrest and disruption of his meeting. Number two, give an explanation as to why there's constant heavy presence of police officers within the precincts of Nairobi County Assembly buildings, including the setting up of a police post in the County Assembly, Madam Speaker.
Senator Sakaja, your statement is different from what you
Okay, I
gave,
can read the one you have.
What
Madam
you
Speaker.
gave for approval. Please
This is
read
what I
the
gave.
one that has been approved.
Madam Speaker, this is manifestly different, but
Point of order from Senator Pareno.
Madam Speaker, maybe we need to just reconfirm, because I'm aware that I have severally made statements in this House, and sometimes you give out some raw draft for drafting, which is what is approved, and later on then they reapprove the longer version of what you want. So I think it would not be really detrimental to this House if the Senator would read what he thought was approved.
Senator, I want him to peruse so that he confirms that that is his statement as requested. Because if it is what was requested, then I think it's a matter of language, but this one is very straightforward, what he forwarded. And it's for our own records. Yes, I've seen a point of order from Olekina.
Madam Speaker, this is the point where I really get confused when it comes to the issue of separation of powers. And as a senator, Madam
Please,
Speaker,
your point of order has to do with
yes, it has to do with the statement which is being read by Senator Sakaja. Madam Speaker, as a sponsor
excuse me, are you contributing to the statement of
No,
Sakaja?
no. I'm only raising a concern.
What is point of order?
The point of order is really on the content of the statement by the senator, because he's the author of the
Sorry,
statement.
he has not given you the content yet. I have given him what
That
he
is why
gave.
we are confused, Madam Speaker, because when the senator is reading...
Allow him to confirm. Please allow him to confirm, because he has the two statements. Those are his statements.
Can I raise my concern, Madam Speaker? My concern...
After he has read and
Yes.
confirmed whether it is the correct statement or not, I just wanted him to look at the two, because what he's reading is not what I'm reading. And yet it's him who gave us the two. Give him the right of clarification. Yes, Senator Wetangula Moses? Another point of order?
Is it in order to embarrass the distinguished senator for Nairobi, who is the author of the statement?
Senator, nobody has embarrassed him.
It's a point of order, Madam Speaker, that
the
author of the statement, he may not be feeling embarrassed. We're feeling embarrassed on his behalf.
Senator Wetangula, you are
has-
normally the custodian of our standing orders. You are the one who ensures that we do things the correct way.
Yes.
All we wanted the Senator of Nairobi to do is to look at the two statements, because what we have, what he submitted, is slightly different from what he's reading. And I wanted him to read the right one.
As he goes to read the right one, Madam Speaker, going to the future, it is important that when a member has filed a statement, the clerks must help the Speaker and the House by ensuring that the statement the author of the statement has and the one in the possession of the Speaker are the same. Because nobody has got the right
Thank you, Senator.
to edit our statements.
But we are doing it the reverse today.
Yes.
Normally you go the other way. That it is the member who should ensure that what he has forwarded is and has been signed is what they're reading. Actually, there was nothing wrong. It's just that I wanted him to be sure that he's reading what he submitted.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, the one difference I note, because anyway, as Senator Tangula said, I'm the asker, is Madam Speaker, I want this to be responded to by the Committee on Justice. Because when you look at the standing, for two reasons, when you look at the standing orders, we're dealing with the matter of constitutional issues, the organization and administration of the law and justice, and human rights. Our National Security Committee deals with the security and foreign relations, disaster reduction, and that's not what I'm looking at. So that is the difference. And Madam Speaker, we have a bad history with the Committee on Security when we dealt with a similar issue of senators being arrested. And it's the same thing, we're asking about political interference of police. So, Chair, I'm very clear that I would like Senator Omogeni's committee to respond to that. In terms of the questions, number one, as I just read what has been given to me, and normally what happens when we submit a statement, it's the secretary that comes back to us and says, this is the approved version. I didn't get a different version. That's why I was reading what I had. But I stand guided. The question was, number one, explain why police are interfering with the governor's constitutionally given right of freedom of association and freedom to assemble by disrupting the governor's meeting with members of the County Assembly of Nairobi, City County on 30th November 2020, state the accusations of charges against the governor that have warranted his arrest, and give an explanation as to why there is constant heavy presence of police officers within the presence of Nairobi County Assembly buildings, knowing full well that we have separation of powers and the legislature is never under police control. That's why we have sergeants at arms, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, finally, we need to understand the double standards being applied with respect to COVID, because some of the allegations we're hearing is that they disrupted it because of social distancing, yet even the day before, we saw meetings of thousands of people when we're collecting signatures of BBI, there is no COVID. Today, Madam Speaker, I have Matatu circles from Embakasi, Forward Circle, Prime, Kariobangi, Kemos, Eastern Bypass, where hundreds of operators are being crammed up in these Mariamu trucks, hundreds of them, without masks, without adhering to COVID-19 protocols, but you go and disrupt a governor's meeting because of an impending impeachment. Madam Speaker, we want justice to be followed. And that's why I ask Senator Mogeni kindly, take this matter urgently and give us a response on the issue of justice and constitutionality, not on the issues of his impeachment. Politically, we may not agree with him, but his right as a governor should not be blocked, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow it will be you, it will be me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Actually, I was looking for that because you were addressing a different committee from what you requested. So I was worried that when I rule, I will send it to the wrong committee. So I'm glad you have done that clarification. I've had consultation with the clerks, and they have said yes. You came forward later to request that it goes to the Committee of Justice. So we'll allow it to go to the Committee of Justice. Honorable Senators, all those statements that have been read under 48.1 therefore stand committed to the relevant committees, including the statement from Senator Sakaja going to the Committee of Justice and Legal. As for the statement from Senator Falhada, Senate Committee on Health, please take note of the concerns of the committee because they are more than the statement from Senator Falhada. They have brought in the issue of the strike, and I would like to rule that you consolidate all of them as you inquire about how somebody who was alive was landed in a mortuary. Please consider the concerns of the Senate that we might lose more lives from Monday, and urgently address the issue of the strike as a committee. Health is devolved and you must move with speed. The last statement is from Senator. Yes. For the water on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad that Senator Sakaja is still here. Months ago, I requested a statement on two issues given to his committee on the frustrations pensioners go through in the pensions department, and the second statement was on the emergency fund within trade unions. I've not received a response, Madam Speaker.
I have Senator Sakaja, you want to respond? Yeah. Yes, 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, responses were given to both. I think we just need to check with the Secretariat because the response was given. On the issue of the emergency fund, the response was given to the COVID committee, which I also was chairing at that time, and that response has been shared. If the Senator is not comfortable with or satisfied with that response, we can reopen it at any time, Madam Chair. On the issue of pension, I'll check with my Secretariat, but I believe we also dealt with that, and there was a response. I'll just check with her right now, and I'll respond to you before the end of this sitting. In fact, Madam Speaker, I'm happy after the two petitions I've laid, my committee is the only one that has no pending petition, and I'm very proud of that. So I'm keen on this one. I need to find out.
Senator Locorio, I know we have a problem with our standing orders because it doesn't ask the committee to refer back to the petitioners or to the members who are asking, but it's only courteous that they receive a copy of the report. So Secretariat must take note of that also. You still wanted to pass or something?
I want to make a clarification that the statement on the emergency fund within trade unions, a response was given. Months ago, it was unsatisfactory. I communicated, and he said, Senator Sakaja said that since he's also a chair of labor, it will be redirected to his committee and he will deal with it. I've not received that response.
Thank you. Since you had already communicated, I would like to encourage that you discuss further and see that you bring it to a conclusion, Senator Sakaja. The next statement We have 2 more statements. We are way past our time for statements. We want a statement to be read by the Committee of Health under Standing Order 47-1. Mary Senator will read a statement regarding the commemoration of the World AIDS Day in the context of COVID-19, and thereafter we'll have the leader, our whip, to read a statement on the program in the future. Thank you, Senator Mary. Senator.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And possibly before I read on behalf of the chair, I want to thank Senator Sakaja and the rest of the members who have again appreciated our efforts as the committee, and I want to ensure them that we are going to really work hard to help in terms of matters of health. So thank you so much for the trust. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 47-1 to make a statement on an issue of general topical concern, namely the commemoration of World AIDS Day in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, sir, Madam Speaker, the World AIDS Day was established in 1988 as an international day to raise awareness on the HIV pandemic, and is marked on December 1st every year. The events provide an opportunity to unite the globe to stop new HIV infections, support those infected and affected by HIV, and remember those who have lost their lives due to AIDS. This year's World AIDS is being commemorated today, Tuesday 1st December 2020. Every year, the National AIDS Control Council engages national and county governments and mobilize partners and stakeholders in all 47 counties to participate in the event. The global theme for this year's campaign, as per the UN AIDS, is global solidarity, shared responsibility. The theme underscores the significance of individual, countries, and the global community uniting in taking responsibility to address HIV and AIDS amidst the growing list of challenges that the world is facing today, including the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Kenya has adopted Commeasure HIV and COVID-19 #tuwajibike as the national theme. This is in line with the government efforts towards preventing the spread of HIV and COVID-19. The aim is to call out for the ending of HIV and COVID-19 through citizens and governments' partnership and cooperation. Mr. Speaker, since the first case of HIV was officially recorded in Kenya in 1984, approximately 1.9 million people have lost their lives in Kenya as a result of AIDS-related complications. By the end of 2019, the HIV prevalence rate stood at 4.5, with approximately 1.5 million people living with HIV. At the same time, HIV prevalence is higher among women, 5.8% than men, 3.1%. In 2019, there were estimates 41,416 new infections and 20,997 AIDS-related deaths across all ages, a degree from 101 58,560 and 58,465 in 2013, respectively. Despite this positive trajectory in the HIV and AIDS response register.
Samahani naibu mwenyekiti, ningelikuomba kama ungeweza kuzungumza kwa muhtasari tafadhali.
I will try. Despite this positive trajectory in the HIV and AIDS response registered in Kenya, various social and legal and policy challenges continue to impede effective response to HIV, notable being stigma, discrimination, and limited access to justice for the affected and infected. This is despite the enactment of the HIV and AIDS Prevention and Control Act 2006 to ensure prohibition of HIV-related stigma and discrimination. In addition, the country established and operationalized the HIV and AIDS Tribunal to increase access to justice against all forms of HIV stigma and discrimination. Mr. Speaker, the emergence of COVID-19 pandemic, however, has led to far-reaching ramification to all sectors of national and global economics. The COVID-19 pandemic has had direct negative consequences on the fight against HIV, risking eroding the gains made thus far, especially on the global target of 1990 to 90. Both COVID-19 and HIV control requires the participation of citizenry and government to control the two pandemic. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have seen how the COVID-19 crisis has exacerbated the challenges faced by people living with HIV, women, girls, and key populations, including in accessing life-saving health care, and how the crisis has widened the social and economic inequalities that increase the vulnerability of marginalized groups to HIV. However, this crisis has also been a wake-up call, an opportunity to do things differently, better, and together. In many respects, the defeat of HIV as a public health threat depends on how the world responds to COVID-19. And finally, allow me to conclude by saying that now is the moment for bold leadership, for equal society, the right to health for all, and a robust and equitable global recovery. This World AIDS Day join me in calling on countries, counties to step up their efforts to achieve the quest for HIV and AIDS reduction. This World AIDS Day, let us demand national solidarity and shared responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Asante sana. Sasa hivi nampa nafasi Senator Judy Pareno.
Mr. Speaker, I only wish this statement had been done in Swahili. I would have been able to read in Swahili. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 51(1)B to make a statement on the activities of the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations for the period commencing 1st March to 30th September 2020. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, the committee held a total of 13 sittings, dealt with 3 petitions, 9 statements, and one bill and one inquiry. In respect to the petitions, the committee considered the following. 1, a petition regarding enactment of a military veteran law. The committee held a meeting with the petitioners and resolved to enact a law to be sponsored by myself. A report on the matter will be laid on the table after consideration by the committee. 3, is it 3 or 2? 3, a petition regarding the perennial landslides and mudslides owing to the heavy rains in Nandi County. The committee held a meeting with the petitioner and is scheduled to hold another meeting with the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Lands, and the National Land Commission and other stakeholders. The committee also dealt with a petition on the rising insecurity cases in Laikipia County. The committee held a meeting with the petitioner and is scheduled to hold other meetings with other stakeholders. 4, in respect to bills, the committee considered the pre-publication scrutiny of the Kenya Citizenship and Immigration Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 12 of 2020, and Tuesday, 21st July 2020, and recommended for its publication. The bill has since been published and forwarded to the committee for consideration. 5, in respect to the inquiry, the committee inquired onto the whereabouts of three senators, namely Senator Dr. Stephen Delegwe, MP, Senator Dr. Christopher Langat, MP, and Senator Cleophas Malala, MP, as directed by the Speaker on 17th August 2020 and laid its report in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, the committee considered the following statements. 1, a statement requested by Senator Mwangi Githiomi, MP, regarding unresolved murder cases in Oljororok in Nyandarua County. The committee considered the response in the presence of the Senator Mwangi Githiomi, MP, and the matter was concluded. 2, a statement requested by Senator Samson Cherargei, MP, regarding extrajudicial killings by police of Kevin Kipchumba and Boniface Kiprotich in Tobolwa Village, Mosop constituency in Nandi County. The committee considered the response by the ministry in the presence of Senator Samson Cherargei, who promised to supply further information on the statement to the committee to enable the committee address the statement adequately. Owing to the lack of further information, the committee regarded the statement as concluded. 3, a statement requested by Senator Blahi Ali, MP, regarding police brutality on residents of Bute and Biamafo in Wajir County. The senator was given a copy of the response and was satisfied. The committee regarded the statement as concluded. Then the statement requested by Senator George Haniri, MP, regarding the increased cases of insecurity in Vihiga County. He was furnished with a response and was satisfied, and hence the matter was concluded. And then there was a statement requested by Senator Fatuma Dulo, MP, regarding torture and extrajudicial killings of residents of Isiolo County by KWS officers. The committee invited the Director General of Kenya Wildlife Services, where the committee was presented with responses. The senator was not satisfied with the responses, and the committee has since resolved to hold other meetings to deliberate further on the statement. Then we have a statement requested by Senator Fatuma Dulo, MP, regarding smuggling of marijuana from Ethiopia. The committee invited Inspector General of Police for a meeting, and the senator, who had sought the statement, requested that it be postponed. The security agencies have since sent their responses and have since been forwarded to the senator for further comments. Then we had a statement requested by Senator Dr. Alice Milgo, MP, regarding mysterious cases of death and injuries in Bomet County. The response was forwarded to the senator who had sought the statement. The committee considered the matter in the absence, and the committee was therefore satisfied with the response and considered the matter as concluded. Then there was a statement by Senator Millicent Omanga, MP, regarding the alleged delay in issuance of certificates of good conduct. The committee considered the matter in the absence of Senator Millicent Omanga, MP, and they were satisfied by the response given by the ministry, and the matter concluded. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee intends to carry out the following activities during the next quarter. 1, hold a meeting with the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government to deliberate on the ravaging, abductions and disappearance of members of public occurring in various parts of the country. 2, hold a meeting with Cabinet Secretary of Ministry of Lands and the chairperson of Commissioner of National Land Commission to deliberate on the mudslides and landslides occurring in various parts of the country and how quickly this can be mitigated by the disaster kitty. That is all for the committee. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hoja ya nidhamu, Mheshimiwa Seneta wa Mombasa.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, kwanza ningeipongeza kamati kwa ripoti yake hiyo. Lakini masikitiko kwamba kamati hii haijaangazia statement yangu ambayo nilileta hapa mwezi wa tarehe 24 mwezi wa 5 mwaka huu kuhusiana na kuangushwa kwa ndege ya Kenya nchini Somalia. Na ndege hili ilikuwa ni ya shirika la African Express Airways ambao ilipigwa ikiwa inatua katika kiwanja kimoja nchini Somalia. Na Mheshimiwa Speaker, mwezi uliokwisha pia nilipewa fursa kuikumbusha kamati hii kwamba hiyo statement bado haijajibiwa na kwamba tunahitajia majibu kwa haraka kwa sababu kuna ripoti ambayo inatakana itayarishwe na nchi ya Somalia ambayo ndege ilipoangukia. Na ripoti ile ndio itasaidia kulipwa ridhaa kwa wale waliohusika katika ajali ile ambao marubani wawili na wasaidizi wa marubani wawili waliweza kupoteza maisha yao katika ajali hiyo. Kwa Mheshimiwa Speaker, ni muhimu kwamba kamati hii ilipe bunge hili ripoti kwa ufasaha. Ni lini watakapoweza kuzingatia mambo yao, ikizingatiwa kwamba madai ya malipo kwa familia ya wale ambao wamepoteza maisha yanakufa baada ya mwaka mmoja kutoka tarehe ya ajali. Na ajali ilitokea mwanzo wa mwezi wa 5, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Kwa hiyo imebaki takriban miezi 5 kitambo madai yao yaweze kufa, na vile vile hatujaweza kupata ripoti ambayo itatupa mwongozo ni nani wa kulaumiwa kuhusiana na ajali hili. Mheshimiwa Speaker, ningependa nipate ufafanuzi wa swala hilo.
Asante sana. Nafikiri umejieleza vizuri sana. Nitampatia mwenyekiti Seneta Pareno uweze kujibu kwa sababu ya muda. Tafadhali Seneta Pareno.
Kwa sababu mambo haya mwenzangu ametumia lugha ya Kiswahili na pia Speaker ameendelea na lugha ya Kiswahili, hata mimi ninaweza kujibu haya kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Ningependa kusema kwamba nitachukua jukumu kama mwanakamati wa kamati hii ya usalama nchini kufahamisha kamiti yangu kwamba na mwenyekiti wangu kwamba statement hiyo ya Mheshimiwa Faki haijashughulikiwa, na nitasema kwamba nitahakikisha imeshughulikiwa na nitachukua jukumu hilo kueleza kamati yangu.
Nafikiri tayari swala hilo limeweza kushughulikiwa. Sijui una hoja gani ya nidhamu, Seneta Dr. Agnes Zani?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Senator Faki had not been here, we wouldn't have realized that there are a couple of statements that could have been missed out in committees. And because he was and he has raised them, I have a feeling that the same thing might be happening as well in other committees. I suggest that moving forward, we have a way that even as we make the reports to the House, that we state all the statements that have been received and then move on to tackle those that have been tackled at the committee. I think that will help us avoid a gap, which I see coming over and over again within the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nafikiri ningependa kuelekeza kwamba makarani wetu waweze kutusaidia ili tuweze kufuatilizia hizi arifa na kauli ndiposa ziweze kutokomea kwa sababu hazijaweza kuwekwa rasmi katika ripoti za kamati. Sasa hivi nampa nafasi kiranja walio wengi.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, I move the motion pursuant to Standing Order 31. So I beg to move the following motion pursuant to Standing Order 31, Sub-Article 3E of extension of sitting time and I propose it in the following manner, that pursuant to Standing Order 31, Article 3A, the Senate resolves to extend its sitting until the conclusion of business listed in order number 19 in today's order paper. And the reasons are simple. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are two key motions that we need to dispense with today. The first one is on the presidential speech. It needs to be concluded. There were several senators who still wanted to speak on that motion, and therefore we need to allow them at least to converse and make their point. And after we are done with that, Mr. Speaker, sir, I will then be moving a motion that we adjourn. During that motion, I would imagine several senators will be interested to say something and also to contribute, taking into account that if that motion is done with, we shall take a break, which will be prolonged, and therefore I beg to ask colleagues to support this motion so that we give each senator opportune time to speak before we take the prolonged break after today. And therefore, I urge colleagues to support this motion. I urge my colleague, Chairman of Legal and Justice Affairs Committee of the Senate, Honorable Senator Omogeni, to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second the motion that has been put forth by Senator from Murang'a, and who is the whip of majority. It is indeed true, Mr. Speaker, that we still have some business that is pending, and it's only fair that we give senators in the House ample opportunity to make contribution to the adjournment motion. I second, Mr. Speaker.
Asante sana. Naweka kauli rasmi kwamba kutokana na kanuni ya kudumu ya 31 kipengele cha 3A kwamba bunge la seneti limeazimia kuongeza muda wa kikao hiki mpaka mwisho wa masuala yote na hoja zote zilizopo katika orodha ya ratiba leo mpaka tumalizie. Na sasa nataka kutangaza rasmi swala kwamba kutokana na kanuni ya kudumu ya 31 kipengele cha 3A kwamba bunge la seneti liweze kuazimia kwamba mpaka tuweze kumaliza masuala yote yaliyo katika orodha ya ratiba leo nambari 13 tuongeze huo muda. Senator Kangata.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, if I heard you right, I think the way you have crafted your motion, I'm not so sure whether it rhymes with my, with his, the way he has crafted his prayer. Yeah, it appears like it's not in the rhyming with my actual motion. Because if I heard Mr. Speaker right, he seems to suggest that it is after we have dispensed with all business appearing on the order paper, whereas mine is specific to order number 19.
Tafadhali Senator Kiranja walio wengi, tutaweza kumaliza orodha yote hii ya hoja mpaka hoja ya 19. Kwa hivyo tunazungumza ipasavyo. Nafikiri kuna Senator Omanga Millicent. Hamna mtu. Hoja ya nidhamu Senator Sakaja.
Bwana Speaker, ukiangalia kanuni zetu za kudumu kipengele cha 93 inasema ya kwamba mbunge yote anaweza kuibua hoja ya nidhamu wakati wowote seneta mwingine anapochangia kwa kueleza kwamba anasimama kwa hoja ya nidhamu na atahitajika kuitaja kanuni ambayo inayokiukwa. Bwana Speaker, nimekusomea kipengele cha 93 katika kanuni zetu za kudumu. Na nimeona kwamba kumeanza kuwa na uzoefu. Nilimsikia Senator Zani akijaribu kuzua hoja ya nidhamu, lakini hakusikizwa. Hapo awali pia nimepitia hivyo, sijui kama kanuni hii imebadilika, kwa sababu inasema ya kwamba wakati wowote mbunge yoyote anaweza kuibua hoja ya nidhamu, wakati wowote ambapo seneta mwingine anapochangia kwa kueleza kwamba anasimama kwa hoja ya nidhamu na anahitajika kuitaja kanuni inayokiukwa. Hakuna mali inasema ya kwamba spika atamua kama atampa nafasi ama atampa, kwa sababu ni haki ya huyo seneta kuibua hoja ambao ako nayo, Bwana Spika.
Nafikiri hakuna tashwishi Seneta Sakaja, kwa sababu kila mtu yoyote ambaye ameomba kufanya hoja ya nidhamu ameweza kupatiwa nafasi ya kufanya hiyo hoja ya nidhamu, lakini tusiwe na ule uzoefu wa kwamba ni lazima, kama kuna seneta wa Mombasa alikuwa amesimama kwa hoja ya nidhamu. Kwa hiyo hauwezi ukachukua ile nafasi kumpa mwingine, seneta mwingine pia hoja ya nidhamu kabla ile nyingine kumalizika. Kuna utaratibu wa bunge la seneti, na hilo ndo jukumu la spika, na lazima spika aonyeshane taratibu katika bunge la seneti. Lakini najua kwamba kuna ule uzoefu wa kwamba maseneta wengine ukishaitisha hoja ya nidhamu wengine wanyamaze, lazima kwanza wewe uzungumze. Nafikiri hiyo sio haki. Kuna utaratibu ambao unafaa kufuatwa, na mimi kama spika msaidizi nina jukumu la kuhakikisha kwamba kuna nidhamu katika bunge la seneti. Seneta Kang'ata. Mwanzo, pole, samahani kwa hilo, nimeelekezwa ipasavyo. Kwamba nataka sasa kuweka swala rasmi kwamba kutokana na kanuni za kudumu, kanuni ya 31 kipengele cha 3A, kwamba bunge la seneti liweze kuazimia kuongeza muda wa kikao hiki mpaka mwisho wa hoja zote, hoja ya 19 ikiwa ya mwisho katika orodha ya ratiba ya leo. Na wale walio wengi waseme ndio, wale ambao wanapinga waseme la. Basi wengi wameweza kufaulu. Hoja ifuatayo, Seneta Kang'ata. Endelea tafadhali.
Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 52, Sub-Article 2, I hereby present to the Senate the following status of business before the House. Mr. Speaker, sir, as you are aware, today is the last sitting day pursuant to the Senate calendar adopted on Thursday, 27th February 2020, and recently altered on Wednesday, 11th of November 2020, pursuant to Standing Order 29. At the rise of the Senate today, the Senate will proceed on recess until Tuesday, 9th February 2021. Mr. Speaker, sir, with respect to the business of the Senate had published a total of 94 bills. Out of these bills, 14 were assented to and 34 were pending consideration by the National Assembly, most of which were deemed to be money bills. However, following the judgment of the High Court in Constitutional Petition number 284 of 2019, the court ruled in favor of the Senate and stated that all bills should comply with Article 110, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution. This resulted in cessation of consideration of all bills that were before Parliament which had not conformed to Article 110, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution. The Senate has since complied with the judgment given by the High Court and has republished 9 bills, 6 of which are currently undergoing concurrence. Mr. Speaker, sir, the offices of the Speaker and those of the Senate leadership has been engaging with our counterparts in the National Assembly to fast-track the process of regularizing all bills to conform to the joint resolution process under Article 110, Sub-Article 3. We are optimistic that by commencement of the 5th session in 2021, we will have made significant progress and that the Senate will begin that session with its plate already full. Mr. Speaker, sir, we all appreciate and recognize the importance of petitions as a legislative tool to undertake our mandate of oversight and representation. I would like to bring to the attention of the Senate and that a total of 109 petitions have been submitted since the first session, out of which 47 reports have been tabled by the respective committees to which the petitions were committed. Let me take this opportunity to thank the standing committees for this tremendous work and urge the other committees also to move with speed and conclude all petitions and table reports as required by Standing Order 232, Sabbatical 2. With respect to statements, 136 statements have been requested this session. Honorable Senators will recall that the standing orders were amended in the year 2018 to streamline the processing of statements. In this respect, statements sought under Standing Order 48, Sub-Article 1 are referred to the respective committees who are required pursuant to Standing Order 51 to make statements for matters for which they were responsible and table quarterly reports on matters relating to activities of the committee. I take this opportunity to applaud committees for the year reports filed for the year reports. I take this opportunity to applaud committees for the year reports which have been filed and also tabled before the Senate. I urge them to deal with pending statements accordingly. With regard to motions, a total of 81 motions were filed in the fourth session. Out of these, the Senate has debated and concluded 70 of them. 11 are pending debate and conclusion, including the ones listed in today's order paper. It is important for senators to note that only motions will lapse at the end of this session. Therefore, respective movers will be required to file notices of motion afresh at the beginning of the fifth session in February 2021. Mr. Speaker, sir, I take this opportunity to thank all senators for their dedication and commitment they have shown in their work in the service of the people of this great Republic of Kenya. As we proceed for recess, it is my hope that we will all be able to meet with constituents, spend time with our families and friends, and also rest in preparation of the coming year, 2021. I hasten to state that as COVID-19 global pandemic continues to persist, let us all continue to observe World Health Organization, Ministry of Health, and parliamentary guidelines and protocols for keeping safe and minimizing the spread of the pandemic. In conclusion, being that time of the year that is associated with 3 important holidays in the Kenyan calendar, allow me, and also Mr. Speaker, to end by wishing all honorable senators happy Jamhuri Day, a Merry Christmas, and a prosperous New Year 2021. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I hereby lay the statement on the table of the Senate.
Asante sana kiranja walio wengi. Hoja ifuatayo.
Order number 8, motion, debate on the presidential address to Parliament, third and final day.
Senator Mugeni. Nafikiri ulikuwa na muda ambao uliosalia.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, nitajitahidi sana kuendelea na kumaliza katika lugha ile ya kitaifa, lugha ya Kiswahili. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka nimshukuru Rais kwa ile hotuba ambayo alitoa, kwa sababu alitueleza kwamba katika huu mwaka ambao alikuwa anatupa ripoti hii ambayo ilisoma tarehe 12 mwezi wa 11 mwaka wa 2020, serikali ilikuwa imeweka mikakati ya kununua madawati ya shule 250 ili kuhakikisha kwamba watoto wetu watakao kuwa narudi shule mwaka ujao watakuwa na nafasi ya kuwa na ile umbali wa mita 1.5 ili kusiwe na mahadhara katika shule kupitia ugonjwa wa COVID-19. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nimejaribu kutembea katika kaunti yangu ya Nyamira na nimeona kwamba kweli kuna shule mingi sana katika kaunti yangu ambazo bado hazijakuwa na nafasi ya kupewa hii madawati. Kwa hivyo naomba kwamba Mheshimiwa Spika, wale ambao wanasimamia Wizara ya Elimu wafanye jitihada ya kuhakikisha kwamba madawati haya yapelekwe katika makaunti zote 47 zenye ziko katika nchi ya Kenya. Hatutaki kusikia kwamba madawati haya yamegawa katika kaunti fulani na kwamba kuna kaunti zingine ambazo hazijakuwa na nafasi ya kupata madawati haya. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, pointi nyingine ambayo ningetaka kuguzia ni ile hotuba ya Rais aliyoitoa kuhusiana na jitihada ambayo serikali yake imeweza kufanya kupigana na hili janga la COVID-19. Na nakubali kwamba Mheshimiwa Spika, Rais alipoanza shughuli ya kushughulikia maneno ya COVID na aswa kusaidia Wakenya ambao walikuwa affectiwa na hii maneno ya COVID, aliweka mikakati rasmi ya kuwalinda Wakenya aswa mambo ya kupunguza kodi, mambo ya kuhakikisha kwamba watu walikuwa wanawekewa mikakati ya kutokuwa wanakutana ama kutembea kutoka kaunti moja hadi
nyingine. Ni hoja ipi ya nidhamu, Seneta Pareno?
Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesikia, sijui kama nimesikia vizuri, lakini ni kama nimesikia kama mwenzangu Mheshimiwa Seneta Mogeni badala ya kusema kwamba watoto wao wameadhirika, akasema kuafektiwa. Hamna katika lugha ya Kiswahili sijawahi kusikia kama kuna ngeli kama hiyo. Kwa hivyo afadhali aitoe hiyo kutoka kwa taarifa ya bunge, la sivyo itabidi adhibike kwa sababu ya masharti yaliyowekwa katika masharti yetu ya bunge.
Nafikiri asante sana Seneta Pareno. Unajua wewe tayari ulikuwa mbunge wa bunge la Afrika Mashariki. Kwa hiyo nafikiri umebobea katika lugha, lakini ningependa kuwahusi maseneta wenzangu kwamba tujaribu tu kuzungumza lugha hata kama kutakuwa na dosari, lakini kujaribu ndio kuweza. Endelea.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Na wajua mimi nazungumzia watoto kule kaunti ya Nyamira na wengine kutoka kaunti ya Nairobi ambao wamezoea pia ile Kiswahili ya Sheng. Kwa sababu nataka kuwatia moyo kwamba serikali imeweka mikakati maalum ya kuhakikisha kwamba wakirudi kwenye shule mwaka ujao hawatakuwa kwa adhari ya kupata ule ugonjwa wa COVID-19. Nikiendelea kumalizia katika hii maneno ya COVID-19, Mheshimiwa Spika, pia ningemuomba Rais wetu aangalie upya ile mikakati ambayo imeweka kudhibiti hii ugonjwa wa COVID-19 asoka tu ambapo tunaelekea katika ule msimu wa Krismasi ambapo kutakuwa na watu wengi ambao watakuwa wanakusanyika wakikuwa katika sherehe ya kuburudika na familia na marafiki. Lakini hatari yenye iko Mheshimiwa Spika ni kwamba wakati ambao watu wanakuwa wanakusanyika wakiwa na wafanya sherehe, wakiwa katika sherehe za kuwa na mankuli, huo ndio wakati ambapo kuna athari kubwa sana ya kusambazika kwa ugonjwa wa COVID-19. Kwa hivyo nataka niombe kwamba pia Rais, ili ndipo ataporejea tena bungeni mwaka ujao kutueleza shughuli ambao serikali ilifanya kupigana na janga la COVID-19, ni vizuri kwamba serikali iangalie upya ile mikakati ambayo inaweza kuwekwa wakati huu wa msimu wa Krismasi ili tuweze kudhibiti zaidi huu ugonjwa wa COVID-19. Mheshimiwa Spika, kumbuka kwamba mwaka ujao kutakuwa na wanafunzi wengi ambao watakuwa wanarejea shuleni wiki ya kwanza ya mwezi wa Januari mwaka 2021. Kwa hivyo ni vyema kwamba tuweze kuzuia uenezaji wa ugonjwa kwa kuhakikisha kwamba watoto ambao watakuwa wanaenda shule mwaka ujao mwezi wa kwanza wasiende shule kama wamepata ugonjwa wa COVID, kwa sababu itakuwa ni adhari sana kwa wanafunzi wengine kupata ugonjwa huu na hasa walimu. Pia ni vizuri Mheshimiwa Spika, serikali zetu za majimbo zihakikishe kwamba zimeweka mikakati ya kuwa na vitanda vya kutosha vya kulaza wagonjwa mahututi, kwa sababu tukishamaliza huu msimu wa Krismasi kuna hatari kwamba ugonjwa huu utapata tena mchangamko wa kuenea zaidi katika taifa lote. Pia Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka nimshukuru Rais kwa ile hotuba ambayo alizungumza kuhusu maneno ya BBI ambao nia yake ni kuunganisha Wakenya na kuhakikisha kwamba sisi wote tunaenda mbele kama taifa ambao inaleta watu wote pamoja. Ile ripoti ya kwanza, Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka sasa nimshukuru sana kiongozi wa taifa, rais, pamoja na kiongozi wa chama cha ODM aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga kwa kuhakikisha kwamba baada ya kupokea maoni kutoka kwa wananchi, ile ripoti ambayo tumeipata sasa ya BBI imeshughulikia mikakati ama mchangamko ambao Wakenya walikuwa wamezusha kuhusiana na ile ripoti ya kwanza. Aswa nikizungumza kama seneta wa Nyamira, nataka niwashukuru sana kwa sababu tulipopata hii ripoti mara ya kwanza, sisi hatukuwa tujaongezewa eneo bunge katika sehemu katika kaunti yetu ya Nyamira. Lakini baada ya wengine wetu kuzusha sana na kusema kwamba hatungekubali hii BBI kama hatungekuwa na eneo bunge limeongezwa kule kaunti ya Nyamira, nafurahi sana kusema kwamba Mheshimiwa Spika, sasa kaunti yetu ya Nyamira imeongezewa eneo moja la bunge, na ikiwa BBI itapita, sisi kama watu wa Nyamira tutarudi hapa tukiwa na eneo bunge 5, wakilishi 5 na sio 4. Pia nafurahi sana kwamba kipengele 11 sasa inaongea kuhusu maneno ya kilimo, kwamba wakulima wetu wa chai sasa watashughulikiwa na serikali. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka nikwambie sisi kule Nyamira, ukishughulikia mkulima wa chai, uhakikishe kwamba mkulima wa chai anapata mapato yake vyema, aswa malipo ya chai ikiwa imeweka katika shilingi 50 juu, sisi ndio tutakuwa mbele kwa hii wimbo wa rege kuliko watu wengine Kenya yote. Kwa hivyo tunasema kwamba ni asante kwa serikali yetu kwa kuhakikisha kwamba kutakuwa na mikakati ya kushughulikia mahitaji ya wakulima wa chai, wasiendelee kugandamizwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu ikiwa tunataka tufuate yale ambayo rais alituambia katika hotuba yake kwamba tumalize hali ya umaskini, tuinue Wakenya wapate mapato ambayo yanawafanya pia waonekana kama binadamu, pia waweze kuwa mabwenyenye siku zijazo, lazima tushughulikie mkulima, Mheshimiwa Spika. Hata ukiangalia maneno ya kilimo ya mimea kama kitunguu, kuna hii soko ambayo tuko nayo hapa Nairobi, wakulima wa Kenya wapati soko kwa sababu wale wakulima kutoka Tanzania ndio wanaoleta vitunguu kuuza katika soko letu hapa Kenya. Ukiangalia katika maneno ya mayai mengi ambao tuko nayo hapa Kenya yanatoka kule nchi jirani kule Uganda. Kwa hivyo ni sharti tuweke mikakati ya kuhakikisha kwamba tunamtetea mkulima. Katika kule Umarekani, Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati ili janga la COVID ilitokea, ule rais ambaye anaondoka Bwana Trump aliweka kando karibu bilioni 19 kuhakikisha kwamba inapunguza hasara ya mkulima. Kwa hivyo mimi pia hapa Kenya pia ningeomba kwamba serikali iweze kuweka mikakati ya kusaidia mkulima ili kupunguza hasara ambayo inaweza tokea na hili janga la COVID-19. Katika usambazaji wa umeme, namshukuru rais vile alituambia Wakenya wengi sana sasa wamepata nafasi ya kupata umeme. Tangu serikali hii yetu ambayo tuko nayo sasa ichukue hatamu za uongozi, kuna eneo kadhaa ambazo zimefaidika sana na hii maneno ya kuunganisha umeme kwa wananchi wa nchi yetu ya Kenya. Lakini shida ambayo iko ni kwamba ile kampuni ambayo inashughulikia maneno ya kuunganisha umeme kwa wananchi, Kenya Power and Lighting Company, inaonekana, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni haina uwezo wa kuwafikia Wakenya wote. Na hata kule sehemu ambazo imewahi kuunganisha, Mheshimiwa Spika, wa Kenya, sangine kukiwa na kasoro katika ile mitambo ndio inasambaza umeme ambayo tunaita transformer, Mheshimiwa Spika, inachukua muda mrefu sana kurekebisha mitambo hiyo ama kuleta ingine mpya wakati ile mitambo ingine imeharibika, ile transformer. Kwa mfano, Mheshimiwa Spika, kule eneo bunge langu kule kaunti ya Nyamira kule North Mogirango, kuna transformer ambayo imeharibika karibu sasa ni mwezi wa pili kule shule moja inaitwa Gekendo karibu na soko ya Obwari, eneo bunge la Mogirango kaskazini. Na hii ni kwa sababu hii kampuni ya Kenya Power, hata kama tumepatia jukumu la kuunganisha umeme kwa Wakenya, imeonyesha wazi kwamba haina uwezo. Nafikiri Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati umewadhia ambao tunatakana tukubali kwamba kampuni nyingine ije ili iweze kusaidia katika hii shughuli ya kuunganisha umeme katika eneo mbalimbali katika taifa letu la Kenya. Katika maneno ya kupigana na umaskini na upweke kwa vijana, namshukuru Rais vile amesema sasa hivi hapa Kenya tuko na wale vijana ambao wanafanya kazi ya bodaboda wanazidi sasa karibu 1.4 na hao vijana wenyewe wanaleta katika taifa letu uchumi karibu bilioni 357. Lakini pia kuna shida ambayo inakumba hao vijana. Mheshimiwa Spika, hao vijana katika zile sehemu za mashambani, sijui Nairobi, Senator wa Nairobi anaweza kutueleza, lakini kule mashambani wanasumbuliwa sana na maaskari. Mara nyingi Mheshimiwa Spika, hao vijana wakiwa wanafanya biashara zao, ile askari ambao wameweka roadblock wanawaitisha shilingi 50 kila wakati wanapopita katika ile roadblock. Vile Rais amesema Mheshimiwa Spika, angetaka kuona kwamba hao vijana uchumi wao iweze kuinuka mbele, siku zijazo kule mbele wawe hata wako na mafactory ya kutengeneza mabodaboda. Lakini itakuwaje kwamba ile juhudi ambayo serikali yetu inaunga mkono sana inawekewa pingamizi na maaskari wetu? Mimi nataka kuomba serikali yetu Mheshimiwa Spika ihakikishe kwamba wale maaskari ambao wako katika mabarabara zetu kazi yao isiwe kusumbua wale vijana ambao wanafanya kazi ya bodaboda. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka nikuambie kwamba hata Ijumaa nilikuwa katika kule kaunti yangu ya Nyamira, jimbo la Nyamira, nikitembea kutoka market moja inaitwa Ikonge, nitokee katika barabara nyingine inapita katika factory ya Kibera. Hapo katikati kuna askari wameweka roadblock. Nao vijana wanalia, wanasema kila mara wakipita pale wanatolewa kodi ya shilingi 50. Wengine wanatolewa kodi ya shilingi 100. Huu si ungwana kabisa. Kwa vijana ambao wengine wao wamesoma sana, lakini wanafanya hii kazi ya bodaboda kwa sababu serikali yetu haijaweka mikakati ya kutosha ya kupata ajira ya kutosha kwa vijana wetu. Naomba sana mkuu wa idara ya polisi ahakikishe kwamba hii maneno ya kutesa hawa vijana ambao wanafanya kazi ya bodaboda ikome kabisa. Si ungwana tena Mheshimiwa Spika kuona vijana kama ambao wanajaribu kutafuta riziki kwa familia zao.
Unataka kuarifiwa Senator?
Nataka, ni sawa, nampa nafasi rafiki yangu Senator wa Nairobi.
Asante Bwana Spika. Ningependa kumwarifu Senator Onyamira na nashukuru kwa nafasi hii na pia kusema kwamba kweli ni hoja la arifa. Ya kwamba ni kweli pia vijana wa Nairobi mara mingi wanasumbuliwa na wananyanyaswa na maafisa wa polisi, lakini wanajitafutia riziki. Na hivi leo hata nimesema ya kwamba leo tu vijana wangu wengi sana ambao wako kwa bodaboda na pia wale wa matatu, mkiangalia pande ya Ruai, pande ya Njiru, pande ya Kayole, Forward Sacco wa matatu, wale wa Outer Ring na wale wa Eastern Bypass wameshikwa wengi, wamewekwa kwa Mariamu, tunaita Mariamu ile lori, na wamejazwa, wameshikwa bila kuzingatia kanuni za kupigana na COVID. So pia Nairobi tuna shida kama hiyo. Na nafikiri labda hiyo shida iko zaidi ya Nyamira, na nimefurahi kwamba mimi na wewe na kamati yetu tunaenda Nyamira wiki ijayo kuangalia, na pia tuangalie mambo kama wewe ni mwenyekiti wa kamati ya haki, na niko tayari pamoja na maseneta wenzangu Ledama, Mutula na wale ambao wako katika kamati hiyo. Ledama atakuja kama jirani wa Nyamira kuja kuzungumzia vijana, kuwapa moyo kwamba kupitia BBI kuna nafasi yao ambayo itapatikana hapo. Asante sana.
Nimefurahi sana na hiyo taarifa ya kujulishwa na Senator wa Nairobi. Na ni kwa hakika ni aibu sana Mheshimiwa Spika kuangalia kwamba maaskari wetu ambao wanatakana kulinda sisi na kuhakikisha kwamba wale wanafanya biashara wanafanya kwa njia ambayo sio kuatisha, ndio wanarudi tena kutesa vijana wetu. Mimi nafikiri kama mwenyekiti wa ile kamati ya haki, nitaomba kwamba wiki ijayo sisi tutafanya safari hadi ofisi ya wale ile kamati ambayo inapigana na maneno ya ufisadi, tujue ni jitihada gani zitawekwa na hiyo kamati kuhakikisha kwamba maaskari wetu ambao wako katika barabara zetu na roadblocks hawatesi vijana wetu wa bodaboda, kwa sababu hakuna haja, Mheshimiwa Spika, sekta kama hii ambayo inaletea nchi yetu karibu shilingi 357 bilioni katika uchumi wetu, tuwe kwamba sisi kama serikali tena tunakubali kitengo cha polisi kiendelee kutesa hawa vijana. Nafikiri lazima tumuite mkuu wa polisi, lazima tumuite mkuu wa kitengo cha kupigania na ufisadi, atueleze mikakati gani wameweka kuhakikisha kwamba hawa vijana ambao wanafanya kazi ya bodaboda hawaendelei kufanyiwa dhuluma na mapolisi katika roadblock zetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikiendelea pia nataka nimshukuru Rais. Amesema kwamba hii shughuli ya BBI vile tunapoendelea mbele tukubali kwamba tuzungumze kama Wakenya. Mheshimiwa Rais ametuambia kwamba ile sheria ambaye imechapishwa na ambayo imewasilishwa katika bunge la National Assembly ya kushughulikia maneno ya referendum, amesema kwamba tuangalie sheria hiyo, tuweke mikakati ya kusaidia taifa hili kuenda mbele na kufanya referendum. Mheshimiwa Spika, ujue tangu tupitishe katiba yetu ya mwaka 2010, nchi hii haijawahi kufanya referendum. Hii ndio mara ya kwanza kabisa tunaenda katika referendum, na mheshimiwa ametusi kwamba hii sheria ya referendum ikija kwetu tuiangalie, tuifanyie ukarabati kabisa, tuwape Wakenya nafsi, watueleze ni vipi tunaweza enda kwenye referendum tukitumia sheria hii. Na mimi ningeomba maseneta wenzangu tuangalie vile nchi zingine zinafanya. Mheshimiwa Spika, mwaka 2008 nilipokuwa mwenyekiti wa chama cha wanasheria nchini, nilisafiri mpaka kule ya Marekani wakati kulikuwa kunafanywa uchaguzi kule, na niliona kwamba katika uchaguzi wao vile wanafanya uchaguzi wa kuwachagua viongozi, pia unapata kwamba kuna maswali pale yamewekwa ya referendum. Ukitembea katika kule nchi ya Australia, Mheshimiwa Spika, wananchi wanapewa nafsi ya kufanya mjadala, na swali ya referendum ikiwekwa kwenye wananchi wanapewa nafsi ya kuchagua. Nataka niwaombe wananchi na machifu wetu, assistant chief, kwamba hii maneno ya referendum inaungwa mkono na Wakenya wengi, na hakuna haja hawa assistant chief na wachief wajaribu kuwadhulumisha Wakenya wenzao. Hii sheria tutakwenda kule, tutaongea na watu wetu kule majimbo kule tutatoka, na tutaipitisha kwa amani. Hatutaki Wakenya wasurutishwe. Hii ni mjadala ambao uko na wafuasi wengi, na sisi tungetaka Wakenya wapewe nafasi yao waweze kuchukua hatua ya kidemokrasia ya wale wanaopiga, na ni wengi wataipigia, wale wanaipinga ambaye nafikiri ni wachache, wakikataa basi hiyo pia ni demokrasia. Vile nimesema, sisi kule jimbo langu la Nyamira tumepata constituency mpya pale, eneo bunge tuko nao. Maneno ya wakulima wa chai tumeambiwa kwamba tutashughulikiwa. Kwa hivyo tutaungana na Wakenya wengine tuhakikisha kwamba wapatia watu wetu nafasi ya kusoma vitabu za BBI, na wakiona kwamba haya maneno yote yanawafaidi, ikiwa wanapenda tuongeze pesa kutoka 15% hadi 35 kule katika majimbo, wakiona ni sawa basi waunge. Wakiona ni vizuri, sasa tumeweka maneno ya ward fund katika katiba, watasoma, na wakiona ni sawa watapiga kura, tutawapatia nafasi. Hiyo ndio demokrasia, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Kwa kumalizia, nasema kwamba I think hotuba ambayo rais alitoa ni natupa changa mzuri kama taifa. Tuangalie na tuunge rais wetu mkono vile tunaendelea mbele kuhakikisha kwamba nchi yote hii inaendelea mbele ikiweka Wakenya pamoja. Nimefurahi sana vile Mheshimiwa Rais amesema kwamba tumerahisisha maneno ya kusajili makampuni. Tunafanya zaidi ya makampuni 300 kila siku. Lakini Mheshimiwa Speaker, shida ambayo tuko naye ni kwamba baada ya kusajili hizi makampuni, wale wakuu wa majimbo yetu wanaitwa magavana, hawawapatii nafasi vijana wetu na akina mama kufanya biashara na majimbo yetu. Unakuta kwamba akina mama wamefanya jitihada, wamesajili makampuni yao, vijana wamesajili makampuni, lakini ukienda katika county government uulize ni kwamba wanawake wangapi wamepewa nafasi kufanya biashara kule county, hamna. Ukiuliza vijana wangapi wamepewa nafasi kufanya biashara na county, hamna. Na wale wachache ambao wamefanya biashara, wakienda kutafuta malipo yao, wanaambiwa kwamba toa rushwa, ile wanaita 10%. Nafikiri ni lazima sisi kama maseneta tuweke mikakati zaidi ya kuhakikisha kwamba vijana wetu wanapewa nafsi wa represent hapa wenye wako na disability. Kule Nyamira wameniuliza, sisi hatupewi nafasi, tunasajili kampuni yetu, lakini tukienda kule kwenye county government kuambiwa tupewe biashara, wanazungushwa huku na kule. Nafikiri ni vizuri Mheshimiwa Spika, tuitishe orodha kutoka kaunti zetu zote 47. Tuangalie watu wangapi wale wako na disability wamepewa nafasi ya kufanya biashara. Kwa sababu sheria inasema 30% ya biashara yote ipewe vijana, ipewe akina mama, ipewe wale watu wako na disability. Ni lazima magavana wetu wafuate sheria, kwa sababu hao ndio madhumuni ya sisi kama taifa la Kenya. Kwa kumalizia, Mheshimiwa Spika, ningesema kwamba vile tunaelekea Krismasi na vile rais amesema, tujaribu kuwa na nchi ambaye inakuwa na umoja. Tukubali kwamba sisi wa Kenya wote ni watu wamoja. Tunaposhughulikia maneno ya BBI, isituunganishe, tuendelee mbele tukikubali kwamba nchi ni moja. Rais ametuambia katika hii taarifa, amesema kwamba referendum zitakuja nyingi. Hii ni moja tu amesema kwamba yeye na Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga wamependekeza. Lakini ametuambia kwamba kwenda mbele kutakuja na referendum ingine. Hula atakaye kuwa rais labda tena miaka 10 tutakuwa na kura ya maoni ingine. Kwa hivyo nchi itazidi kubaki, lakini ubadilishaji wa katiba utakuja leo, utakuja kesho na siku zingine mbele. Nashukuru sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii, na naunga mkono kwa moyo wote hotuba hii iliyotolewa na Mheshimiwa Rais wa Taifa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante sana kwa vile ambavyo umejieleza kwa ufasaha mwingi sana na umahiri mwingi sana, na pia ulikuwa na ari nzuri zaidi wakati umejieleza. Jambo la kusikitisha ndugu yangu seneta ni kwamba kiti ambacho kinawakilisha watu wenye ulemavu katika bunge la seneti, ama viti viwili, vimeweza kuondolewa katika hii rasimu ya BBI kwa sababu lazima kuwe na usawa wa county. Lakini nafikiri hilo ni jambo ambalo linaweza kupigwa msasa. Sasa hivi nataka kumpatia nafasi Seneta Kiranja walio wengi aweze kujibu kwa sababu yeye ndiye mdhamini wa hoja hii.
Mr. Speaker, sir, let me take this opportunity to congratulate all senators who have contributed to this motion. Yes, as correctly stated by various senators, the President did highlight various issues concerning effort his government has done to uplift Kenyans in terms of the political sphere, the economic sphere, the social sphere. But I think the key highlight, as various members have stated, is the issue concerning BBI, Mr. Speaker, sir. Allow me to highlight a few issues which members have raised concerning BBI. Mr. Speaker, sir, when His Excellency gave this speech, the very final constitutional amendment bill concerning BBI had not been published. We now have a new bill. One thing you realize, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that this new bill, the BBI bill, took into account various issues that were raised by stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, sir, we all know proposed new Article 11A of the Constitution had only mentioned agriculture. The new revised version has added pastoralism. It has also added what we call blue economy. That then means, Mr. Speaker, sir, the entire region of Asal, arid and semi-arid region, the counties like Wajir, Mandera, Marsabit, Turkana, Tana River, their issues concerning pastoralism have now found expression in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, there's also the issue concerning the blue economy, Mr. Speaker, sir. For the first time, blue economy, which involves activities like fisheries, activities like maritime resources, have now found expression in the Constitution if BBI goes through, Mr. Speaker, sir. Again, another new addition which we need to celebrate is the whole idea that agriculture, who has now been mentioned expressly in a substantive part of the Constitution, that then gives Parliament the legal and constitutional background to now enact what we call guaranteed minimum return. It is a very contentious issue. It's a very emotive issue for people of Nyanza, agriculturalists from Rift Valley, the people of the Mount Kenya region. Why, Mr. Speaker, sir? Because myself, when I was in the National Assembly, I brought a bill proposing to guarantee return for coffee farmers. That bill did not pass. Now we have a constitutional provision, if BBI passes, that is going to enable National Assembly or even the Senate to create a guaranteed minimum return for various products, Mr. Speaker, sir. If that happens, our farmers are going to be protected from the vagaries of price fluctuations. Mr. Speaker, sir, the new revised BBI bill, which is now being undergoing signature collection, took into account the concerns that were raised by the Honorable Senator for Nairobi County. Yeah, the idea that functions were being taken away from Nairobi County. Now, His Excellency took into account those views. Now Nairobi is going to be retained as it is. No single function is going to be transferred to the national government. And to me, that is progress. It shows that this government listens. It shows that the BBI process is consultative. Mr. Speaker, sir, another thing that people complained about when the first BBI report was unveiled is the issue concerning independence of the judiciary. Again, that has been remedied. Also, the powers of the Senate. The new bill now has enhanced the powers of the Senate in the following manner. Number one, Senate can now vet commissioners of Youth Commission. Number two, we have the vetting power of the control of budget. We have power to vet that appointment. And also, the judiciary ombudsman will now come to this honorable house for vetting. And it shows that BBI, again, the government and stakeholders of BBI went out of their way to bend backwards, listen to the various criticisms that were leveled against BBI. I will finalize with this final point. People have been criticizing BBI, saying, no, if BBI passes, Parliament is going to become bloated. I have heard even one parliamentarian say that we are creating a double-decker parliament. Yes, a double-decker parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, the key reason why there's a proposal to increase the number of parliamentarians is the endeavor by Parliament and also government to adhere to the so-called gender top-up principle. That principle is provided for under Article 27 of the Constitution. It is a principle that has been litigated in court all the way to the highest court of this republic, and there has been a decision which has not been vacated that we need to adhere to the two-third gender rule. In fact, as we are aware, there is even an advisory from the CJ to the President to dissolve Parliament. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker, sir? We either agree to the two-third gender rule and agree we at least increase more representation, or in the alternative, then we do away with this BBI amendment, and then Parliament still remains and as a contentious entity as currently constituted. And therefore, to cure that, we have to agree that we cannot have our cake and eat it, and we have to consider expanding the legislature. Of course, for me, I agree. I think maybe we could have thought other ways, but I can tell you the way of remedying that problem, Mr. Speaker, sir, they are few, and we have to take that route. Finally, on the issue concerning constituencies. At a personal level, me, I'm supporting BBI for 3 reasons. Number 1, minimum guaranteed return, which principle has been established by new Article 11A of BBI. Number 2, War Development Fund, which I initiated in this House. It went to the National Assembly, it was torpedoed. Now it is going to become a constitutional bill, a constitutional provision if BBI passes. But number 3, and most importantly, new constituencies. The people of Muranga, for the longest of period, have been agitating for a new constituency. Now we shall have 1 extra constituency. But I'm happy. It is not Muranga only that is going to gain. Nairobi is going to gain new constituencies. Mombasa is going to gain constituencies. Mandera County is going to gain constituencies. I am very happy when I see Bungoma, when I see Kakamega. They are gaining constituencies. It shows that when you look at the Rift Valley, it is the region that is also going to get more extra constituencies. So for me, the way the constituencies have been drafted is a real win-win situation. And therefore, I beg to move, and I support the speech by His Excellency President. It was well taken. Thank you.
Asante sana kwa kuchangia kwako kwa ufasaha, lakini hiyo ripoti ya BBI pia ina dosari kadhaa za uhariri ambazo zinafaa kuangaziwa, kwa sababu nimeisoma kwa masaa 5 na nikaandika rasmi kwamba naiunga, lakini kuna tofauti kidogo. Nataka kuweka swala rasmi kwamba kutokana na kanuni ya kudumu ya Bunge la Seneti ya 24 kipengele cha 6 kwamba shukran zetu za Bunge la Seneti ziweze kunakiliwa rasmi kwa vile ambavyo Mheshimiwa Rais alivyoweza kuelezea mikakati ya sera za umma katika hotuba aliyoitoa katika kikao maalum cha Bunge Alhamisi tarehe 12 Novemba mwaka 2020, na kwamba Bunge la Seneti liweze kunakili rasmi ripoti zilizowekwa katika meza ya siwa na Mheshimiwa Rais kutokana na jukumu la ibara ya 132 kipengele cha kwanza cha na ibara ya 240 kipengele cha 7 cha katiba. Ripoti hizo zote zilizowekwa rasmi tarehe 17 Novemba mwaka 2022 Alhamisi Jumanne kumradhi. Ripoti ya kwanza ikiwa ni ripoti ya 7 ya hotuba ya Rais rasmi kwa taifa ambayo iliweza aliweza kuhutubia kikao rasmi cha pamoja cha jumla cha bunge Alhamisi tarehe 12 Novemba mwaka 2020, na pia ripoti ya 7 ya kimwaka ambayo inaelezea kwamba hatua zilizochukuliwa na mikakati iliyowekwa ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunaweza kuafikia maadili ya kitaifa na kanuni za utawala. 3, ripoti ya 7 ya kila mwaka kuhusu hatua zilizopigwa ili kuafikia maudhui ya mikataba ya kitaifa, na pia muhtasari wa ripoti hiyo ya haya majukumu ya mikataba ya kimataifa, na pia ripoti ya mwaka kwa bunge kuhusu hali ya usalama wa kitaifa, na 6, ripoti ya uwezeshwaji wa kufanya biashara na pia hatua muhimu zilizochukuliwa ili kuwezesha watu wa Kenya kufanya biashara, tangia mwaka 2014 mpaka mwaka 2020, na mwishowe ripoti rasmi la mkurugenzi mkuu wa mashtaka tangia mwaka 2017 mpaka mwaka 2020. Walio wengi waseme ndio, ambao wanapinga waseme la. Hoja ifuatayo, ningependa kuomba kwamba nafikiri wengi ndio wamepata. Asante Senator kwa kunirekebisha hapo. Kwa sababu ya muda tutaweza kuakhirisha hoja zote kutoka hoja ya 9 mpaka hoja ya 18 kwa sababu hatuna muda. Hoja ya nidhamu, Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to register disappointment that this motion on order number 9, which is a report of the Standing Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs and Human Rights on the constitutional amendments proposed in the BBI, is not being adopted, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important report on this historic process. Members of this committee sat for very many meetings. Our secretariat burnt the midnight oil. And as much as some of the elements of that report could have been overtaken by events, it is good for it to be in the record of the House that the House adopted that report. There are many things that were proposed in this report that have been adopted in BBI and some have not. But 20 years from now, Mr. Speaker, your grandchild or child should be able to go online and see what you stood for as a Senate when the BBI report was being passed. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to protest that. And as a member of this committee, I was actually willing to second the chair. And the absence of the chair, I can move and it can be seconded and we just put the question. But this House cannot waste resources of our staff and of our members sitting, discussing such a report for days, and then the chair just disappears and doesn't move it. Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance on that issue. Because as a member of the committee, I'm ready to move it without even taking 5 minutes. Just so that it is part of the record of this House, that this House adopted the report on the position of the Senate, on the issue Senator Kangata has spoken about, in support of what the BBI is, without, as opposed to us just leaving the matter and throwing our work down the drain, Mr. Speaker. I seek your guidance on this.
Sidhani kama hatutakosa zungumzia swala hili sasa hivi, Senator Sakaja, kwamba litaweza kutupiliwa mbali, kwa sababu kile ambacho nimesema ni kwamba nimeahirisha hoja zote kutoka ya 9 mpaka 18. Nafikiri ni muhimu tuelewe kama itakuwa imekwisha kwa sababu ya awamu hii ya kikao hiki cha, nafikiri ni cha 4 cha bunge la Seneti, ama itaweza kuorodheshwa katika mwezi wa Februari. Kama itaweza kuorodheshwa, basi nafikiri sioni kama kuna shida yoyote. Ya Senator Sakaja.
Bwana Speaker, ukiangalia kanuni zetu itakuwa imepitwa na wakati. Kwa hivyo haitaweza kuzungumziwa tena kwa muda ambao unafuata kwa awamu wa kwanza wa mwaka wa 2021. Itakuwa ni vyema hata kama ni kwa sababu ya wakati, report hii izungumziwe kwa dakika tu 2, lakini iwe katika mtaitaje maktaba ama katika kumbukumbu ya Senate ya kuwa tulijadili, tulifikiria, tukatoa mawazo yetu na tukapitisha report. Hata kama tuko idadi ambao tuko na idadi ya kupitisha report ya kazi ambayo imefanywa na maseneta.
Asante sana. Nafikiri Senator Sakaja, kwa sababu mwenyekiti Senator Omogeni aliwahi kuja hapa kuniuliza hilo swala, na kwa sababu nilikuwa nimearifiwa kwamba tuahirishe hoja zote kwa sababu ya muda, na nikamuelezea kwamba hatutoweza kufanya hili swala rasmi, lakini kuna uwezekano, nakubaliana na wewe, kuna uwezekano kwamba hii ripoti haitaweza kuorodheshwa tena mwezi wa Februari kwa sababu tuna hoja nyingi ambazo zipo mbele yetu. Kwa hiyo pengine nikupe nafasi tu ya dakika kama 3-4 uweze kuleta rasmi, pengine Senator Ledama ama mwingine aweze Bas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I move this report, I will ask Senator Faki to second, not Senator Ledama. Senator Ledama is anti-BBI, and I can't risk. Mr. Speaker, just very simply, the Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs, which is the custodian of issues of human rights and constitutionalism in the Senate, went through the proposals of the task force.
Pole Senator Sakaja, nafikiri kwa sababu ya kuchanganyikiwa kidogo, na ni vizuri pia saa nyingine wacha tumpe rasmi karani wetu aweze kuisoma hiyo hoja rasmi.
Order number 9, motion. Adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on the constitutional amendments proposed in the report of the Steering Committee of the implementation of the Building Bridges to a United Kenya Task Force.
Senator Sakaja.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your wisdom and for giving us this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights went through the report of the Steering Committee on the implementation of the Building Bridges to a United Kenya Task Force report. And we looked at the proposed amendments as a committee over a number of days. Mr. Speaker, the observations we made, and I will do this very quickly in less than 5 minutes, 3 minutes actually, as you've directed. We looked at many of the proposals in Article 90, for instance, on the issue of members of National Assembly being drawn from both single and multiple member of constituencies. Mr. Speaker, this provision has since changed, and I want to join Senator, my leader, the whip of the majority, a very senior man, who, as we do the adjournment motion, we shall talk about him a bit. But to join him in applauding the proposal of equality of the vote. Article 81 talks about the principle of universal suffrage and equality of the vote. Mr. Speaker, this country is a signatory to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and Article 5 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights talks about the principle of equality of the vote and universal suffrage. Since all Kenyans cannot go to any assembly to represent themselves, then when as equal as possible number of constituencies and representing as equal as possible number of people to come, and that unit must be representative. And so this provides that, number one, Mr. Speaker, those counties that would have lost constituencies in the review under Article 89 do not lose those constituencies. The 290 are all protected. Some counties would have lost. Isiolo would have had one. Lamu would have had only one. But they remain. But those who deserved then are able to get the additional constituencies in terms of population, so that each county has almost as equal a number. Mr. Speaker, before there was gerrymandering, and you'd find, for instance, a representative in Nairobi, remember in Bakassi, one MP was representing 900,000 people, while another MP was representing 10,000 people. The weight of a voter must be as equal as possible. Mr. Speaker, I will jump 96 because it talks about the role of both houses. We gave our thoughts on that, as well as Article 97 and 98. But Mr. Speaker, I want to go to a provision that I was very keen on the issue of Nairobi County. There's a proposal of Article 200 to actually transfer permanently functions from Nairobi City County. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank senators for listening to me, because when we went to Naivasha, everybody was against touching a comma or a full stop. But I insisted that Article 1 says the sovereignty of this country is exercised at the national level and at the county level. And by hard-coding the transfer of functions from Nairobi, then the Nairobian will not have the same right of devolution as the person in Narok. That a Nairobian woman, a mother in Mutuini or in Rudhimitu, does not have someone she can hold to account for provision of health services that she has voted for at the county level as a lady in Narok South, or in Lolgorian in Kilgoris. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, every Kenyan has a similar right to representation, and representation at the county and national level. If it is Article 1, it talks to the sovereignty of this country. Mr. Speaker, we gave examples of many countries that have actually succeeded having their capital devolved. And Mr. Speaker, the point we made was, do not try and solve a temporary problem that we currently have in Nairobi and that we had with the last county government by having a permanent solution of removing Nairobi from devolution. If 10% of Kenyans are in Nairobi, which is 4.3 million out of 47 million, close to 10%, Mr. Speaker, then we cannot deny 10% of Kenyans the biggest gift of this constitution, which is devolution. So I'm very happy that that was taken into account. that after the NMS finishes its work, and NMS is doing very important work. They're dealing with the cartels, they're dealing with infrastructure, they have goodwill and resources that a normal county government will not have had. In the next, because they exist for 24 months, the next administration, the next county government of Nairobi will have an easier time, Mr. Speaker, in dealing. And remember, that time even the resources will be higher. If you look at what BBI is proposing, Mr. Speaker, and I will speak to that later in the adjournment motion, when we talk about 35% of resources to be devolved to the counties, what that means, Mr. Speaker, is that Nairobi County, if it is in the next financial year, first of all counties should get 475 billion shillings. And of that 475 billion shillings, with the formula that we put in as Team Kenya and as the Senate, it means that Nairobi will get 25 billion shillings. Mr. Speaker, with 25 billion shillings, and then we add the own source revenue. We passed the section of properties law that then now will increase revenue in Nairobi by almost 50 billion. So you're talking about 75 billion per year. Mr. Speaker, all the challenges we have in this county can be sorted. And in many other counties like Mombasa, which is a city, city counties have a lot to gain on sectional properties and on the formula that we passed in this Senate, Mr. Speaker, with 35%. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I want to thank the Secretariat, I want to thank Charles, I want to thank Mitchell Othoro, I want to thank all the members of our Secretariat who participated in this process because they really informed us. And I want to thank Senator Wetangula, Senator Mutula, and Senator Orengo because they took what the Senate was asking for, they did the back channeling they needed to do, and Mr. Speaker, the version of BBI we have today, contrary to the hardliners who said not a comma, and I'm glad Senator Kangata was not one of those hardliners who said not a comma, because we sat with Senator Kangata and the President, he will tell you where we sat. And we said, please, Mr. President, just give an ear. I know some people want a contest. There's no contest. Everyone is supporting BBI because it is, except for Ledama, everyone is supporting it. And Mr. Speaker will be able to have a better. It is not the solution. It is not magical, but it's a step. When Ledama is in government and is president, we'll move another step. And we'll move another step. It's a continuous improvement of our country. Mr. Speaker, with that, I beg to move that we adopt this report of JLAC, and I'll ask Senator Faki Minyaji to second. Thank you.
Senator Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuunga mkono ripoti ya kamati ya haki, sheria na majukumu ya sheria ya bunge la Senate. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza naipongeza kamati hii kwa muda mchache kuweza kukaa chini na kuja na ripoti ambayo ina ufasaha mkubwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, itakumbuka kwamba kamati hii ina mawakili waandamizi wakubwa watatu: Senator Omogeni ambaye ni mwenyekiti, Senator Amos Wako ambaye ni alikuwa mkuu wa sheria emeritus, na Senator Orengo ambaye pia ni senior counsel. Vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, kamati hii ina mawakili wengine watatu wakiwamo Senator Fatuma Dulo ambaye ni deputy majority leader, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Junior ambaye ni mwakili pia mwenye tajriba kubwa, na vile vile Senator Irungu Kangata kiranja walio wengi katika bunge hili ambaye pia naeleza pia kwamba mwenyekiti wa zamani wa kamati hii ni mwanafunzi ambaye ni wakili amewahi kuapishwa hivi juzi. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kamati imeweza, na ningependa kuchukua fursa hii pia kutoa pongezi zangu kwa wakili Cherargei baada ya kuapishwa rasmi kama wakili wa mahakama ya Kenya. Nilipitia mafunzo yao miaka 29 iliyopita itakapofika Disemba 19 mwaka huu. Mheshimiwa Spika, kamati iliangazia vipengele kadha ya katiba ikilinganishwa na mapendekezo ambayo yalikuwa yametolewa na kamati ya BBI. Na jambo la kufurahisha Mheshimiwa Spika ni kwamba katika mswada ambao umechapishwa rasmi wa masuala ya mabadiliko ya katiba, mchango wa Senate umeweza kuonekana.
Hoja nidhamu, Senator Kangata.
Let me take this opportunity to thank Senator for Nairobi, because despite having 1 hour as the mover, he decided to take 5 minutes. So I'm moving the Speaker to consider limiting time for contribution by other members who will come after the mover.
Asante sana Senator Faki, chukua dakika kama 3 hivi.
Mheshimiwa Spika, Senator Kang'ata ni wakili kama mimi, na mara nyingi ikiwa wakili senior kwako, yani mkubwa wako kama wakili anazungumza, wewe kama wakili ambaye ni junior inafaa ukae umsikize ili uweze kupata hikma ya mafunzo ambayo yanatokamana. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, sitakuwa mrefu wa mazungumzo, ni kusema tu kwamba yale mapendekezo ambayo yalitolewa na kamati hii ambayo yako katika ripoti hii yameweza pia kuangaziwa katika ruwaza ile mswada wa BBI ambaye sasa umeweza kuchapishwa rasmi na wananchi wanaosoma na vile vile pia wanaangalia, wanaweka saini ili kuweza kutimiza mapendekezo ya sheria kuhusiana na ruwaza hiyo. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, hii itakwenda kwenye kumbukumbu za bunge hili kwamba wakati tulipokuwa tuna fursa ya kuweza kuboresha utendakazi wa Senate katika katiba yetu, sisi kama maseneta ambao tulikuwa tunatumika wakati huo tuliweza kutoa mchango wetu kuona kwamba Senate inabakia kuwa ni chombo muhimu cha kuweza kulinda ugatuzi katika jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, nagusia tu kwamba mapendekezo kwa Nairobi iwe ni metropolitan na isiweko katika county zile za kawaida yamekataliwa. Tunaona kwamba Nairobi itabakia kuwa ni county kama county zingine zozote. Tunaipongeza kazi inayofanywa na Nairobi Metropolitan, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, utawala lazima urudi kwa wananchi, na utawala unarudi kwa wananchi ili wakati wananchi wanapata fursa ya kuchagua wale viongozi ambao wanawataka. Vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, napongeza pia mswada wa BBI kwa kuweza kutupa sisi watu wa Mombasa constituency nyingine 3 zaidi ili kuweza kuboresha utendakazi wa wabunge katika eneo lile. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono kamati hii na naomba kwamba bunge liweze kuipitisha. Asante.
Asante sana. Sababu sijui naona kuna wabunge ambao wanataka kuchangia. Acha ni pendekeze swala rasmi kwamba bunge la Seneti liweze kuidhinisha ripoti ya kamati ya kudumu ya haki, masuala ya kisheria na haki za kibinadamu kuhusu ubadilishwaji wa vipengele vya katiba kama ilivyopendekezwa na jopo kazi la ujenzi wa madaraja ya uwiano wa kitaifa ambao uliwekwa rasmi kwenye meza ya siwa ya bunge la Seneti Jumatano tarehe 11 Novemba mwaka wa 2020. Nitawapa dakika 2 hivi Seneta Ledama Olekina ambaye amevaa mavazi rasmi ya Kimasai.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether to support, but let me just congratulate my colleagues for having taken their time to look at the recommendations by the steering committee and on this task force, the BBI task force. Mr. Speaker, sir, my biggest concern is that most of the recommendations in this report were not taken into consideration in the final BBI report. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at some of the recommendations made by the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights, 2 of those recommendations which are very critical for this House, one which has to do with Article 123 of the Constitution, the rights to vote, which, Mr. Speaker, if you remember, earlier on during the year, or rather a few months ago, we were able to exercise that right to be able to defend this House. But I'm disappointed, Mr. Speaker, because even though the committee recommended that Article 123 be retained in the proposed Constitution Amendment Bill, the task force did not take that into consideration. And that, to me, is one of the reasons why I do not support the BBI implementation, or rather the Constitution Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, the committee also, I was looking through this report, and one of the proposals that we felt strongly about has to do with the issue of consolidated fund, Article 203 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, when I peruse quickly this report by the committee, it doesn't mention anything to do with that. And we could be gaining so much with the BBI, Mr. Speaker, but when we lose money in counties, our Constitution, which is a living document, is very clear on Article 202 and Article 203 of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, because of time, I'll be speaking on this issue on the adjournment motion so that I can be able to clearly explain to Kenyans what my reservations are. Yes, the Committee on Legal and Justice did their part. They went through the recommendations of the BBI task force, and they raised their objections, and they also further recommended that certain things be taken into consideration. I'm disappointed that they were not. So I will support the report because I perused it, but I'll also hope that in future, this process will be geared towards supporting the entire 47 million people and not just some of the people, because that is what is in the Constitution. The preamble of our Constitution, Mr. Speaker, starts with the word, we the people. So if we are the ones who are supporting it, then at least all the issues, particularly the voting power, the issue of revenue sharing, those are things that we should have been able to insist that they are included in that Constitution Amendment Bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I will reserve my comments for a later session. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Asante sana. Sioni seneta yoyote mwingine ambaye angependa kuchangia. Imana seneta wa Turkana, nafikiri ndo sasa umeweka rasmi. Seneta Uchilo yako, sijui kwa nini inaonekana kama wewe unaitwa Imana, lakini una dakika 3 tafadhali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have pressed my gadget and it appears on the other side. This is.
Unaweza kuzungumza kwenye vipaza sauti viwili, nafikiri.
Okay, let me try, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to this report. First, I want to appreciate the leaders of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee for coming up with a report regarding this very important issue called reforms that we've been looking for. Now, I want to request Senator Ledama to come on board. Constitution making is a continuous process. It will never be made in one day, in 1 year, in 10 years. Others who will come after us will continue making it. Others who are ahead of us have had or have made several amendments. So let us all agree that this is not a perfect document, but it's an improved document. And other people will improve it. In fact, in the future, legislation and other items that are purely manual are going to accept digital arrangement in the Evidence Act that is already accepted and in other formats. So this is an improved document, and I think our committee, which is JLAC, has done a good job, and they deserve accolade from all of us. Now, I want to say that there is still a lot to be done by way of looking at certain pieces of legislation and aligning those pieces of legislation to the overall structure or architecture of where this country is moving to. So I think the committee has an agenda before it. The agenda is urgent, and the agenda is as important as what they have already done. So I want to ask the committee membership to focus squarely now on other related pieces of legislation that are going to operationalize the architecture of the reform that is envisaged in BBI. If that is not done and left to other people, perhaps those people will have a different conceptual arrangement that will not actualize or will not allow the dreams in BBI to materialize. So I want to ask them to quickly shift gears and look at related policies and pieces of legislation that need to be brought on board to realize the dreams that we have in BBI. As for me and my followers in Migori, I think we will continue fighting for improvement of this document, but it would be foolhardy to try and oppose it. It brings money to my village and many other villages who bring me here. It brings money to my county and many other counties neighboring mine. And I think when you have money in your pocket, you are moving consistently towards leading a dignified life. I believe in human dignity, the dignity of people of Migori, that of Kangata and everybody in this house. So let us have money in the pockets of our followers and our pockets so that we live a life that is not that of being broke, that of paupership and such related afflictions. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I support the report and I hope they will continue improving and working on other pieces of legislation and policies that we need.
Asante. Kwa sababu ya muda ningependa kumuita mdhamini wa hii ripoti aweze kujibu. Nafikiri Senator Faki kwa sababu Senator Sakaja hayupo.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, nafikiri yale mapendekezo yote na mjadala ambao umetolewa na maseneta katika kujadili ripoti hii utazingatiwa na kamati na tutaweza kuboresha utendakazi wa kamati hii wakati tutakaporudi mwakani. Kama alivyozungumza Seneta Ochilo yako, kuna sheria nyingi ambazo zinatarajiwa kufanywa ukarabati wakati ripoti BBI itakapopitishwa, ile ruwaza katiba itakapopitishwa. Kwa hivyo kamati itakuwa macho wakati wote kuweza kutekeleza. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante sana. Sasa hivi ningependa kuweka swala rasmi kwamba bunge la Seneti liweze kuidhinisha ripoti ya kamati ya kudumu ya haki na masuala ya kisheria, haki za kibinadamu kuhusu urekebishwaji wa katiba uliopendekezwa na jopo kazi la ujenzi wa madaraja ya uwiano wa kitaifa. Ripoti iliyowekwa rasmi katika meza ya siwe ya bunge la Seneti Jumatano tarehe 11 Novemba mwaka wa 2022. Wale wanaounga mkono waseme ndio. Wale ambao wanapinga waseme la. Wale wanaounga ndio wengi. Hoja ifuatayo. Na tayari nimeshaahirisha, kwa hivyo tunaenda hoja ya 19. Seneta Kagata. Lakini kwanza karani wetu waweze kusoma, nafikiri. Asante.
Order number 19, motion, adjournment of the Senate.
That pursuant to Standing Orders 28 and 29, I do move the Senate to adjourn until Tuesday, 9th February 2021. Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I am moving that we adjourn. We come back on 9th of Tuesday, February 9th, February 2021. And Mr. Speaker, for several reasons. Number one, we need to go home and celebrate with our families. We are now in the month of December 2020. And in December, we do have several holidays. We have Christmas, we have New Year, we have Jamhuri, and therefore, it is time for senators to take that break. And of course also, Mr. Speaker, this does not signify that we have concluded all businesses before the floor of the House. We have several pending legislations, several pending statements and other matters. But on the other hand, it is time for us now to take some break. Mr. Speaker, sir, I draw the attention of this Honorable House to the very good work that has been done by senators for this session. Allow me to mention some of the things that have been done by this session. Number one, various statements and motions that senators have brought that have been discussed robustly and which have resorted to positive action on the part of the executive, on the part of other governmental agencies, and therefore we need to celebrate this session. It has been one of the most productive sessions, and also various committees. I have seen the good work that has been done by Public Accounts Committee. It has summoned governors, it has oversighted governors, and Mr. Speaker, sir, on that regard, I attended as a keynote speaker annual meeting of ISPAC, that is the body that controls accountants in Mombasa, and I met the vice chairman of that entity called ISPAC. He told me that due to the work that has been done by the Committee of Public Accounts Committee of the Senate, fewer counties now are receiving adverse opinions of the auditor. Fewer counties are receiving disclaimer opinion of the auditors. Vast majority are now in the second category of what we call an opinion that is qualified. And going forward, based on the work of this committee and also this House, we'll have more counties which will be receiving what we call unqualified opinion of the auditors. Currently, I think the last financial year, we had only Nyandarua County, we had only Makueni, to the best of my knowledge. But you can see a correlation between the work of the Senate and more counties that are now doing a better work in terms of the auditing process.
Samahani Kiranja walio wengi, unaweza kufupisha tafadhali kwa sababu ya muda?
Yeah, the second issue is on the legislations. Several legislations have been tabled before this House and which have been processed in this session, and therefore we hope to continue with the same spirit next session. I will also highlight the fact that for the first time, Senate has successfully impeached a governor. Remember, we had almost 8 previous attempts to impeach a governors. All those attempts have either not been fruitful. Remember the case of Embu, where the matter went to court, it was litigated, and the Embu governor was reinstated back to his position. We also had other matters that came before this House. Of course, they were concluded in favor of the governors, but for the first time, this House processed, decided to impeach a governor. That so far, that decision has not been vacated by a court of law, and therefore, it is something to celebrate about that for the first time, the Senate has successfully exercised that mandate. Finally, we also made history for passing a new generation revenue sharing formula that was very contested. I congratulate my colleagues in Team Kenya for oversight in government, ensuring that government that, you see, there's something called constitutionalism. Constitutionalism is the idea that government power is limited. And to that extent, Team Kenya, you did a good job. But of course, congratulations go to Team Katiba, which I was a ranking member of Team Katiba. We were able to also ensure our way was also realized, that we now have a new formula that gives due account to population, and therefore we are also happy. Team Kenya, Team Katiba, they all gave us a historic revenue sharing formula. And I think this session will go down in the history of this republic as having shepherded that process. I'll conclude by saying I have no doubt next session it will be shaped by the debate on BBI. That will be the defining discussion in the next session. Why? Because if for any reason BBI passes, I don't want to be speculative, we shall have established Senate as what we call an upper house. And therefore, I urge members, please go home, if you allow this motion to go through, and debate BBI, be the people to explain the benefits of BBI to the Republic, to the members of public. I myself, I will continue telling my people in my region that BBI brings several benefits. Number one, more constituencies. Number two, Ward Development Fund, which I fought strongly. And this House passed it. It went to the National Assembly. It was torpedoed there. Now BBI has revived it. Thirdly, when I was in the National Assembly, I moved an amendment to Higher Education Loans Board to provide what we call a waiver of penalties to graduates who don't have employment. Now BBI has revived that idea, and that to me is going to assist poor graduates at least have some rebate for about 4 years. And finally, those of us who come from farming communities, agriculture has now found expression in explicit manner in the Constitution. New Article 11A of the Constitution, once passed, will definitely provide a legal basis for what we call guaranteed minimum return. With those few remarks, I urge Professor Ongeri to second me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me also add my voice on this adjournment motion. It's a time when we can go back home and be able to count the blessings that have gone through these Senate sittings in various committees and in the plenary. I think one of the most important things that we've gained during this session is what I call the peace dividends. Peace is a commodity that is priceless. And I think the BBI has been able to bring about this understanding even when we have opposing sides at the extreme end. We're eventually able to sit down together in a very amicable way to share and agree on the way forward. And one of the things that we have agreed recently in the way forward is the revenue sharing formula, which took a great deal of time, a lot of impatience with the money not flowing to the county governments, and therefore creating a lot of difficulties, particularly during this period of COVID-19, and more so in the health sector. It became very difficult for us to be able to put people together. But with this concerted effort from both sides, those who are antagonists and the protagonists, we were able to come to an agreement that it was able to shepherd this process of revenue sharing to a very conclusive level. And I think it's a congratulations for both sides. And no side was a loser, every side was a winner. Because eventually, Kenyans have settled to a formula which will be able to help us move forward. Now, I really must say about the BBI, a lot has been said against the BBI, but at the end of the day, I say so with a foreknowledge that I sat in Serena and I saw the difficulties we had during the post-election violence. And the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution was as a result of the events and discussions that we enumerated out of the BBI agenda, particularly the agenda the Agenda 4, that generated so much interest for Kenyans that gave us a very wonderful constitution in 2010. Even then, after that promulgation, it was quite clear, Mr. Speaker, that we still needed to amend some sections of the Constitution to be able to realign it with the new interests of Kenyans, particularly the marginalized groups, the youth, and the county governments that were not receiving enough resources. And for me, the takeaway in BBI is that 35% of the revenue, national revenue, to be shared with the county governments, not on the basis of the recently adopted, or rather adopted accounts, and in this case was 14-15, which was very little money coming to the county government, but based on the recently adopted public accounts, Auditor General's accounts, and more so, if that's not available, then the recently published Auditor General's public accounts, I think to me is the one great takeaway. The second takeaway is the Youth Commission, because that is going to cascade all the way to the ward level. The third takeaway is the youth fund. The ward fund, which we all fought for in this Senate. We agreed, it went to the National Assembly. They could not agree, but fortunately now it's found its way in the creature of the Constitution. And I'm quite happy that it's going to be something that we're going to live for. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I've always yearned for and looked for is that at no time should this country go into war or into a crisis because of our politics. And therefore, I'm glad that we will be able to do much in this new BBI process. Let's embrace it all together. I've already signed for it myself. Many people are signing for it. And I think we should create a spirit of willingness for all of us to move together to the future without any doubt, without any shadow of doubt. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me also say, I don't want to say about the public accounts because my colleague, who is also...
Asante sana.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I second this motion of adjournment.
Asante sana, Senator Professor Ongeri. Napendekeza swala kwamba kutokana na kanuni za kudumu za Seneti za 28-29 kwamba kikao hiki cha Seneti kiweze kuahirishwa mpaka Jumanne tarehe 9 Februari mwaka wa 2021. Senator Samson Cherargei, una dakika 2 tafadhali.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii. Ningependa kusema naunga mkono hoja hili ambao limeletwa na kiranja walio wengi. Mambo mawili tu Mheshimiwa Spika.
Ni hoja ipi Senator Wakilifi? Senator Hakimu Stewart Matsaya.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kwa unyenyekevu na taadhima tulioko nayo juu yako na imani kuu ya kwamba taadhima hii ni kwamba tunataka hii hoja ya nidhamu kwa sababu tunaenda likizo, na ndio tukaongeza muda kidogo ili tupate kueleza yale matumaini yetu katika bunge letu la Kiseneti kama vile alivyosema kiranja wetu. Kwa hiyo ningependelea badala ya dakika 2, kwa vile tuko sehemu ya watu kidogo waliobaki, waheshimiwa, tupate kama dakika kama 7, 8 namna hii. Asante Bwana Spika, na imani na uhakika kwamba utakubaliana nami. Shukrani.
Haya basi, nafikiri kwa sababu kwenye orodha yangu hapa nina maseneta 4, nitawapatia kila mtu dakika 5. Na ni kwa sababu pia ya weledi wa lugha na umahiri wako na vile ambavyo una heba nzuri Seneta ulivyozungumza, ndo sababu nimeweza kukubali. Kwa hiyo Seneta Cherargei, kijana mtanashati, una dakika 5 zako.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii. Kama nilivyotanguliza hapo awali kwa naunga hoja huu mkono, hoja ambayo imeletwa na kiranja ya walio wengi, na nafikiri hii ni mara ya kwanza kuunga hoja ambayo imeletwa na kiranja walio wengi kwa sababu tunaenda likizo. Mambo mawili tu Mheshimiwa Spika. Ya kwanza ni kuhusiana na kazi ya bunge la Seneti, na nafikiri tumejaribu pakubwa kulingana na vile ambapo tumepewa katika sehemu ya 96 katika katiba letu la Kenya. Tumejaribu kufanya yale yaliyo mbeleni na yale ambayo yametendeka, na nafikiri hii pia ilikuwa ni wakati ambao uhuru na demokrasia wa bunge la Seneti na bunge la kitaifa liliwezwa kuangamizwa na serikali ya kitaifa. Na nakumbuka wakati huo ndio kiranja walio wengi Senator Irungu Kang'ata alikuwa anafanya hiyo kazi. Na wakati huo, na nimeshukuru sana, nimesikia ripoti ya kamati ya sheria na haki za kibinadamu wakiweza kuongelewa hapa, na nafikiri wakati huo ilikuwa heshima sana kuwa mwenyekiti wa kamati ya sheria na haki za kibinadamu katika bunge la Seneti. Na nafikiri tumejifunza mambo mengi. Kwanza, kuwa uhuru na demokrasia wa bunge la Seneti na bunge la kitaifa lazima lipewe nafasi kulingana na mujibu wa katiba yetu ya Kenya. Na nafikiri wenzangu wanapofurahia viti kama vile ndugu yangu kiranja walio wengi na viongozi ya walio wengi, wajue ya kwamba raha ni kidogo tu. Lazima waambie wale ambao wanaongoza ile mrengo wa serikali za kitaifa kuwa uhuru na demokrasia wa bunge la Seneti na bunge la kitaifa lazima iheshimiwe. Ya pili Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kuhusiana na ile kesi ambayo tulielekea mahakama kuu, na nimefurahi kwa sababu ile uhuru wa mahakama zetu ziliweza kuonekana. Na nafikiri bunge la Seneti limepewa nafasi bora ya kujiimarisha na kuheshimika katika hasa wakati tunapotunga na kutengeneza sheria katika bunge zetu za kitaifa na Seneti. Na nafikiri nimefurahi sana, na wanasema siwezi jisifu, wakati huo nilikuwa mwenyekiti na ueledi wangu ukaweza kuonekana, na ninafurahi kwa sababu ya historia ya bunge la Seneti itajulikana kuwa Senator wa Nandi, Senator Cherargei alikuwa mwenyekiti wakati huo. So inaonyesha kwamba kama wangekuwa natumia ueledi na umahiri na uongozi bora katika makamati zetu katika bunge la Seneti, ningekuwa naendelea kuwa mwenyekiti wa masuala ya sheria katika bunge la Seneti. Ya tatu ni ya mwisho, ningependa kuguzia swala la mchakato wa BBI. Na nafikiri wale wengine, nimesikia mwenzangu wakati akiongea katika hoja hii kuwa inashughulikia mambo yangu ambaye nataka tu niombe taifa letu la Kenya tuweze kutimiza malengo na asma ya katiba wa mwaka uliowekwa mwaka wa 2010, ili kila Mkenya apate haki. Kama tutatekeleza katiba hiyo 100%, hatutakuwa na haja ya kukuja na mchakato wa BBI ambao watu wengine hawajikubali ya kwamba wameshindwa katika uchaguzi. Na napoona mwaka wa 2023 na kwenda mbele, tumeanza kasumba ambaye haitakuwa mzuri katika demokrasia katika taifa letu la Kenya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa sababu wale ambao watakuwa wakishindwa katika uchaguzi wa urais ama uchaguzi wowote, watakuwa na hile ya kusema tuende na tupatiane mkono wa handshake ama maridhiano, lile tu njia ya kupata mkato kuingia katika mambo ya uongozi. Nafikiri kwa sisi hatujafurahi kwa mchakato wa BBI, na ikifika wakati tutapinga, kwa sababu haijapata ile azma na dhamira ya Wakenya, na uchumi wa taifa letu la Kenya haiwezi kukidhi ama kuweza kubeba ile mzigo ambao Wakenya wameongezewa. Kwa mfano, Mheshimiwa Spika, sasa tutakuwa na ile bunge kubwa zaidi, na tutakuwa tunalipa bilioni 20 ambazo zitakuwa, na uchumi wa Kenya imekuwa uchumi wa mtumba sana, uchumi ambao wezi wezana na ile mambo ambayo tunataka kupanua mambo ya serikali za kitaifa na bunge la kitaifa na la Seneti. Mheshimiwa Spika, nashukuru sana na naunga hoja mkono. Asante sana.
Asante sana Seneta kijana, Seneta Cherargei, kwa tawasifu yako hiyo ambayo uliojipatia wewe mwenyewe, lakini Waswahili wanasema unangoja kusifiwa. Seneta Ledama Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I rise to support this adjournment motion. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by saying that I'm a very proud senator of this Republic of Kenya. I'm proud of my colleagues who among them is Senator Stewart Madzayo, my senior, Senator Faki, my brother and also senior, Senator Sakaja Johnson, Super Senator, for having really come together to be able to show this country a direction that we cannot be able to achieve anything when we only think about our stomachs and not think about the rest of the 47 million people. Mr. Speaker, Team Kenya during this sitting did a fantastic job to be able to fight for revenue to be sent to counties and to ensure that no county lose any coin from what they had been allocated the previous year. Mr. Speaker, I also would like to thank my colleagues who came and joined us, like Senator Cherargei, even my good friend, my ganja man, Senator Irongo Kangata, Mr. Speaker, whom earlier on, Mr. Speaker, sir, when he was actually moving...
Samahani, Senator Ledama, unamaanisha nini ukisema my ganja man?
No, hiyo ni jina tu tunaitana Bwana Speaker. Si haina maana yoyote. Mr. Speaker, I was actually amused by my good friend Senator Sakaja, no, Senator Irongo Kangata, because he rose to move a motion which he himself did not actually sign that report. Mr. Speaker, some of these things are very interesting. But anyway, I'll let that slide. I'm quite happy with the work that this Senate did. We were able to get 14 bills to be assented by the President. You know, that is good work for this Senate. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the BBI, I want to be very clear that when we worked as Team Kenya, and eventually as the 12 wise men and lady who came together to be able to give this country a direction, one of the things that we are trying to defend is Article 203 of the Constitution. During this time when we are going on recess, Mr. Speaker, it will give us an opportunity to explain to our constituents, and particularly myself, why I have got serious reservation with the Constitution Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, when you read Article 203 of the Constitution, Article 203 relates to the issues of the Consolidated Fund. The amendments which are being proposed, Mr. Speaker, by the BBI, or rather by the Constitution Amendment Bill, will negate all the gains that we made in this House fighting for the revenue formula. Mr. Speaker, that is one of my biggest beef with this Constitution Amendment Bill. Because there's no point of us having sat here, burned the midnight oil, and then at the end of the day, we still divide the country by bringing the argument of one man, one vote, one shilling. Mr. Speaker, my heart bleeds for the people of Lamu, who, when this bill goes through, they will be denied money. Mr. Speaker, my heart bleeds for my brothers of Samburu, who, when this bill passes, they will be denied money. And most of all, Mr. Speaker, it saddens me that this Senate will no longer have voting powers to be able to determine any matter because of the deletion of Article 123. These are things that we must explain to our people out in our constituents. Mr. Speaker, Winston Churchill once said that mountaintops inspires leaders, but valleys matures them. Mr. Speaker, let me put it this way, and I believe, Mr. Speaker, that I've not exhausted my 5 minutes. I came in here when it was read. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll beseech you to give me my 5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I think we have all matured in this House to a point where we want a country that will be able to think about the 47 million Kenyans and not just a small section of the people. It is my prayer that this contentious bill, the amendments to Article 203, will be removed. I don't know whether we'll have an opportunity to do that, but it will be one minute, because I came in here when that was yellow. Just 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, I'll try to be very fast. In fact, if we do away with that provision of that Article 2 or 3, or those amendments, all these other things we can be able to support. I wish it had been put into the legislative proposals, because then it can be changed at any time. Finally, Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, yesterday we went to Naivasha because of a very serious matter that relates to my county of Narok, where for many instances, our people get frustrated because our cows are knocked down by vehicles moving fast on that road. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we agreed that we will never allow the roads to be closed, but also I want to take this opportunity to speak to Kenyans who use the road from Maimahio to Bomet, for them to remember that that road, the cows have the right of way, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is also an issue of land disparity, the land which has been taken away from the Maasai people. Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe that going back home, we can be able to talk about this issue of land. We can be able...
Asante sana, nafikiri muda wako umeweza kuyoyoma. Sasa hivi nataka kumpa nafasi Senator Sakaja Johnson Arthur.
Okay, one second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support this motion of adjournment, and first start by saying I really yearn for the day that Parliament will live back to its real billing. The name Parliament, Mr. Speaker, comes from the same in Latin of parlance. It's to parley, to speak. Mr. Speaker, when we're in Parliament and we're told to speak for 2 minutes, 4 minutes, yet we're here to speak, and we moved an adjournment motion until we finish, it really goes against the reason. You know, when you and I were in the National Assembly, we used to admire the Senate because of the quality of debate, because senators would speak. You know, in the National Assembly, it was almost like a high school, where you're given 2 minutes and you can't even pass a point. Senator Ongeri has years of experience. I want to hear Senator Ongeri speaking for 10 minutes. Martin Shikuku used to speak for 3 hours, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having said that, and I've spent a minute speaking that, Mr. Speaker, in this session, we've lost Kenyans to COVID, and I'd like to ask that, Mr. Speaker, you know, that we acknowledge our frontline health workers who have been at the forefront of fighting COVID, and have been doing an amazing job. May the souls rest in peace of those who lost their lives during this fight against COVID and because of COVID, and even one of our colleagues, I think a few of our colleagues, Mr. Speaker, from the National Assembly, and may their souls rest in peace. As of today, Kenyans have lost thousands to this pandemic, and we're still dealing with this pandemic. And in this session, this Senate has been able to come out strongly in terms of oversight, not just on the pandemic, but also on county governments. Mr. Speaker, it's been a tough year in many respects, but it's been a year of growth. It's been a year where we have been seen to do our work as a house. As Senator Ledama said, acknowledging the work we've done with the senators, and not just from, of course, from Team Kenya, but across the aisle. As Senator Kangata said, that we reestablish the place of this house. Mr. Speaker, because of two things. Number one, the amendment of the formula, where, Mr. Speaker, it was not what you were talking about, population, because Nairobi, the highest population was number 28. But with what we did, at least we were able to get our rightful share based on not just population, but other factors. But now if you had BBI 35%, Mr. Speaker, counties from next year, if it is passed this year, or if it is passed next year before the next financial year, get 475 billion. That is 35% of the last audited revenue. And I'm not even saying about the revenue of this financial year. The last audited revenue of 1.3 trillion, 45% of it is 35% of it is 475 billion. Mr. Speaker, my county of Nairobi will get 25 billion. Narok is supposed to get, Mr. Speaker, 10.8 billion. Mr. Speaker, Kilifi should get 14.4 billion.
Senator
Kisii County should get 11.2 billion under BBI. Thank you. Okay. Have you given it? I'll pause my time. I have a stopwatch here.
Mr. Speaker, just for about less than a minute, I just wanted to clarify one thing, because I wanted my dear brother, and I feel bad interrupting him, Senator Sakaja. Because I think we need to be factual, Mr. Speaker. Today, we've read in the dailies that Treasury is seeking to defer the payment of interest on T-bills. Counties are claiming that they have not received money. Mr. Speaker, let us be practical. And this is why I concur with Senator Sakaja when he talks about Parliament being given its opportunity for us to be able to really speak and talk about this issue. So, Mr. Speaker,
Senator,
I think it would be important. It's on the issue of the content of the debate. Mr. Speaker, the issue here is this. My good friend, Senator Sakaja, said that when we pass this amendment, I'm on a point of order, Senator Faki. When this BBI passes, counties will be able to get money. Then I just want to understand, why is it that we have a challenge currently being able to pay interest on T-bills or being able to send money to counties, yet we can be able to get? Mr. Speaker, let us not bite what we cannot be able to chew.
Senator Ledama, kusema kweli hapo hakukuwa na hoja ya nidhamu. Nafikiri ulikuwa unachangia tu, lakini Senator Faki singalikupatia nafasi kwa sababu ilikuwa hoja ya nidhamu. Senator Sakaja, unaweza kuendelea.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was at 3:12, now 3:13. Mr. Speaker, the point of order by Senator Ledama is really neither here nor there. I understand what he's saying because of the pressure on the exchequer. What I'm talking about is what is allocated. If this government wants to give 474 billion from a 3 trillion budget, they can actually realign national government budget. And what MPs do not know actually, Mr. Speaker, because they're talking about CDF being put there, CDF will actually be less. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you remove that 5% and CDF is a percentage of that, then you add 70 counties, you're dividing a small amount by many more, but it's okay. We support for the sake of our counties to get enough money. Mr. Speaker, I am proud my county, Nairobi. First of all, we were getting 100 million in the first bad formula that was brought. I moved that to an additional 3.3 billion. Now with BBI plus the formula, we're going to 25 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker, 25.5 billion. Then we passed sectional properties law that, Mr. Speaker, if you have improved a piece of land and you've built apartments, each of them are going to pay the correct rate that they're supposed to pay. The income, Mr. Speaker, the revenue of Nairobi has the potential of going to 100 billion and will sort out our problems. Mr. Speaker, part of the reason I'm happy with BBI is that they've acknowledged that given a second chance and a proper chance and resources and the right leadership, Nairobi County can be governed properly, Mr. Speaker. And BBI initially, before we amended now with the version we have, was solving a temporary problem. And that temporary problem is the problem of Sonko and Kidero with a permanent solution of removing devolution from Nairobians. Nairobians will still have the right. Mr. Speaker, some of us only know Nairobi. We were born in Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, I was born 2.3 kilometers from here. My county is Nairobi. If you tell me to look for devolution elsewhere, I don't know any other place. I speak English and Swahili, and I speak 6 languages because all my neighbors are from all communities, Mr. Speaker. These are home and you have the same right to devolution as the people in Kisii, as the people in Narok, and as the people in Kilifi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Senator Ledama has spoken about Article 203, and I just want to advise him. I know me and him first will have a basketball tournament. We've agreed to do a one-on-one challenge, and I'll defeat him. But Mr. Speaker, even as we do that, I will explain to him. Article 203 that is being proposed in BBI, it is impractical. But there should be no fear. Because when you talk about per capita being capped, the 3 times per capita, Mr. Speaker, if you remove the amount from those that go beyond 3 and you redistribute it, it gives you what in mathematics you call a cyclic error. Because the amount you redistribute again will be again 3 times of that per capita. And the more you put it in there, so it is an aspirational clause that as you do it, try and reduce the per capita discrepancy, which is what we appeal. Mr. Speaker, Nairobi County, for instance, has been getting 3,000 shillings per capita. One Nairobian gets 3,000, while one person in Lamu gets 20,000. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to move towards a better, per capita, the variance shouldn't be as wide, but we can't put in stone that it cannot be 3 times more. Mr. Speaker, the long and short of it, Mr. Speaker, is that despite that we support a proposal that will bring us together. And as I finish, I just want to say this. Mr. Speaker, BBI is not a perfect document. The only perfect document is the Bible. But Mr. Speaker, every generation must do what it must do to actually advance or progress our unity as a Kenyan. Mr. Speaker, right now it is not perfect, but it is the best thing we can do for the unity of this country. And the next generation will have an opportunity. The next parliament will have an opportunity to improve upon it. But the idea of a united Kenya, Mr. Speaker, we cannot waste and squander this opportunity of uniting Kenya, and that is why we support the BBI.
Asante sana, Senator Sakaja. Sasa hivi nitampatia nafasi Seneta Faki, Mohamed Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa kuchangia hoja hii ya kuahirishwa kwa vikao vya bunge la Senate kwa sherehe za Krismasi na mwaka mpya. Kwanza kabisa Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kupongeza bunge la Senate kwa kazi ambayo tuliweza kufanya. Kazi hii imeweza kuangaziwa na kiranja wa wengi. Kwa hivyo singependa kugusia kila kitu ambacho tuliweza kufanya. Mheshimiwa Spika, vikao vya mwaka huu vimeweza kushuhudia mabadiliko ya uongozi wa bunge la Senate kwa upande wa walio wengi, ambapo tulipata kiongozi mpya wa wengi pamoja na wenye viti wa kamati karibu zote za bunge la Senate. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi pia nilibahatika kuchaguliwa kama mwenyekiti wa kamati ya delegated legislation, ambao kwa hakika si jambo la kulichukulia mzaha, ni jambo kubwa, kwa sababu naweza kukaa sasa katika kamati ile ya liaison na kutoa mchango wangu katika bunge hili la Senate. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia mabadiliko yale ya uongozi yameweza kuleta sura mpya katika bunge, kwa sababu viongozi maseneta kutoka kwa walio wachache wameweza pia kupata fursa kuwa viongozi wa kamati tofauti tofauti. Nikizungumzia kamati ya sheria, kamati ya devolution, kamati ya uwiano na vile vile kamati ya delegated, zote zinashikiliwa na viongozi shupavu kutoka kwa upande wa upinzani katika bunge hili la Senate. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, hii imeweza kuongeza ile tunaita diversity katika bunge hili, kwa sababu viongozi ambao wamechaguliwa wote ni watendakazi, na itaboresha zaidi kazi ya bunge hili la Senate. Vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa pia kupongeza bunge hili kwa kuweza kusimama kidete na kwenda mahakamani kutetea zile sheria ambazo zilipitishwa bila ya mchango wa bunge la Senate, na hivyo imeweza kuthibitishwa na mahakama kuwa lazima sheria ifuate wakati bunge la kitaifa linazungumzia sheria ambazo tutaathiri wa Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia ningependa kufurahi kwamba tuliweza kupitisha formula mpya, third generation formula ya ugawaji wa rasilimali za kitaifa kwa sehemu zote za serikali za ugatuzi na serikali kuu. Mheshimiwa, hii imesaidia, itachangia pakubwa maendeleo katika kaunti zetu. Kaunti ya Mombasa ambayo ilikuwa inapoteza takriban milioni 700 sasa imeweza kubahatika na kupata bilioni 1 zaidi katika mgao wa mwaka 2021-2022. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile ningependa tu kugusia hali ya nchi ambavyo iko kwa sasa, kwa sababu sasa tumepambana na janga la corona na tumeona kwamba huu mlipuko wa pili ambao ulikuja kwa kasi zaidi, na watu wengi wameweza kupoteza maisha yao kuliko wa kwanza. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia ilikuwa ni wakati huu mlipuko wa pili ulipokuja umeweza kuonesha dhahir shahir kwamba kaunti nyingi zilikuwa hazijajitayarisha. Walikuwa wameweza kupaka wananchi mafuta kwa nyuma ya chupa, lakini wengi wao walikuwa hawajajitayarisha, kwa sababu tuliona kwamba vifaa vingi vilikuwa vimekuwa duni. Ventilator hakuna, vifaa vya ICU hakuna, na hivyo watu wengi wameweza kupoteza maisha kwa sababu ya utepetevu wa serikali zetu za kaunti na vile pia serikali kuu. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ipo haja zaidi ya kuhakikisha kwamba kazi yetu ya kuweza kuchunguza na kuhakikisha kwamba tunafanya oversight ya kisawasawa kama bunge inaendelea kwa mwaka utakaokuja, kwa sababu hiyo ndio njia pekee yake ya kuhakikisha kwamba wananchi wanapata faida ya kuwepo kwa bunge hili la Senate. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile pia tunaona kwamba bado tunaona kuwa polisi wanakula hongo na wanasumbua wananchi, hususan wale wanaosafiri. Kwa mfano, katika barabara ya Mombasa kwenda Lamu kuna vizuizi karibu 20, na vizuizi vyote Mheshimiwa Spika vinachangia kuongeza gharama ya kufanya biashara katika nchi yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, vizuizi vile huwezi kupita bila ya kuacha chochote katika sehemu zile, na utaona pia kwamba kuna ubaguzi, kwa sababu magari mengine kama magari ya kubeba bidhaa za miraa na bidhaa nyingine za haraka zinapita kwa haraka na hazizuiliwa na hazipewi vizuizi kama bidhaa za kisawasawa zile ambazo zinakwenda Lamu kufaidi watu wa Lamu. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, tunapokwenda katika mapumziko haya na vile tunakaribia sherehe za Christmas na mwaka mpya, watu wengi watakuwa nasafiri kutoka sehemu moja kwenda sehemu nyingine. Wazingatie kanuni zilizowekwa za kupambana na corona, wapunguze msongamano katika maeneo ambayo watakwenda, na vile vile pia kuangalia kwamba wanahakikisha kwamba kuna usalama wao binafsi na usalama wa wananchi wengine watakokuwako. Na wale wanaohusika kulinda usalama, Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima pia wawe macho kuhakikisha kwamba wananchi wanafuata sheria, na vile vile pia wale ambao wanaweka vizuizi vya uongo ili kuwagandamiza wananchi katika sehemu mbalimbali, hasa zile sehemu za mashambani, wanapelekwa mahakamani ili kuona kwamba sheria inafuatwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, nachukua fursa hii pia kuwatakia maseneta wote na uongozi wa bunge hili sherehe murwa za Christmas na mwaka mpya, na vile vile nakupongeza Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kutilia mkazo matumizi ya lugha ya Kiswahili katika bunge hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, nilifurahi wiki iliyokwisha wakati seneta
ongeza muda hapo kidogo.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunilinda. Nilifurahi Mheshimiwa Spika wiki iliyokwisha nilipomwona kiongozi wangu wa wachache katika bunge hili akizungumza kwamba kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, na alizungumzia jambo moja ambalo hata katika dini yetu ya Kiislamu ni jambo muhimu sana, kwamba alama za mtu mnafiki ni 3. Ya kwanza, akiweka ahadi huvunja ahadi yake. Ya pili, akiaminiwa hufanya khiana. Shasikia. Na ya 3, akitoa ahadi hawezi kutimiza. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii.
Asante sana, na nafikiri pia ilidhihirika kwamba Mheshimiwa James Orengo anaweza kuzungumza kwa Kiswahili zaidi, kwa sababu na hata nimeona Seneta Faki tangia tuanze kuzungumza Kiswahili hapa, watu wengi ambao walikuwa wanafikiri hawawezi kuzungumza sasa wanazungumza kwa Kiswahili. Na pia fauka ya hayo, bunge la kitaifa pia limetuiga sisi, kwa sababu mara nyingi hata kuzindua kanuni za kudumu ilikuwa ni dhana ya bunge la seneti, lakini wakakimbia pale wakazindua kwanza kutuliko, tukaendeleza vikao hapa kwa Kiswahili. Na sasa hivi nafikiri Wakenya wengi wanaweza kufuatilia. Kile ambacho najua ni changamoto ni wale ambao wananukuu malumbano haya ama mazungumzo haya wale kwenye Hansard, lakini nafikiri mtaendelea kuongeza. Na pia niseme kwamba ni vizuri sana ratiba ya shughuli za bunge iweze pia kufasiriwa kwa Kiswahili, kwa sababu kuna shida sana mimi nikiwa kama spika hapa kufasiri Kiingereza mpaka Kiswahili, na nafikiri nimejizatiti sana kufanya vile, lakini ni muhimu kwa sababu hii ni lugha ya taifa, sio lugha ya mwaura, ni lugha ya taifa. Asante. Kwa sasa hivi wacha nimpe nafasi Seneta Stewart Matzayo.
Shukran Bwana Spika. Shukran Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kitu cha kwanza nataka kupatia kongole wewe, kwa sababu wewe ndio spika ambaye ni kijana na vile vile umeweza kuongea lugha ya Kiswahili ama ni lugha ya mama. Lugha ya Kizungu ama ile lugha ya wale wengine huwa tunaita lugha ya watu wanaongea Kimombo. Na kuongea Kimombo sio kwamba basi wewe ni mtu unajua asili zaidi. Kwa hiyo nakushukuru sana, na pia vile vile kupatia kongole kwa sababu hizi sheria zetu za hapa ndani ya bunge la Senate unazielewa na unaweza kuzitafsiri vilivyo Kiswahili. Makosa yako kwa sababu hakuna binadamu aliye kamili. Bwana Spika, nikija hapo ninasema kwamba mimi naunga mkono kwa mara ya kwanza kiranja wa walio wengi ya kwamba watu waende likizo. Likizo ni kwa sababu wakati ukifanya kazi kwa muda, binadamu yote lazima upate nafasi ya kupumzika, na hususan wakati huu wa Christmas ambao ni wakati wa kujumuika katika familia na watu wengi pia kuwa pamoja. Lakini nawaambia katika ile hali ya kuwa pamoja tuweze kuzingatia haswa zaidi ya mambo ya COVID. Tuangalie kwa sababu hili janga la COVID halijatokea katika Kenya ama katika ulimwengu mzima baada ya miaka karibu karne nzima ya miaka 100. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, mimi nataka kusema tu ya kwamba hivi sasa bunge la Senate linaenda likizo na mimi naunga mkono. na tukiwa katika hizo likizo zetu ni kama vile hawa viongozi wetu wanaotuongoza katika taifa letu la Kenya, hususan Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, na ndugu yake Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, ambao waliweza kufanya handshake na hatimaye kuzindua kupeana pambaja na mkono, alafu tukaja mbele zaidi tukasema kwamba ni kunao muhimu kuleta Wakenya pamoja, na kama tutaleta Wakenya pamoja ni jukumu letu kuwa na kitu kama daraja, na ile daraja wakaita BBI, ambao sasa ni kujenga daraja ya kuona Wakenya wote tusiangaliane, tuangalie huyu ni Mkikuyu, huyu ni Mgiriama, huyu ni Mjaluo, huyu ni Mkamba, huyu ni Mkisii, huyu ni Masai, huyu ni kwanza ndugu yangu huyu Masai huyu Oledama, nampa heko sana kwa sababu alitaka kufukuzwa hapa ndani, na aliyeuliza swala hilo pia alikuwa ni huyu kiranja wetu, akisema kwamba huyu alikuwa amevaa sawa sawa ama hakuvaa sawa sawa. Lakini namshukuru Speaker Ken Lusaka, alisimama kidete na kusema ya kwamba amevaa kisawa sawa. Kwa hiyo huyu kiongozi wa Masai huyu anayevaa namna hii na akiongea sana, mtu mrefu, amevaa vizuri sana. Asijui kama mambo mengine amevaa, lakini vile alivyovaa tunavyojua Masai wanavyovaa ni huwa wanavaa hii, alafu ile mambo mengine huwa hawakuzoea tokea wazaliwe. Bwana Speaker, hakuna katiba iliyo kamili, na mimi nataka kusema wazi ama kinaga ubaga ya kwamba hata BBI ikiweko, sisi tutakao kuwa tunaendelea, na hata tukishaenda vizazi vijavyo, hakuna katika ulimwengu mzima katiba ambayo iko kamili. Kwa hiyo kama tunatafuta katiba ambayo iko 100% ama 100%, haitopatikana. Lakini kwa wakati huu ambao sisi ndio viongozi, ni sharti tufanye juhudi zozote ambazo mimi naunga mkono zaidi yaliyo ndani ya BBI, ya kwamba yana uwezo wa kusaidia Wakenya kwa hivi sasa kuwaleta pamoja. Hususan nikisema hivyo ni kwamba katika BBI tunaona hata katika constituencies mengine, hata Kilifi County tunao bahati ya kwamba tumezaana kisawasawa kama zaidi ya watu wa Murang'a, na tumepata viti 4 vya maeneo bunge. Kwa hiyo mimi kama seneta wa Kilifi, nikijaaliwa na Mwenyezi Mungu, nitakuwa na maeneo bunge kama 11 inshallah, Mwenyezi Mungu akipenda. Kwa hiyo Bwana Speaker, mimi naunga mkono hii BBI, na nikisema ya kwamba sisi sote kama Wakenya ni lazima tuwe kitu kimoja na tupendane, ili Kenya iwe inaweza kuendelea mbele kimaendeleo.
Dakika moja tafadhali.
Bwana Speaker, pia nataka kuunga mkono bunge la Senate kwa kusimama kidete na ile team Kenya ambayo ilifanya vilivyo usiku mchana, mvua ama kuwe na jua, haitowezekana ikiwa kama Wakenya watagawanyana. Tulisema haitawezekana, kila county ipate pesa yake, na hatimaye tuliweza kupata. Kwa hiyo yale mengine ambayo tunasema yataangaliwa kipolepole, alafu uhusiano mwema utaendelea na kila mtu atafaidika na pesa zitakazokuwa tunazipigania ziwe zinaweza kwenda katika serikali zetu za mashinani. Bwana Speaker, la mwisho ni kwamba sisi katika hizi shamra hizi tunasema ya kwamba bunge la Senate ni lazima pia liheshimiwe. Tunaona hivi sasa bado kuna marekebisho tunahitaji, lakini hata kama yako tunasema ya kwamba tukipitisha bado tunaweza kuyafanya yakaweza kurekebishwa, alafu tukaendelea kama Wakenya wa nchi moja na kupendana na kuona kwamba nchi yetu imepata mafanikio. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Asante sana Seneta Hakimu Stewart Mazayo kwa weledi wako wa lugha na pia kujieleza. Nafikiri ulikuwahi kusema kwamba kwamba watu umezaana kuliko watu wa Murang'a. Nafikiri hiyo ni changamoto kwa Seneta Kangata, lakini nafikiri pia watu wa Murang'a wana idadi moja ambayo imefanya kwamba wapate eneo bunge zima la Kahuro la kule Kiharu, ambako Seneta Irungu Kangata aliwahi kuwa mbunge. Sasa hivi nampa nafasi wakili mwandamizi wakili George Ochilo Opondo Ayako. Karibu. Mbogo Ayako. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The name Mbogo, where I come from, is a warrior's name. So my family are warriors, not necessarily violent warriors, but they are warriors for justice. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues in the Senate, and I want to thank your office for the session we have had. We have had a healthy session. We have had a very robust engagement. I hear the so-called Team Kenya celebrating the formula that we have had. I want to tell you that that formula is a product of a very vibrant engagement, similar to that between a man and a woman that yields to the birth of a child. So nobody should celebrate as being the parent, the single parent of that very good product of the Senate. It was the engagement of Team Katiba and the engagement of Team Kenya that brought money flowing like rain in torrents to counties. And I hope that the expectant counties will get that money, because it's very important that they get it. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we are celebrating the prospects of enactment of legislation, including the Constitution, that are associated with BBI. It's something to celebrate. BBI is premised upon sharing of resources. It is premised upon building a nation that would be peaceful. If you recollect our engagement with the President in Naivasha, the President said something that I keep on remembering, that he had a visit to a place, I think it was France, and that he had gone to have to witness the signing of an agreement between a private company that was planning to put up a road in Kenya. But they wanted one guarantee. Will we have Kenya beyond 2022? Guarantee of peace, guarantee of existence, guarantee of unity. And I think the discussions that we are having in BBI and the fact that the headliners are coming together, putting priority of nation over personal interest or personal ambition is a step towards unifying this nation, for which we must thank BBI, we must thank the President of Kenya, and we must thank the People's President for coming together for the sake of the nation. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, BBI intends to share fairly resources, but we are yet to address the enlarging of the cake. What are we going to share? The economy is going down because of COVID. Young persons are getting unemployed because of dwindling prospects. So I think a time has come when we must look at COVID, we must look at the economy, and we must look at BBI, because none will be successful without the success of the other. We must deal with COVID so that it does not disseminate us. We must, it does not eliminate us from existence. We must look at the economy so that we have something to share. Without anything to share, I think you know the Hobesian world. We are going to be very violent, very vicious in our competition, and that is unhealthy for a nation that is craving for unity. So my proposition for my county is that although BBI is putting the framework for sharing resources, it is now time for us to concentrate on working on those resources, how to enlarge the cake, how to ensure that we have resources that we can share. I come from Migori County, where we have fish in abundance, where we have agriculture and potential for its realization in abundance. My county is similar to other counties that are sugarcane growing. The sugarcane farmers have been told about some animal called privatization. That animal has mutated into something that is called leasing. This leasing, this privatization, as far as the farmers are concerned, they want a factory that will be able to pay them in time and pay them the right prices for what they deliver. The employees of Sony Sugar Company and other mills want to be paid in time. They have not been paid for the last 2 years. They are surviving by the grace of God. the suppliers also want to be paid in time. Now, Mr. Speaker, as we go on this, thank you, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Asante sana Seneta Bogo Ochilo Ayako. Nafikiri kwa sababu kulingana na kanuni zetu, hii sio swala ambalo tunaweza kulipigia kura. Kwa hiyo nataka kuwashukuru sana. Na kabla ya kuahirisha kikao, nina waraka rasmi ambao ningependa kusoma, ambao umetokana na kwa spika wetu, na waomba niweze kusoma. Waheshimiwa maseneta wataadhimiwa, kama mnavyojua, tunapomaliza hiki kikao Jumanne tarehe 1 Desemba mwaka wa 2020, bunge la seneti litakwenda kwenye likizo mpaka Jumanne tarehe 9 mwezi wa Februari mwaka wa 2021 kulingana na kalenda ya seneti. Waheshimiwa maseneta, ni mwaka uliokuwaje jameni? Ni mwaka ambao umekuwa wa kumbukumbu katika historia za bunge, wakati tumefanya kujizatiti zaidi fauka ya tamaduni zetu na kanuni zetu ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunafanya kazi katika mazingira ambayo sio ya kawaida. Tumekuwa na changamoto nyingi kutokana na misukosuko, lakini tumebaki kuwa kundi moja, familia moja ya waheshimiwa wataadhimiwa. Waheshimiwa maseneta, mwaka wa 2020 ulianza kwa matumaini makuu. Tulikuwa na kikao cha faragha cha viongozi katika mwezi wa Machi, na tulikuwa tunataka kupanga mipangilio ya vile ambavyo tutakuwa na agenda ya bunge hili, utunzi wa sheria na kadhalika, na hususan kuhakikisha kwamba tumepatia nguvu ugatuzi na kuhakikisha kwamba kanuni zetu za kikatiba na hususan miundo msingi inayofaa na mikakati yote ambayo inafaa kuwa imezingatiwa kwa kuhakikisha kwamba tunaweza kutekeleza majukumu yetu ya kikatiba na hususan jukumu la bunge la seneti kwa ujumla, ili kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba tunakidhi mahitaji ya Wakenya na wadau wetu wote. Waheshimiwa maseneta, lakini tunajua kwamba kutokana na janga kuu hili la COVID-19 la corona, katika mwezi huo tu wa Machi, shughuli zetu ziliweza kuwa haziwezi kuendeshwa vizuri kwa sababu mabunge yote ulimwengu mzima yaliwahi kuanza mikakati ya kuhakikisha kwamba wanachunga kuenezwa kwa ugonjwa huu wa COVID kati ya maseneta ama wabunge wenyewe na pia wafanyikazi wa mabunge haya. Jambo hili lilifanya kwamba tuanze kuwa na mikakati maalum ya kuhakikisha kwamba tunakuwa na vikao vya kamati kupitia majukwaa ya mtandao, na pia kuhakikisha kwamba ukumbi wa seneti uwe unakaa tu ama unaweza kuhodhi maseneta 28 pekee. Pia ilitubidi tuweze kuhakikisha kwamba miundo msingi ya kiteknolojia imeweza kuimarishwa ili kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba tusiweze kuwa na kuenezwa kwa magonjwa haya, na kuhakikisha kwamba watu wanaweza kuweka nafasi kati mwao, na hilo ni jambo ambalo tumelizoea. Itakumbuka kwamba wakati mwingine maseneta walikuwa wanaketi kwenye viti ambavyo hawafai, na ilikuwa ni changamoto kuhakikisha kwamba kila mtu ana nafasi ya kuzungumza. Lakini pia ilitubidi tuweze kuahirisha warsha ya ugatuzi ama ukipenda devolution conference, na pia warsha nyingine ambayo ni ya utunzi wa sheria legislative summit, na pia vile ambavyo tulikuwa tumeanza kuwa na vikao muhimu ama maalum nje ya jiji la Nairobi, ili tuweze kuhakikisha kwamba hatuwezi kueneza ugonjwa huu wa corona. Waheshimiwa wataadhimiwa maseneta, utakumbuka kwamba tuliweza kuweka kamati ya muda ya COVID-19 ambayo ilikuwa ndiye ya kipekee katika bunge lote majumba yote mawili, ambayo ilifanya kazi nzuri sana kuhakikisha kwamba imetoa mikakati na kupiga msasa miradi yote kuhusu janga hili ambayo iliendeshwa na serikali ya kitaifa na maserikali ya kaunti. Fauka ya hayo, pia ilitubidi kuweza kubadilisha kanuni zetu za kudumu ili kuweza kupatiana nafasi ya kuwa na kikao cha jumla kupitia majukwaa ya kimtandao na pia kamati zetu. Tunashukuru kwa sababu ya hilo, kwa sababu kamati zetu sasa hivi zinaweza kuwa na vikao vyake kupitia mtandao, lakini ukiangalia sehemu ya 29A ya kanuni zetu za kudumu, hatujaweza kuwafikia lengo la kuwa na kikao cha pamoja cha bunge la seneti kupitia mtandao, lakini nataka kuhakikishia kwamba jambo hili linashughulikiwa na afisi yangu. Mheshimiwa maseneta, jambo ambalo lilikuwa la muhimu sana katika awamu hii ya 4 ni kwamba tuliweza kupitisha mgao wa 3 wa fedha katika serikali gatuzi, na pia tuliweza kupitisha ratiba ya ugavi wa fedha kupitia mswada huu kwa serikali zote 47 gatuzi. Nataka kusema kwamba kuafikia hilo halikuwa jambo la rahisi. Kulikuwa na tumbo joto, watu walikuwa wanazomeana, na wakati mwingine tulikuwa na dosari kwamba itawezekana. Tulikuwa na vikao zaidi ya 10, lakini kwa uvumilivu wetu, kuwa na subra na kuelewana, waheshimiwa maseneta waliwahi kuja kwa azimio la pamoja na kuweza kupitisha formula ya huo mgao wa 3 na pia ratiba rasmi ya ugavi wa fedha kwenye serikali gatuzi. Nataka kuchukua fursa hii kuwashukuru nyinyi nyote kwa sababu ya vile ambavyo mlivyofanya kwa ujumla, na pia kila mmoja wenu kwa kuonyesha umahiri mkuu na pia uzalendo. Mheshimiwa maseneta, mtakumbuka kwamba tarehe 29 Oktoba mwaka 2020 Mahakama Kuu iliwahi kutoa uamuzi kutokana na adhihali nambari 284 wa mwaka wa 2019 ambao ulikuwa unatoa maswali makuu kuhusu hali ya kikatiba ya miswada yote ambayo ilikuwa imepasishwa na bunge la taifa bila ya kuhusisha bunge la seneti kutokana na ibara ya 110 kipengele cha 3 cha katiba yetu tukufu la Jamhuri ya Kenya. Uamuzi huo wa kihistoria wa Mahakama Kuu umeweza kuzindua na kuvumbua namna ya uundaji ama utunzi wa sheria na kanuni zinazofuata na bunge kwa ujumla, na imeweza kuonyesha kwamba lazima katiba iweze kufuatwa na lazima sheria zote za Kenya ziweze kufuatwa, na hivyo basi kutoa kupiga upato wa juu au kupea upato wa juu bunge la seneti na hususan ugatuzi kwa ujumla. Ni muhimu sana tunaposonga mbele kuhakikisha kwamba tunafuata kanuni zote na sheria zote, na hususan ibara hii ya 110 kipengele cha 3 ambayo inasema kwamba lazima maspika wote wawili waweze kuwa na hati ya kuidhinisha kila mswada kabla ya kuweza kuwasilishwa katika bunge yoyote ile hususan, na hile ni jambo ambalo linasaidia sana bunge la seneti kuwa na nguvu zaidi. Waheshimiwa maseneta, nafikiri tumepiga hatua kubwa sana kuhakikisha kwamba bunge la seneti limeweza kuheshimiwa, na nawaomba tena muwe na subra na kuelewa wakati ofisi yangu inapofanya kazi pamoja na bunge la seneti na spika wa seneti kuhakikisha kwamba miswada hii imeweza kuchapishwa upya kulingana na ibara hii ya 110 kipengele cha 3 ya katiba yetu. Waheshimiwa maseneta, napenda sana kusema kwamba tumefanya kazi vyema kabisa katika awamu hii ya 4, lakini nataka kusema kwamba tunapoingia katika awamu ya 5 tunahitaji sana kufikiria vile ambavyo tutaweza kufanya kazi wakati janga hili la COVID-19 litakuwa limeweza kumalizika. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu sana tufikirie vile ambavyo tutaweza kukuza uchumi wetu katika anga ya kitaifa na pia kaunti zetu zote, na vile ambavyo tutaweza kufanya biashara yetu na kuendeza vikao vyetu vya bunge hii na Kenya kwa ujumla. Kwa sababu ya hili, ofisi yangu inatumai kuwa na kikao maalum tukiwa pamoja na uongozi wa bunge la seneti, ili maseneta waweze kufikiria vile ambavyo tutaweza kuendelea na vikao vyetu na kuendeza nchi hii yetu ya Kenya. Nataka kusema kwamba tutakuwa tukiweza kuwasiliana kuhusu kikao hiki kabla ya kuanza kwa awamu ya 5. Waheshimiwa maseneta, nachukua fursa hii kuwahongera sana, kuwapatia kongole zangu kwa sababu ya kujitolea kwenu, kwa sababu ya vile ambavyo mmeweza kuhakikisha kwamba hamjatelekeza majukumu yenu hata kama kumekuwa na hili janga la corona, na vile ambavyo mmehakikisha kwamba mmeweza kutimiza majukumu yenu ya kikatiba. Tunapoamka sasa kuahirisha kikao hiki, nataka kuwatakieni muweze kuwa na wakati mwema na familia zenu, muweze kuwa na likizo njema, na pia muwe na mwaka mpya wenye mafanikio wa mwaka 2021. Na washukuru. Waheshimiwa maseneta, kwa sababu tumewahi kukamilisha shughuli za kikao hiki cha seneti, ni wakati sasa wa kuweza kuahirisha kikao hiki. Kikao hiki cha seneti sasa hivi kimeahirishwa mpaka Jumanne tarehe 9 Februari mwaka wa 2021 saa 8:30.